我手边还有一块881的炸鸡，等等再来吃。它现在太烫了。啊，我没有开到基金嘛？哦，我很抱歉。
Despair, Nathan Stoyer is your world champion.
Off the top! Wow!
Champion is Yuki Ichikawa from Japan.
John Finkel wins the most amazing game of Magic.
Congratulations to Jan Merkel, your champion.
He didn't block him, that was it!
And he's going to give the good game, and we have a champion.
Goodness.
It's Ely Cassis.
One is on top of the deck. Oh, it's Lightning Helix! Oh my God!
From the United States, Nathan Stoyer.
It is top 8 time here at Pro Tour Phyrexia from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. A beautiful sunrise this morning as our top 8 competitors get ready to battle for $50,000 and the title of champion. When we started the weekend, 218 players walked into the building. Now only 8 remain. And by the time we're done with today, there will be only one. There's a look at our feature match area as we get ready for the players this morning. Maria Bartholdi joined by Mani Davuti and Cedric Phillips here at the news desk. We have got a fantastic top 8 for you. Mani, what are you most looking forward to today?
Maria, I want a back-to-back. That's it.
Yeah.
Last year, Yuta Takahashi won Worlds, then top-8'd the first Pro Tour right after.
有人要猜
Nathan Stoyer, reigning world champion, just top-8'd
冠
this
军
Pro
是
Tour.
谁
I
吗
want him to take it all. Give us the back-to-back we deserve.
Yeah, that would be absolutely incredible. We'll see if he can get it done. Cedric, what are you looking forward to?
I'm excited to see what Pioneer deck is going to stand above everything else. You know, we have seen a very diverse metagame the entire weekend. Mono Green Devotion actually on the outside looking in on this top 8. None in the top 8 here. So will it be white? Will it be this? Is it creativity deck? Will it be on
好扯哦，这种电信在搞哎。
with Phyrexia, all will be one booster draft. Saw a handful of 3-0s there, most notably our world champion Nathan Stoyer with green-blue peripherate, excuse me. Into rounds 12 through 16, we went Pioneer constructed.
8强有谁不知道？8强，2个莲花田，2个那个红蓝，无畏创新，一个火，一个皮，一个白，一个红黑。
Top 8 time, baby. Check this out. Single elimination top 8, by the way, everybody. If your favorite player loses, they are out. It's brutal up there. Best 3 out of 5 games, though. Sideboarded games began after game number 2 this morning. So that's how today is going to work. But just in case you missed the action from our feature match yesterday, we had plenty of exciting games. Cedric's got a wrap up for you.
Boy, did we. There was a lot of awesome matches.
不要我说的话，我觉得红蓝无畏创新在这个8强里面的对局蛮好的。
And that's where the booster drafting did begin. Gabriel Nassif, the Hall of Famer, was our featured drafter, and he was able to put together a little something special. You see him now in the feature match area, getting ready to do battle here, kicking his day off against Michael Go with a win to that red-green deck that Nassif was playing. Now you do see in the feature match Chris Ferber from the United States against Shota Yasuoka, a Hall of Famer who has had a dominant run. You see him attacking with a handful of green creatures leading to a victory, and you're going to see that one more time here against Benton Madsen, who is also in our elimination rounds. That's going to be a common theme through this video. You're going to see players that we are going to see later today. Shota is back at it once again against Riki Kamo, and he was able to defeat him with his Rakdos mid-range deck.
要预测冠军了没？
Let me get one more in the books here real quick, and
我觉得是 Red Duke 啦。
Red
Duke 铁粉啊，没有啦。我觉得 Red Duke 跟那个黄帽子他们这两副打什么都蛮好打的。打火就是我觉得那个火焰不太会扣那个低脉束缚，所以我觉得打火蛮好打的。然后打红黑也不错。那打结界的话比他快一点，打莲花田的话也比他快一点。当然上了背牌之后，更多的康就是会更快一点嘛。对，所以我觉得这两副红蓝的无畏创新是这个8强对局里面算是 meta 蛮好的。
Shota Yasuoka from Japan, Rakdos mid-range.
Benton Madsen, United States, Selesnya Auras.
Takumi Matsura, Japan, Mono White Human.
Reed Duke, United States, Is It Creativity?
Nathan Stoyer, United States, Lotus Field.
Chris Ferber, United States, Lotus Field.
Gabriel Nassif, France, Is It Creativity?
Derek Davis, United States, Enigmatic Fires.
told you it was stacked top 8, and we were not kidding. Here is a look at the bracket and how things are going to work today. Starting, of course, with the quarterfinals. Shota Yasuoka, the Hall of Famer on Rakdos mid-range versus Derek Davis. First Pro Tour running a super cool deck in Enigmatic Fires. Excited to see that action. Then we've got Reed Duke on that CFB deck. Is it Creativity versus reigning world champ Nathan Sawyer running Lotus Field combo. Next up, Takumi Matsuura running Mono White Humans.
对 ，Red Duke 我觉得会赢啦。然后另外是人类打莲花田，就是我觉得正边2局人类都会赢，所以人类感觉优势很高。对，然后最后是贴皮打红蓝，我觉得应该还是红蓝会赢。哎，他打到创火是真的不太会赢哎，那个资源赚太多了。
But then I'm gonna start thinking about winning that one. Then what could my road look like to the win? Could I go against newcomers to the Pro Tour top 8 like Benton Madsen in the semifinals and then Derek Davis in the finals? Or will I have a slightly different run? Will I be against Hall of Famers Gavin Nassif and then Shota Yasuoka, two of the best to ever play the game? And after going through all that, I've got one match ahead of me. Takumi Matsuura, that's the one to focus on. That's the one I have to win first.
Yeah, a lot of thought going into the prep last night for these players, no doubt. What about Reed Duke's potential run to the trophy set?
Well, if I'm Reed Duke, step 1, make sure my hair game's on point. Check. Done
no
with
problem.
That. Next up, Nathan Stoyer. He's trying to take my seat. You know, the young guy's trying to uproot me. It's going to be a tough matchup. I mean, he's our reigning world champion right now. If he's able to get by Nathan, of course, you do see two interesting matchups here. 很难的，我觉得。Derek has actually run into quite a few people.
不是他第一局对到是那个啊。
So does Derek have a plan? Has Team Channel Fireball made?
第一局对到是创火哎，那个创火是真的很难打。
He's got some teammates to lean on as well, and then in the finals. Those are 4 different decks.
因为你对结界没有什么处理方法，你通常被地脉束缚，然后接密态转生，大概人都要走一半。对，最危险的就是密态转生啦，那个前面那些小打小闹都还好，但是只要一被，不管是出那个抓人，或者出那个泰坦工业泰坦，都很难打。
Versus Lotus Field combo. Reed Duke, a Hall of Famer, Nathan Stoyer, your current reigning world champ, both, of course, just played in the World Championships in Vegas last year, battling again here this weekend.
预赛输那套皮不是，80刚预赛输的是那个阿布战车，他没有输那套皮。
Picked up his loss to Benton Madsen, who's also in our top 8 in round number 4. He needed to win a bunch in the end, and he did.
输那套皮的是 Red Duke.
Lock up his spot here in our top 8, going 7-2 in Pioneer this weekend.
对，80刚昨天有转播他的对局，他输的是老鼠车。对，输皮的是那个，输是 Red Duke.
Coming in on Friday and Saturday here, you can take a look at his kind of a problem happening there on day number 2. David Inglis's teammate, they drew, which gave him a bit of a sweat throughout the rest of the tournament, working our way into the top 8. Of course, he was able to secure his spot. So that's our players, that's their road to the top 8. But what about the decks they chose to bring in Pioneer? For that, I turn to Mani.
Yeah, Maria, starting off by taking a look at Reed Duke's Is It Creativity deck. This is the deck that Channel Fireball and their team brought in. They've said that
CFB 的大家的套牌，正边他跟那个 Red Duke，Red Duke 跟那个黄帽子是正60张一样，然后背牌只差1张，一个多放了那个以太金风，就是那个红色绿色回排骨顶或排骨底的那个，然后。另外一个是那个康蓝色多负3，多放一张这样。还要废话一阵子，应该快了，大概在5分钟。就是稍微讲一下这2个人在打什么而已，很快的。
Nathan Sawyer on this Lotus Field combo deck. Of course, this deck is based all around that land, Lotus Field hexproof. Sacrificing 2 lands, but you get so much mana from it. The goal of this deck is to copy it with Thespian Stage. Once you have 2 on the battlefield, your cards like Hidden Strings and Pour Over the Pages start generating you mana. And once you start chaining these together, you cast an Emergent Ultimatum. You get, most of the time, Omniscience, Behold the Beyond, and Dark Petition, and you go off from there, everything ending with Approach of the Second Sun from your sideboard. Now, Lotus Field combo is extremely powerful, but you don't really like running into counter spells. The most interesting thing for me, listening to some of the Channel Fireball guys talking about how to approach the matchup this morning, is there's a lot of mind games to be played here. Which player is going to sideboard how? There's no agreement, because if you take out your combo, they may pivot in theirs. So it's going to be who chooses how to approach the matchup that decides a lot here.
Ooh, this is going to be really interesting, everybody, and it's coming up right now. Marshall and Paul are in the booth for the quarterfinals. Take it away, you two.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we've got a great quarterfinal to kick off our day here in the top 8, Paul. In the feature, we've got Nathan Sawyer versus Reed Duke. Now, if you've been watching our broadcast, you know, for the past few years, you may be used to our double elimination top 8 format. That is not what we have here today. They are going to be playing best 3 out of 5 games rather than the best 2 out of 3.
对，应该是会传播。
to pick up a match win, but a
应该是
loss
会传
will
播。
very much send one of these players home. As you see Reed Duke approaching the battlefield here. There's Nathan Sawyer, our reigning world champion as well. And as I mentioned, we have an elimination already here, right? One of these 2 players is going to be going home after this match. So big pressure on these guys, and they got to try to get off to a good start here in game number 1. Now, Paul, the format here also, since we're playing best 3 out of 5, is that there's 2 game 1s, if you will, meaning pre-sideboarded games, and then any games played after that will have.
Yeah, we are returning to kind of the format that we had back when we had tabletop pro tours.
Right.
And this is kind of both players getting to play the game
1.
1. And I know we talked about how Reed Duke in this matchup has some ways to interact
就是
with
先
those
驱
light
的双生
counters
嘛
and make，
对，回合
the
结
player
束
and
前
cards like spell pierce. But
跳
keep
那
in
个
mind,
big score，
I
然后
mean, you
组
look
回
at
合
Lotus
下
Field
地
combo
图
and you're thinking, wow, this deck is just very linear, has nothing to do. It does
可
have
是
a couple
Reed
of
Duke 手
really
牌现
important
在是不
cards
是没
game
有
1
蓝
that it
呐
can play to interact with what Reed's doing.
对啊，他没有
Namely,
蓝，
the most
他直接
important
起手
card
这个
is
没有蓝，有点尴
Odawara
尬。
Soaring City. If Nathan does not feel like he can combo off, he can simply keep up 4 mana and keep up Odawara, and that would break up the combo. You can just bounce the World Spine Worm. And if you do that, that buys you the time so you don't just die right away.
In the meantime, all red mana here for Reed Duke, but he does cap it off with Fable of the Mirror Breaker, the ideal turn 3 play for him.
Reed Duke
On
这
the
个没有
other
蓝
side,
起
though,
手
it's been a good start for Nathan Sawyer.
哎，他这边会有
as well.
很多的
Landland
废
and
牌。
Sylvan Shrine for a Lotus Field.
正边的话应该还是应该还是莲花田
doing
优
the
势一
setup
点。
that they hope to do in the early to mid stages of the game. The issue here, you know, if you look at Reed, is that he does not have access to blue mana.
先驱的创新是要找哪只？找四级亚龙，15/15践踏，然后进坟场的时候会洗回牌库，然后死掉的时候会升35，跟另外一只是红绿神，战阶开始的时候选一只生物 double 它的攻防，然后获得敏捷，那就是只是套牌只会有这2只，所以你 x 等于2翻出来这2只就是30点。 30点破天这样。
So this turn he could potentially run that out and play 2 lands his turn if he wants. When asked, what was the best card in Pioneer, Nathan? A lot of players will respond with Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Thoughtseize, right? Extremely powerful cards, multi-format All-Stars. Nathan responded with Arboreal Grazer.
Yeah, and we've got some trivia for chat too. What Power 9 card did he compare Arboreal Grazer to?
Ooh, good one.
Yeah.
就是他们有在问说，他们有问这位年轻的选手说，你觉得先驱最强的套牌是什么？大部分的人都是回奇奇结界或者是 Solstice。然后 Nathan 的回答是这一支一点叫03，进场多下一块地的树懒。
Black Lotus.
Black Lotus. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Ancestral Recall. Now they're just sort of listing Power 9 cards, I guess. Yeah. I think the 2 guesses are Time Walk and Mox Emerald.
Those are reasonable, as long as nobody says Time Twister.
Yeah, nobody said Twister just yet. The answer is time walk.
我这边还没有办法复制，
fantastic
所以
in
还会再玩一
with
turn。
its goals being around land drops primarily, it actually does emulate a time walk pretty well.
The way that this deck works, oftentimes you can combo people off on turn 4, right? You get the lands, but with the Grazer, that kind of accelerates those things and allows you to potentially maybe even go off on turn 3 sometimes.
We see Fire Prophecy and Impulse hit the yard after Chapter 2 from Fable of the Mirror Breaker here for Duke. Can he do anything explosive?
昨天其实我觉得 Red Duke 有一把超可惜的，就是他要完成 combo 的那一个回合，他把红绿神抽上手了，真的是最可惜的那一边。不然的话，我觉得还是有机会的，尤其是在对手看起来不是很顺的状况。
He only has mountains, but of course we know that the treasure can be used to tap for blue. Now, currently, Reed doesn't have a counter, right? Doesn't have any counter magic up. However, he does have a big score. He can cast big score and hope to find a make disappear or spell here if Nathan tries to go off this turn. Because if you're Nathan and you don't have an Odawara here, you have to think that it's really likely that Reed's going to go for the combo next turn.
That's right. So now the question is, does Nathan feel that he needs to go for it his turn? And that's what you're getting at here, right, Paul? Is that if he feels pressure that Reed could go for it, he may feel the need to go for it himself. And interestingly, I think Reed would feel a lot better if Nathan said, you know, I'll just take my time, pass it back to, you know, and then Reed can breathe a sigh of relief. But if Nathan does go for it, we're going to see a bit of a desperation.
那个15-15可以用 Big Score 弃掉，因为他不管从任何方式进坟场都会学牌主。然后红绿神的话是你看到那张烧3点，它烧3点还有一条效果是你可以把一张手牌塞到牌库底，然后抽起来。所以如果你抽到它的话，你就要想办法靠那一张烧把它塞到牌库底。
One creature in play. So Reed, knowing that Boseiju could be a thing, knowing that you can't really play around Odawara, it might be correct to just go for a creativity for 3.
As an update here, Nathan did not go for it. He passed the turn back to Reed, who resolves big score on his end step. Now he's got 3 treasures, 4 lands, and another treasure coming off of the Goblin.
You can also just target the 2 creatures that he has in play, right? Because Boseiju does not interact with that. Oh no, excuse me. Reflection is an enchantment, so you could break that up too, right?
It's an enchantment creature,
enchantment creature. So does Reed have the mana to go for in a creativity?
如果下地 X 等于3，爆一个珍宝，喵2个。
Yeah, so you can sack a
2个生物加1个神器，莲花田应该是没有办法同时处理掉这么多东西的。
Even if Nathan has Boseiju, you can still get 2 things here.
And it looks like Reed's going to go for it. Here it is, Indomitable Creativity
for 2.
All right, so he is opening the door here for Boseiju to break up the combo.
那这边就要被母生树。
First, it's going to be Nathan Stoyer cycling Vizier of Tumbling Sands. So there's Boseiju targeting the reflection of Kiki.
He went for 2.
哦，他选择留2绿。
So then Reed will only get 1 creature here, as the Boseiju will.
然后母生树会找一块地。
Now Reed will get a land here. Will he have the mana to go for another creativity potentially?
Just double checking what he can get.
找。
He also has an impulse
再次确认一下可以找下个链这件事情。
Right. But does he have enough mana to go for the creativity again? The answer is yeah, right?
Well, so what was the other target with the creativity? Was it a treasure?
没有瞄3个，
So if that resolves, he's only going to have access to 3 mana.
怪，因为莲花田的正边应该是没有办法处理，同时处理2个的吧。
And I believe he could have gone for a creativity for 3.
而且他们这是开牌表的，所以应该是可以看得出来的。同时处理的办法吗？我找一下。
Now we're going to start revealing cards.
2张母生树。
Boy, if he lets Nathan Stoyer just have another turn here. he could be maximally punished.
I mean, Nathan has a pour over the pages and an impulse, so really likely to be able to find what he needs. He still has 2 mana floating, can use Thespian Stage on the Lotus Field.
Okay, there's World Spine Worm. Still not a bad deal for 5 mana. But that is not going to kill Nathan this turn as it sits.
Now, what does Reed have left? He can still attack with the Goblin, get a token, and would still have access to Impulse into a potential Make Disappear.
先驱不能放残酷统领，当然不能放残酷统领。残酷统领是摩登红来整的牌。
Right, still gets to get in, make a treasure. Will have access to 4 mana. Then you'll have access to Impulse into Disruption.
They also have 1 Spell Pierce in the main. And we saw, by the way, that
而且这个要做的不是。他要做的不是控制啊，他要做的就是一回杀啦。
All right, this is the turn here for Nathan.
15-15 Trample Worm, maybe not enough for Reed Duke in game number 1. Let's see if Nathan can go off.
Yeah,
I mean, Reed can stop.
可是这边看起来好像蛮有机会完成的。
Yeah, Nathan has access to a ton of mana.
看起来应该是走得完。
He's got a hidden strings in hand as well, and that gets you 4 mana whenever you cast it with double Lotus Field.
Okay, well.
虽然手上有一张没什么用的码头。
Exactly. So it's now just a question of whether or not he can find what he needs with that pour over the pages in his hand. He doesn't have an ultimatum in his hand just yet.
Have you ever played against this deck, Paul?
I've played with it and against it.
So you have experienced never finding what you need and them always finding what they need?
You usually find what you need.
Oh boy, that's real.
I usually find some other way to lose when I play this Lotus Field combo deck, to be honest.
Not enough black mana.
它这边深度有3、7张，至少7张。
To go off, all Reed can do is look on.
对啊，他
Okay, that's.
啊，我觉得刚刚如果做3的话，应该
Now, of course, he does have a
应该就会过
recovery.
了。
With all the mana that he has,
考虑2张母生树
get back pour over the pages and cast it again.
如果真的有2个母生树，我也觉得对手就会再卡一 turn 变身，我觉得可以接受。我觉得刚刚应该要做 extend 3吧，因为他们是开牌表的，他们不知道对手做什么。我刚看了一下他的正边，能够阻止 x 等于3跳2只的只有2张母生树。
So pour the pages back into hand. And Reed just says, yep, you got it.
Now
I got a World Spine Worm. What do you got?
Turn this in my hand. I'm going to float up to 3, 6, 8 blue. Cast this down to 3 blue. We have 3 blue floating.
All the blue.
This is really good communication, by the way, by Nathan. This is definitely how you're supposed to do it.
Discard a...
可以把码头给丢了吧？你应该是不需要它了。 他又抽到一张抽3，没错，把码头丢了。
10 mana. And somehow now, if you fizzle, found an Otawara.
Yep.
Right?
Okay, here's another pour of the pages.
Oh man.
And Reed just says, okay.
更多的法力。
And you can see that.
So hard to miss here.
Right, the
impulse
percentage counter in your head.
Right.
Missing is going lower and lower and lower.
他又抽到一张抽3。对啊。
10 blue mana floating, another pour over the page.
每做一次抽3会多一点法力，来，真的是抽3弃1多1费。
Just needs to find that ultimatum to close the game, or a leer.
Right.
Okay, and that's a dark petition, so that should
他有
do
一
it
张
here
丢了，
now.
所以
If
那
you're
应该
Nathan
是结束
Stoyer.
了。有，他拿到导师了。
He's cycling a Vizier of Tumbling Sands now just to get his mana count as high as possible and make sure that he has the colors that he needs.
Right.
Now he's putting the green mana in the pool.
Okay, it's like, okay, I might be done drawing cards here. I'm about to execute the end game plan very soon.
对啊。
Another pour.
拿那个占2块地。
Now it's
把法力
do I just
爆一
need more
爆。
mana because I have Dark Petition? Do I just get hidden strings?
Hidden strings for the mana?
对
Yeah. I think that's what
拿
he's
到
going
法
to do
力
here, Paul.
法力找导
That does
师，
net
导师
you
拿全知全
one
能，
mana
手上另外一张
on the
导师
exchange.
找导3张。
3
对
mana for the
游戏就结
recovery,
束了
2 mana for the hidden strings, 6 mana when you untap the Lotus Fields.
Uh-oh, 3 black.
3
mana.
black,
That's
that's
not
never
what you
the
wanna
good
hear.
sign.
You're Reed Duke. Reed's taking a look at the 4 cards in his hand and not seeing a lot of hope there. All right, looks like he found the ultimatum.
他直接抽到通牒了。
Petition. I wonder if Reed is now just going to go for the impulse and try to tax the mana now. Of course, it's super unlikely that he can stop what Nathan's trying to do.
Yeah, is there a window where if he made him pay 4 extra mana, it would actually matter?
And I just don't see Nathan putting himself in a situation where he loses to a Make Disappear here.
Agree. He's just had way too much access to his graveyard, all the cards that he's drawn this turn.
I'm going to search it again in a second, but it's up to you. I'll go down to 2 black and 3 blue to hidden strings, targeting my 2 Lotus Fields.
Okay.
再占2块地。
Again, this is super
确保
clean
自己
play
不会
here
吃
from
人
Nathan.
员消失。
You can hear how he's describing his play. This is exactly how you're supposed to do it.
But you can see here, you know, just there is so much on the line in these matches. We're no longer double elimination. You still need to make sure you do everything perfectly here, right? One small blunder with this deck and it can fall apart.
Yep. So second copy of Dark Petition resolves this turn. You also heard him say, I'm going to search for something with the first Dark Petition. And then he put the deck down and he said, you can shuffle it, but I am going to search again in just a second, so it's up to you.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Move to 6 blue.
So 6 blue, 3 black floating from the Dark Petition, extra mana
再
bonus.
占2块地，没错，确保自己
All
不会
right,
吃
now has 14 mana.
Stringsing it up here, and as you can see, he's going to generate way too
And
much mana.
he does have the ultimatum there. You see that. Gonna get the 3 green here. That should lock it up here.
莲花田会吧，这新手会没玩过的人真的不知道现在在干嘛。
You can use that
不是，这就是练习的重要性啊！你不能说因为不知道对手在干嘛，就把一个套牌禁掉，不会的。那分裂双生也是一样啊。这个所有组合技套牌都是一样啊。对啊，其实 Red Duke 这边的套牌也是一样，你也不你正常状况下，他会97抽，你不知道他在干嘛。对
，Nathan's just gonna eventually find a way to cast Mastermind.
那2个的差别就只有你会马上死，跟
tutor for it again,
你会晚一点点死而已。
Cast it again for the kill.
Yeah, the way you actually win.
但是说真的，新手不知道在干嘛这件事情，不会是官方进牌的重点。就是
，and that's the sideboard. Lots of options.
这把书就是套牌特性，他做出来了，没有他没有做，他就没有做出来。他如果愿意去做 x 等于3，而且他的法力是够的，他如果愿意去做 x 等于3，他就赢了。
Do I want to give you Lear? Look at that graveyard. I'm good.
官方不喜欢组合技出现在交易人桌，下面这副也是组合技。对，2副都是组合技，8项4副组合技。对。对，新手这件事情不会被禁卡，而且你也听这2天，如果你有连续追这3天的那个专业赛的这些采访，全部都有说到，就是先驱赛这个赛制，它其实套牌并没有非常多的强弱区分，也不是官方也不会因为观赏性进牌，官方会因为 slow play 进牌。对
，Masterminds, perhaps a Lear. In another Dark Petition, I believe Nathan's list plays 2. Although I'm not sure if he's already cast both of them.
对，他会因为
But there's also, of course,
重复在做同样的事情，重复在做没有意义的事情，或者是重复在做浪费时间的事情。对，重点不是新手懂不懂。对。
Of course, needs to have Nathan do this. We are in the top 8 of a Pro Tour. This isn't
也不是操作直观不直观，这一副的套牌操作很直观，莲花田的套牌操作很直观。
Nathan has inevitability here, but yeah, but you still have to do it.
And
先驱的最大重点就只有你认不认识这些牌而已。所以为什么很多选手他知道这个套牌可能不是最强的，但是他会愿意去选，因为他那是因为他的熟练度最多。
Nathan does seem to be pausing a bit
新
here.
没玩过想来玩的，没玩过想来玩的，他打什么 deck 他都看不懂啊。真的，你没玩过的，你现在来看专业赛，你从头到尾都看不懂，你连轮抽都看不懂。
You're like, wait a minute, I've already discarded this card. I don't have this anymore, so let's look for something else. But there's always something relevant that you can get here.
对，没错，没玩过想要来看的，来看这种直播，其实通常是不会来看 PT 这种直播，你通常会更多的去看一些轮抽直播，会来看 PT 的，通常都是半懂，但是不强，或者是像我们这些老屁股，对。对，我会说，虽然我会做一些解说，但是实际上，真正会来看这些的，就是对，就是你是你至少对先驱这个赛制，你至少知道先驱的赛制有哪些牌了，对。
Approach of the second sun resolves. It will be now 7th from the top. But also searchable.
All right. Now just needs to cast Balagil.
对，厉害的不会来看，厉害的都在荧幕上打了，也没有啊，又一堆那个在。对不对？我们俊廷大大就没有去，不然我们现在直播的时候就看到他了。
There's a concession from Reed Duke. Game number 1 goes to Nathan Stoyer. Man, it feels like Reed had a window there.
对啊，我真的觉得Reed Duke 这一把打得有点奇怪啦，他怎么没有选择去做 X 等于3？因为牌表是看得出来的 ，X 等于3，唯一能阻止 X 等于3的方法就是2张5胜数。那2张5胜数的话，对手就没有办法变那个悲剧舞台。
The ultimatum, there was a little bit of sequencing there where had he cast
生物战比较直观。
that would have been better.
这个游戏的生物战是最不直观的那一种。说真的，这个游戏最直观的其实是组合技，因为有太多的战斗轨迹跟血量算法都不会在生物战里。对。
Right, and you know this is match 1, game 1 of the top 8 here under the lights. You know you're not at home.
尤其是先驱这个环境，生物战就只有红黑、小白这几个套牌的内战，然后对打。生物战真的很难，生物战远远比那些那个组合技套牌还不直观。对，真的是最直观，真的是这2套互打，就是大家不会互相干扰，然后就是你做出来赢了这样。对。 这年头生物战真的就是你要考虑什么碎骨巨人啊，考虑反射啦，考虑血量的问题啊，有的没有的攻击防御，对。找那个单飞们打的纸牌，又现在找指定打谁的？什么指定打谁的？最直观的就是那个啊，正打侧打啊，对不对？然后翻几张翻几张有没有翻到横的？翻到横的就无效这样，超直观。对，旁边解说也很简单，他为什么输了啊？他没有翻到 C 叉，他输了。对，真的，其实为什么我会很推荐新人都是先去以轮抽现开为主的原因，就是因为攻防真的是一个最需要练习的一个魔法峰会的一个很重要的观念，就是 怎么赢了？对手没有 C 叉。对啊，他对手没有 C 叉啊。干EK不要在那边讲干话，他妈你这句话我已经听你讲10年了。对，反正你只会说没有钱啊，不想组，没有牌了，没有卖了。我跟你讲，要找一定有。哎，这个世界上没有什么绝版的，没有什么价格的问题，就只有想不想而已。然后接下来EK就跟我说，哦，组出来又不会赢。好啦，我已经。妈，听你讲屁话讲10年了，又不是第一天认识你了。这系列的轮抽都看不懂啊！其实我有打过，我其实 FB 贴了很多我轮完的啦，但是直播我应该只有贴1局，而且。我个人觉得这系列直播蛮无趣的，你可以考虑等下系列了。对，真的这系列的轮抽，接下来应该也不会打了。PT 打完应该也不会有人打轮抽了。对，我会建议直接等下系列比较实在。
And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Phyrexia. We are in Philadelphia, and we're in the top 8 here on a Sunday. Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us for coverage of our opening quarterfinal match. This is between Reed Duke and Nathan Stoyer, and we've got one game under our belts here. Nathan Stoyer able to combo off there in impressive fashion, made a huge amount of mana, eventually got Omniscience onto the battlefield, and he figured it out from there. We're gonna
对啊，MOM 要出啊，现在真的是，尤其是去年年底那个兄弟之战，真的是我觉得真的是推得太快了，那个过1个月就要马上出新系列，真的很靠腰。不过今年还好，今年还好。
One or the other.
Red Duke 的斟酌一点啊。
So light disruption.
真的，刚刚那个真的是感觉是
the disruption that
自己
Nathan
保守
in that last game is what won him that game.
没有想到会有母胜数吗？不太可能吧。
But Seiju broke that up, and Reed had to wait a turn for that world
span
worm.
有点
The Nathan
有点奇怪。
untapped and won. So those are the little things that those players need to be mindful of. It's like, can they get combo off? What can I do to stop that combo? Reed's got a couple of counter spells, right? Make Disappear and Spell Pierce, and Nathan has those lands. There could even be instances where perhaps Nathan thinks, okay, I'm too far away from comboing you off. I'm just going to maybe Sylvan Scrying for Nodawara. Right? Maybe that'll just buy me some more time. That's a possibility.
赢了就不会有赛后，输了就不会有赛后采访了吧
The time is measured in turns for these combo decks, and the difference between one turn to the next is huge.
Yeah.
Right?
真的，我好想要听人家问他为什么不 X 等于3。
By the way, both players mulliganing to 6 here for our game number 2.
Yeah, not.
I was just wondering if we both declare keep before that happens.
Like I said, to be able to keep your hand, it needs to be legal, and to be legal, you need to have put the card before.
Understood. Sorry about that.
No, I mean that's okay. I'm just like explaining the technical reasoning, because otherwise it sounds counterintuitive.
That's our judge Kevin giving an explanation for Reed's question.
Is this better?
Yeah, great.
Reed always helpful with coverage. Thank you, Reed. Those dice are there to signal you and I, Paul, that there have been some mulligans that have happened. This is like a bit of a painful decision for him about what card to put back.
Yeah, Nathan's hand this time is not ideal. No 2-mana way to search for anything. No Lotus Field, no Impulse, no Sylvan Scrying, and Nathan is shipping it back and going down to 5.
Okay, so I was under the impression that he had kept and was deciding what to put back, but that was not the case at all.
Yeah.
He didn't like it at all, and he's going to go to 5. So Reed gets to be on the play with a 6-card hand against Nathan with, at most, a 5-card hand.
And, I mean, look at Reed's hand. right? It's a little bit on the slower side because you have maybe a turn 5 combo, but you've got to make this appear. You've got the big score into the creativity, so he does have the combo ready.
刚刚的手牌其
Just
实
needs to find some mana sources.
有一张那个森林占卜就超级无敌强，然后他可以一回那个猴子出那个嘛，抽大田园，然后2回 impulse 去找。他不想吧
？Excuse me. How old is it mulligan? You know,
it's
okay.
Really the problem is with this deck though, you kind of want that critical mass. You want hand disruptions. You want card draw effects. You want the ultimatum, but you also need to continue hitting your land drops, right?
Okay.
So it is kind of tough. But Nathan also is looking for a specific set of cards. So you really don't want to mulligan, but that hand game too was just so rough, right? Didn't have a Lotus Field, didn't have a Thespian Stage, didn't have a way to find a land. It's really important to find a way to get those mana sources because you have a lot of action spells in your deck.
Okay, he did keep the 5, and we are underway here. Spirebluff Canal for Reed Duke. Botanical Sanctum for Stoyer starts things out. No 1 mana plays for either player. Mutavault go here from Duke. He's going to
我觉得这个手牌还甚至不如刚刚那一把嘞。
You know, if he can nab something with it, he'll be pretty happy. But so far, it's just going to be Sanctum, Sanctum, go here. Duke's going to draw his card for the turn after a little pause to at least represent the possibility of something other than a make disappear.
And I wonder if Nathan just cycles a Vizier just to try to find a Lotus Field or something that gets him a Lotus Field, right?
He's got to be feeling some amount of pressure pretty quickly here. Now, this is going to be a huge difference, though, because Reed's going to say go. You know, if he had played Fable here, now Nathan really has to get worried about doing stuff here and now. But just land go, maybe he can get away with keeping it. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, maybe wait a turn. Not really in danger of losing on turn 4. But gonna dig. You got to use some of that mana here.
Vizier Tumbling Sands cycling there.
Lotus Field?
Just straight up cycling.
Sylvan Scrying. Sylvan Scrying will likely meet. There is a Lotus Field.
There you go. Lotus Field. He's got
just
the
naturally
double
drawn
out of the pages.
Because Sylvan Scrying would have been countered there.
Yes.
With the make disappear.
Yeah, so now all of a sudden Nathan Stoyer's the threatening one, but Reed Duke definitely has some action. Take a look at that. Big score, double Indomitable Creativity, even an impulse to go with his make disappear.
Yeah, but
there's Thespian Stage Lotus Field. But this turn he's not going to go off, right?
He's not going to go off this turn. I mean, he has Vizier of Tumbling Sands. Can maybe you can go float, pay 3. You can cycle the Vizier, that does net you a mana, and then you can start thinking about whether or not it is correct to go off this turn. For example, you cycle, you untap the Lotus Field, you now have access to 5 mana. You can then cast Hidden Strings, and you have access to more mana.
Right.
But it looks like he's going to wait a turn here instead. Does have up Boseiju. So again, if Reed goes land, creativity for 2, Nathan can break it up again, right? And then has a decent shot of going off next turn, right?
Yes.
So with Reed
on a
being
mold of
tapped
12.
out, yeah. But does Reed have any other choices here? He does have Make Disappear. He does have a Mutavault in play, right? So, okay.
Wow, he's
going to go
Nathan's
for it
gonna
here.
do this again.
This is
the exact same play. And you're going to cycle here for the extra mana because now you can go Boseiju and copy Thespian Stage.
Same exact thing he did last
game. He did the exact same play.
然后2点变身，跟上回一模一样。然后下一回对手有2个莲花田，看起来又要走完了。
He did literally
the exact same thing. And Reed's not going to have mana for a counterspell. He can represent Spell Pierce, right?
That's fine.
Because this treasure is going to go off and it's just going to find either Xenagos or Worldspine Worm.
Sure.
And I mean, take a look at Nathan's hand. Unless he super misses, right? Each pour of the pages nets you a mana. So we're on 8 mana. Hidden Strings nets you 4 mana, so that's 12 mana.
这边翻4级亚龙
spells that he just has in his hand. He's got his draw step and 6 more cards to look at here.
下一回合有机会吗？
Wow, if Nathan Stoyer can pick up a win here on a mulligan to 5 on the draw. Okay, there it is. This is really feels like a replay of game number 1.
Firing Pulse 能不能丢脸？
that natural Lotus Field
that was incredible.
On turn 3 off the cycle.
Totally. Let's see if Nathan Stoyer put together a win.
Combo time.
As you mentioned, there's one spell pierce in the list here for Duke, and he does get to represent that. But honestly, it might be worse here that Nathan's on 5 because he's probably going to feel the pressure to just go for it here and say, if you have Spell Pierce, fine. Or maybe he can even play around.
He just has a Hidden String, so you just start with Hidden Strings, and then everything, the coast is clear, right?
So there he goes.
这边有法力了。
Now the question is, can he find what he needs off of these 2
没有，
copies
反正没有消失的法力，顶多
of
点破，所以只要绕过点破就好
He
了。
has 6 lands on top of his deck, or he just finds only lands and Hidden Strings.
Right.
And Sylvan Scryings.
There's Pour Over the Pages number 1.
抽3，丢掉这张莲花田。
Is that another Pour?
感觉凉凉呢。
Can Nathan Stoyer find the goods?
Okay.
虽然他抽了2块地有点烂。
Really big.
Scry one with Temple of Mystery.
With all the mana that he has,
留着
he
了
could be a little bit better than Pour.
He also
just
kept
dig
on
one
top,
card
by the
deeper.
way, so no good news for Duke there.
3 green and 2 blue, so I'm down to. Sorry, wait. I had 5 mana. I'll go up to 11 mana, and I'm going to cast Pour with 5 blue and 1 green in my pool. Okay.
Yep, 6 mana left over.
Okay. 抽1。
1, 2, 3.
弃掉一张地吧，反正地牌超多的。
Oh, there's Mastermind's Acquisition. What else did he find?
Mastermind's Acquisition.
Vizier as well gets him a little deeper, and the double impulse. Yeah, he's not
第一
stopping
张
from
导师
here.
来了。
So now you just have to be really careful with your mana so you don't get Spell Pierced. That's the only thing Nathan's probably thinking about.
Yeah, it certainly feels like he has the tools
法力
to
不太
make
够
sure that doesn't happen at this point.
有点小危险。
Because you could also just acquisition for a Lear. I don't know if he has the mana to do everything that he wants, though.
Yeah, it looks like he's counting up right
但
now.
如
You
果要
saw him
闪点
thumb
破
through
的
the
话，
graveyard. I think he was thinking the same
法
thing
力
you
应
were,
该是
Paul.
不
And he's
够
just
的。
saying, well, what do I got here?
Yeah. Now remember, Vizier of Tumbling Sands also nets you 1 mana when you cycle. So
这边还剩下8
There's
费。
Mastermind's Acquisition on the stack. Search for or choose a card
So you can get-
own from outside the game.
So you can get Ultimatum here, right? Because you have access to 8 mana. If you cycle the Vizier, that gives you access to 9 mana. Then you can cast Ultimatum and still pay for Spell Pierce.
Beautiful.
他手上是2费康，没有，可是对手不知道啊。对手不知道啊，他
Very
他
nice for
一
Nathan
点的
that Reed is tapped down to just
这个
one
是看
mana
过套
he
牌的嘛，
knows
所以
exactly
你
there's one
你
card
知
in
道
the
的，
entire
你
list
应该
here
要去绕
of his
过
main deck
点
that he
破
has。to worry about.
Yeah. Could also get Lear. But he got Ultimatum.
He did.
Go down to 3 blue, Vizier on top.
Draw a card off.
但
the
是他
Vizier.
这样子就没有办法绕过点破，其实是
3 black, 3 green.
哦，可以绕过点破，刚
And there you
好
go.
够
And，it's time for the
9
Ultimatum.
Mana, an emergent
刚好够吗？
ultimatum.
对，刚好够，
1 blue, 1 green
剩
left.
1蓝1黑，
Or,
对
excuse me, 1 blue, 1 black left.
对，然后
Yep, resolved.
Right.
成
And
功
here we go.
了。
The fireworks begin now for Nathan Stoyer. This is his march to victory off of a mulligan to 5 on the draw. And Reed also put together the combo.
He did.
On his own turn.
I mean, so far, Boseiju is the MVP.
Man, frame that thing, Nathan.
There's just no way to interact with it, right? You can't protect your treasures. Usually when you have that artifact, especially in game 1, you're like, I'm pretty safe.
Yeah.
You don't have any removal spells, I'm good. But this deck plays 3 copies of Boseiju.
Wow. Yeah, the channel.
不是哦，你把过 X 等于3就没事了。
For this blue-red deck. Really for any deck.
为什么要去觉得对手没有呢？
Yep.
对，没错，一定是这3张。
Behold and Lear.
And Reed is once again forced to make a decision that lets Nathan do whatever he wants anyway.
洗纯能
Put the big kid back in.
然后释放。
Okay. And this on the stack. Okay.
So he casts Lear. Lear's on the battlefield, then puts Behold on the stack. It resolves.
So now you search up 3 things here.
All right, and that's going to do it. Reed Duke's not going to make him go through the motions this time. Nathan Stoyer is up 2 games to 0 on Reed Duke here.
没有错啦。
This is not how Reed wanted to
风
start
暴
off
神
his
信
top
徒
8.
出来之后就不会被康了。
He is very much up against it. His chances of coming back here very low.
好了，换备牌吧。
Winning 3 games in a row is tough.
啊，我觉得第一把好有机会哦。
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's not even like the game went that long.
No.
He just kind of found all the pieces that he needed, but it was kind of a perfect hand if you think about it.
Yeah.
Right? You just naturally drew both Lotus Field, Destiny Stage, and had the Boseiju up with a bunch of card draw spells in hand.
Kind of perfect.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be tough here because I think game 1 was where Reed maybe had a really solid shot because I think after sideboard, Nathan gets to bring in some more problematic disruptive elements.
他的背牌有什么？背牌有再一张母圣树，
Fading Hope is just another
2张
really
回
cheap
手。
way to disrupt that combo, right? If you just board in
回
the
手好
Fading
像
Hope
没什么用
and you just cast it,
因为
all of a
它
sudden
都是神
you don't
器
die to the World Spine Worm, right?
所以
So then what do you
一
do?
张
If
财
your opponent has something like a Fading Hope,
金
then
针
do
好像
you
也
go to
没
the
什
Hullbreaker
么
Horror
用的
plan?
感觉。
Fading Hope still works on that, right? Because sure, it returns it to your hand, but it's not like you're casting an expensive spell to bounce the horror, right? You're just paying 1 mana and you can just do it over and over again. So I'm kind of curious what they want to do.
组合几乎打比谁赛创新
也
没有比莲花田慢很多哦，而且刚刚 Red Duke 第一把是
it's not going to be leading on an instant kill combo. Do I start bringing in my uncounterable creatures? Right? So there's lots of different layers here, and I'm curious what Nathan chooses to go with here because sure you want to bring in the Fading Hope to disrupt the combo, but if you look at Nathan's sideboard, I mean we're looking at cards like Dragon Lord Jamoka, Sphinx of the Final Word, which are excellent if your opponent's on the I'm going to try to counter everything that you're trying to do.
It's a tough puzzle to solve here for Reed Duke.
One big card that Nathan has to be really mindful of in this matchup, that's Narset's Reversal.
背牌局应该是看起来
If
是
you cast an ultimatum and your opponent cast Narset's Reversal,
看起来是
all of a
Red
sudden
Duke 有利很多，
they can
因为
counter
多
your
了
spell.
很
Well,
多
not
的
counter,
康。
but I guess kind of a delay you for a turn, right? It bounces it back to your
有
hand,
居要
and then
急
you can
有
go,
你
what? You can
给
get a Hullbreaker Horror,
对
maybe a Fable of the Mirror Breaker,
然
maybe you
后
keep in a World Spine Worm, I don't know,
对
right?
甚
You
至
can do
连
stuff
那
like
个
that. And so
以太
Nathan
金
has
风
to
都
be
可以
really
用，
careful if he does keep up 2 blue mana, that
可以
card
扛
might
那
be a
个
thing.
通牒。
And wow, 4th Boseiju, by the way, in the sideboard.
Really? That card is the absolute nightmare for Reed today. Some waters for our players here. It is important to stay hydrated, Paul.
I agree.
We're really dropping the controversial
I know.
takes on the broadcast today.
Only the hottest of takes.
Yeah.
On Sunday.
You want to make top 8 of a pro tour? Grab a glass of water. You're going to have to do a lot of other stuff too, but it's a start.
Yeah, probably get good is also a good
Get
one.
good.
Get good.
Put in your 10,000 hours.
现代赛有这种直播吗？没有。
Both of these two have certainly
官方现在这几年不太推现代赛。
Yeah, they're actually similar trajectory as far as like how they came, you know, into the pro scene through Magic Online.
Yeah, had a lot of success on Magic Online.
至少到第3季之前都没有。
You know what?
所以应该是到年尾之前都不会有。
Yeah,
就是接下来是标准，再来是先驱。然后第4季就算有，也是12月的事了。
For a similar amount of time, but he was just young. You know, he was a kid when he started.
I mean, it's just wild to see his his ascension, really.
It really is.
Even at the start of last year,
近代的强度坏掉了，真的是坏掉了。
This guy, he's really great. Everybody's played against him. They know how.
而且他这次出了那个1-2跟那块地，又把又有一副新的套牌毒风暴嘛，跟另外一套跟旧的那个护身符的强度，哦，整个强度拉上来。 Ben Fetch 是个完全无法理解的决定，不会啊。ban 掉 Fetch 就是先驱跟近代差最多的地方。就是有没有找弟弟这件事情会让整个赛制不论是在算血、算几率，就是包括你是不是维持要找，然后包括你的调色，对，全部都会产生翻天地覆的影响。所以 ban Fetch 就是为了让先驱跟近代做一个完全的隔开。
That's funny. Reed was deciding what deck to play at 9 p.m. At 10 p.m. the last sideboard cards were.
你找一地不找，先驱就只会变成全部都是找一地跟 Sharkland， 然后生物比较弱一点的近代，它会长得99%像。
Good convo. Let's get playing. No, last few minute decision. It is funny though. That is a classic. What deck am I going to play?
Everybody goes through it. Everybody goes through it.
Yeah, and then you know you're really organized when you're worried about what sideboard cards you're going to put in, but you've already picked the deck.
Yeah,
right?
so
that's the pro team.
Deck submissions were due on midnight, and I was tracking who were submitting the decks, and it was like 8 p.m., and there were still 120 decks to be submitted. So it was just, yeah.
标准有机会出找弟弟吗？
We've all been there.
And it never goes away.
有吧？
I was talking to Luis, he flew in and had to submit his deck. We had a plan to record the podcast when he got in, and he said, I'm not going to be able to. I'm still deciding what deck.
我猜等 Sharkland 退标准之后就会出找弟弟。
And he's been at this for years and years.
他应该是不会让两个东西同时出现在
Yeah, it sounds like a close call there for Reed. He almost played this Lotus Field deck.
Yeah.
Said he got cold feet, perhaps not enough reps.
And also just the team put a lot of work into building up this deck and thinking through all the options. So I think Reed also just kind of liking what.
同时出现也没啥，同时出现就很难看啊。
I mean, let's not take anything away. Reed did top 8 this Pro Tour as well. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Can't be regretting that decision.
就是找弟弟能够找 Sharkland 这件事情，在血量上跟在几率上，就是官方不希望出现在标准的。
Okay.
标准跟先驱。
Looks like we are all set here for game number 3.
你们这些老玩家可能已经很习惯找地去找 Sharkland 这件事情，但是对新玩家来说，找什么地，要不要痛血，什么时间点找，要不要洗掉牌库，几率是多少，你占卜下去的牌，你动过的牌库，这些东西都会非常影响到整个套牌的运作。 就是你要去算几率，这一件事情就是官方不会让标准跟先驱出现的东西。
You see Narset's reversal, you see disdainful stroke, and looks like he boarded out the combo. Excuse me, the World Spine Worm Xenagos combo. So going full control here with the Hullbreaker Horrors, has a couple of copies of the Inevitable Creativity just because it's nice to search out the Horrors, but doesn't have all 4 of those either.
And there we go. Fire Prophecy also still in here. And that'll take down the Voyaging Satyr as Nathan's turn 2 play. Satyr, you know, kind of a mana elf.
不是啊，如果你觉得要靠赛，那你不应该玩卡片游戏。卡片游戏就是靠赛。
All of a sudden it's a turbo. And this is pretty nice here for Reed. He's got Fable of the Mirror Breaker down after having killed the 2-drop there from Nathan. So everything coming up Reed Duke in the early stages. Haven't seen any big action from Nathan. Does he have? Okay, well, he's got Impulse.
Looking for a Lotus Field here.
He may have. Does he have one in his hand already? No, he doesn't.
但是有森林占卜，
I don't think he found one either.
Yeah, there is a Sylvan Scrying, I believe.
Okay.
Could take that play Botanical Sanctum.
不要说卡不是卡牌游戏啦，你玩线上游戏也靠赛啊。那个你有抽棋，我跟你讲，谁说棋不靠赛？棋赛先后攻，先攻跟后攻胜率就是不一样。你靠不靠赛？要。你人生在这个世界上，你什么东西都是靠赛。
Gets the scry one. If it was 3 or less, in this case it was 0, so a good scry.
MTGA History 要把 Counter Spell 禁掉。
Really thinking about keeping that one on top.
我没有玩 History。对。
Missing a few pieces, needs to find the Thespian stage as well. It's got the Sylvan Scrying.
不过应该单纯就是觉得太强了吧。
Reed with a nice controlling hand here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he does with Chapter 2.
Found a Hullbreaker Horror. What do you discard here?
Do you want that in your hand at this point?
Think you probably want the 2-mana counters. Right? They seem more impactful. Perhaps you discard a Spell Pierce. You want to continue.
先后手势随机就差很多咯。先后手势随机就差很多咯。对，你讲围棋好了，各个国家有不同数量的贴幕，对，这就有差了。
He's in the tank right now about.
I think you want to discard at least one card.
对不对？
He is going to discard the whole.
直接讲人生手抽，对啊，你今天在日本下围棋，跟在中国下围棋，你贴的目数就不一样啊，那是不是跟你的人生有关？对不对？那你说不靠赛吗？靠赛啊，哪次不靠赛
？Nice and playing around Spell Pierce here, right? Playing around Spell Pierce and make disappear by going for the psych. Oh, excuse me, no, he's not.
If he has an untapped land,
right.
We'll see what he does here.
Probably just looking.
对，我知道你想要说的应该是那个就是完全零和游戏。
Did not go for that Sylvan Scrying. So was playing around any of those cheap 2-mana counters.
That becomes a reflection of Kiki Jiki. And there's a Mutavault.
Not a ton of pressure from Reed. He does have a bunch of counter spells now. And Nathan does have Sphinx of the Final Word in hand.
Wow, so there's a goal.
Right.
And
Reed
can't counter this. Or I suppose you can go Spell Pierce and make disappear. That doesn't feel especially good. But at the same time, do you want to just prevent Nathan from finding this Lotus Field? But the thing is, you also have to think there's so many ways for Nathan to get that Lotus Field. You can just draw it. There's a bunch of impulses. Is this the type of card that you want to counter? You could also Narcissus Reversal if you want to continue hitting your land traps.
I kind of like that idea.
And then if he goes for it again, Spell Pierce.
Yeah. 我觉得纳尔斯挪伊术看起来好像不错哎，可以找一块地。
He's actually going to sacrifice the reflection here to make Nathan pay 4.
Yeah.
So that is going to put Sylvan Scrying in the bin, but at a fairly steep cost to read. You know, his deck isn't really super set up to take advantage.
2-ball.
Uh-oh, here we go. The Mutavault beatdown begins.
Mutavault beatdown.
This is a slower game here. Nathan might try to bait some counters with those boards.
有本事你右手抽一张莲花田。
Just fight through your counters if possible.
反正我手上满满的康。
I mean, if he's only going to take 2 a turn, he can do that.
Right. I mean, he's not in danger right now of being comboed off at all. And Nathan could also just maybe you just don't have the combo. I mean, there's a Hullbreaker Horror in the graveyard, so there's much less than Narcissus Reversal.
Oh, that's gross.
他其实不用太担心，就是会中组合技。
He also has an extra Narcissus Reversal to give
不用留
so he could go for a value reversal. Oh, is he going to do it?
I think
he also has Spell Pierce, which is like really tempting.
是不是要挪一下了？好爽哦
！Oh man, that is
赚
Draw 3, discard 1, untapped 2. That is awesome for 2 mana.
好爽哦
！Look at the action that he found off of that.
无畏创新给丢了。
He found some heavy hitters.
Found a Hullbreaker Horror
and Indomitable Creativity.
So probably discarding Creativity because there's no other target to get.
Both of them.
Yeah.
笑死！
Oh man,
挪移术好爽哦
Now he's got big score into Hullbreaker Horror eventually. The thing is, Nathan doesn't really have a choice. I think he just needs to just play out his spells. Reed only plays 2 Narcissus
背牌局
reversals
是
in his
真的
deck.
是 Red Duke 相
You
对
need to
有
get
利点
something
啊。
going.
对，
You need to
真的
unload your
康
hand.
牌
I
很
mean, look at
多
what Nathan's， working
只要
with.
不要
I
被
mean,
折
the
磨就
other
好了。
alternative would have
但
been to
是
just
真的是第一
not
把
cast poor,
第
try
一
to
把
hit
真的
land
是感觉
7,
应该是可以
play
赢
the
下来的，
spades,
好可惜
and then
哦
play。your spells because your spells become uncounterable.
不然现在就是 Red Duke 准备踩赛点了。
But I believe that might not even work against Narset's reversal because Narset's reversal
returns it.
再来一
does
次
not counter，
再来一次吗
Here's another pour over the pages from Stoyer.
Are we gonna see it again?
可是他好像是
You have so many hard counters there.
Oh, he's gonna go for
big
big
score
score
一
here.
下。
Big score first for the information. You could of course just spell pierce this, right?
Yes. And it is tempting to use spell pierce in such a high leverage spot, but
yeah,
reversal
just feels so
really good.
Okay.
Pierce here.
Good.
And this does, you know, tap out Nathan's Stoyer. Not that he has counters anyway, but any interaction that he would have had is now turned off. And with 2 treasures and 5 lands, he is in Hullbreaker Horror range, though he can just do that whenever he feels like it, I suppose.
You do see the downside here. We did talk about how
然后如
great
果
Bostaju was, but there's 1 in play, and Nathan drew a second one. Would have loved to have that just be a forest,
没有要
right?
留法
To hit your
力
land
去
drops.
做2个嘛。
Okay, instead Reed's going to continue along this more controlling path. He's going to play Fable of the Mirror
抽到
Breaker.
莲花田了。
Yeah, you have access
做
to
到最
negate
稳。
and reversal and
我
stroke
觉得直接
here.
让过的话，
5
其实
mana available.
直接让过的话，如果对面再做那个抽3，他可以
Nathan did
跳
find
Horror
Lotus Field.
就很大的优势了。
That's a step.
That's a step. You have hidden strings, even with just 1 Lotus Field, that does net you 1 mana. So you could potentially float 2 mana, play Lotus Field, play Hidden Strings, and then cast Sphinx of the Final Word, right? Wait, no, or are you 1 mana short? You are 1 mana short.
Okay.
No, you're not 1 mana short because you can also untap your land. Right. Yeah.
Okay, there's
and then you
Lotus
sack the
Field.
Bostaju. Okay.
2点 and
So Reed has to be careful here. He has to think, well, you could potentially play an uncounterable effect here, right? Dragon Lord Jamoka or Sphinx of the Final Word. So 3 mana available.
Does he need to fight over this hidden string?
Do you negate?
抗一下吧，
I think
没
you
什么又
might.
不抗吧。
Reed's definitely thinking about it.
Yeah.
抗掉之后就只剩下3点法力了。
They were talking about
You have
Jamoka, but you know, same thing here for Sphinx.
You have the counter for the big spell, right? You have the Disdainful Stroke. You do have the Narcissus Reversal. I think you go for negate.
Reed is going to negate the hidden string.
Good negate.
下面一位
Well played by Duke there. And that's going to shut off the turn here for Stoyer. He just has to pass the turn back.
Draw.
So when are we going to see Hullbreaker Horror?
第2章节。
Maybe never.
He might not
Big
need it.
score 可以丢了。
Yeah. I mean,
to start chipping
a
for
solid. The thing is, if there's ever a turn where Nathan just says go, that's when you would see it. But I think next turn, if Nathan does have a Bostaju, he might just slam Sphinx of the Final Word.
Yeah.
When he does, Reed can't counter it in any way, so he just goes play Hullbreaker Horror, untap, then cast something.
Cast.
In this instance, it's big score.
Oh, he's going to cast it now.
Okay.
I don't know what he tapped.
And he discarded
1、2、
Shark
3、
Typhoon.
4、5、6、7、8。
No, this is to the Fable.
Oh, he discarded those to Fable.
Yeah.
All right, Goblin Shaman in. There's another treasure token.
Your turn.
And he's just going to pass the turn back.
3、4、
Okay,
5、
so
6、7、
this is
8、
a big one for Nathan.
9
And
费，他可
he
以
does have an impulse.
做
So he
到
can cast an impulse to bounce this.
Yeah. So this is normally about as scary as it gets if you're in Reed Duke's seat, but he actually has a way to get this
所以
thing
他可
back
以
off the battlefield.
跳
Can he also present lethal if he does so?
跳 Horror，
Oh, it's got hexproof.
然
What am I
后
saying?
What does? Oh, the
然后
final
在他
word.
在堆叠的时候就要
Okay,
其他
but he can present lethal here, right?
然后
you can attack for.
By the way, he bounced it with it on the stack.
Of course. Yeah.
I mean, he's got a Hall of Storm Giants down there.
史芬斯会不会回手啊？这个 Holo 在场上，游戏结束了，所有咒语都会回手。
14, right?
16, right?
Yeah, I mean,
我不用康的，我用回手的。
We have a goal here.
Yeah, that should do it.
Yeah, and again, the hexproof doesn't matter while it's on the stack, right? So he was able to have just enough mana there.
Yeah,
and we're going to go to game number 4 here. Reed Duke on the board, picks up a win over Nathan Stoyer, finally gets one from Nathan, who didn't have everything this time, even though he kept 7.
Yeah, the bounce effect. Finding that impulse was pretty big there for Reed. Now, despite that, even if he didn't bounce it, right, you have both the whole breaker horror and you attack at the hall. Yeah, it's just going to jump block.
Exactly.
Right?
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Right. Like, you still activate your land and you attack, and it's a jump block.
It's a cute 5/5, right? Just a little baby 5/5.
Yeah, 5/5. That's whatever.
Yeah. How about a 7/8 and a 7/7?
追回来了一局。
Okay, so Reed can breathe, you know, emotionally speaking, a bit of relief here. Okay, he's on the board.
So that counter plan, or the controlling strategy, very, very strong from Reed, right? And not only that, a really big turn there was negating that hidden string.
Yes, it was.
Because that unlocked everything. Because if he doesn't negate the hidden strings, Nathan can then play the Sphinx, and then on the following turn, he can then play one of his big spells, right? But Hullbreaker Horror just does such a good job because, again, it doesn't counter things. It returns things, right?
That's exactly what it does.
我想 Radio 在想是不是要把
I wonder if Nathan is going
把组合技拉回来
make any adjustments.
因为
Right, I'm wondering if you're on the Hullbreaker Horror.
对手如果愿意 tap out 出史芬斯或是出那个安达卡，而不是安达卡啦。
If you think the games go kind of long, and it's likely that they're going to get a horror in play, but what else can you do?
对
Right, that's the question that always comes up here, right? Like even if we flip the tables back to Reed, you know, he has the ability to kind of take this more controlling route or to go for the more combo-oriented route, and he could even switch back and forth to kind of keep Nathan off balance. But one is probably just a lot better than the other, right? Where they're not, it's not like, well, these are two close strategies and it's just a rock, paper, scissors thing. One of them probably just better, right? And Reed's going to have to pick that one, and I'm assuming it's the control route.
Yeah. Also keep in mind in that game, I mean, Nathan didn't find a Lotus Field until very late.
Quite a while, yeah.
Right? So
we're used to him having it kind of all, right?
If Nathan is able to find a Lotus Field with Thespian Stage, he's going to have a huge mana advantage. And in matchups where it's kind of this combo deck or kind of
对手很会抽莲花田加悲剧舞台，那
with playing around counter
人就没
spells,
救了。
it's oftentimes the player with more mana that comes out on top. So that's what Nathan's going to be looking for. That game, he was just kind of forced to just cast all of his expensive spells and played right into Reed's post-board strategy. But the priority for Nathan is to find that Lotus Field and develop that mana advantage. Because once you get that in play early, once you get Thespian Stage plus Lotus Field, what are you going to do? Counter every single hidden strings? That's tough.
Yeah, you can't keep up. Okay, so Nathan wins the first 2 games in short order. Reed, you know, it started to feel maybe a little bit like, is it going to be one of those days, right, where I show up, I've prepared, I slept, I had a good breakfast, I'm ready to go, and then, you know, you just kind of get rocked in the first 2 games, and you think, oh no, is it just not my day? But getting a win here, you know, calms the nerves a little. I'll tell you, Nathan's a pretty cool customer while he's playing. You know, he is dialed in. And this next game is going to be absolutely massive, a huge turning point, because if Nathan can find it, he's done. He moves on, and Reed's going to have to settle for just another top 8 on his resume. But if Reed can find a win here, we're right back to it.
Yeah.
Right? One game to decide the whole thing.
It's like 10 percentage points in Pioneer.
He's talking about play draw.
Right. I mean, yeah, these pros, they look at all the numbers, all the edges. How will this affect this matchup? By what percentage? What percentage of the field do you think each deck will present itself.
Yeah, play draw is always important in Magic, but you know, with these combo decks,
right,
it definitely matters.
Oh, 选后手.
And
yeah,
you know, with that in mind, you know, among other things like being down a game, Reed, you know, once again, kind of has his back to the wall here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is huge pressure.
You still have to win 2 more matches here against arguably the best player in the world.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to define, you know, who the best player is. It's very difficult, but I mean, scoreboard, right? Like, if you just want to shortcut it, like, well,
give me some compelling arguments.
He won like everything he played last year, including the World Championship, and then boom, he's immediately back at a PT top 8.
He's just so dialed in.
Don't think you could make a strong argument for anybody other than Nathan Steuer.
就是能这样选的，可以，输的人可以决定要先后手。对，虽然大部分状况都会选先手，但是他可能觉得后手多一张。
Yeah.
对。
Aside, let's get to battle in here between these two.
Ooh, I see time off.
选一张慢莲花田，不是，是莲花田选后手。
Oh, there it is.
Did you know that Time Walk has...
Somebody put Time Walk up there very fast.
Yeah, somebody.
Yeah.
对，好像是莲花田选后手。
Shortcut for Arboreal Grazer to appear.
所以我才很好奇啊，因为这样会慢一 turn 不是吗？
All right, there's a mulligan from Reed, not where he wants to be. Will Nathan do the sportsman-like thing and join him in a mulligan, or keep the 7?
节奏抓不回来。可是我觉得能不能够稳定的抽到莲花田，才是莲花田重点，所以多抽一张听起来是 make sense 的。因为你可以预期你的森林占卜应该都会被扛烂。对，所以应该就是要右手强壮右手，莲花田跟北局舞台，然后一些地，然后让你出一些大只的生物，比如说10分丝，去保护你后面的咒语。
And that does look like a hand that can get that Sphinx of the final word into play a little early.
可能有可能想法是，不管怎么样，我都没有办法大概稳定的3回4回杀。不如，而且他刚刚也看到了对手是下掉那个，因为他刚对手他丢了 Horror 嘛，他刚看到 Red Duke 丢了 Horror， 所以合理上的推断是对手把组合技下掉了，所以我不用担心组合技了，那就没有比速度的问题。
Deciding what to toss away.
Big score, negate, make disappear.
Oh, did he have a big score?
No, maybe not.
Okay. That would be ideal.
He might have. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
结果还是选先手。
吗
？There it is.
There it is. Fast set.
Yeah.
哭啊！那为什么 Red Duke 要放骰子？你们好奇怪哦。
Ooh, and a decision here already.
Yeah, it was a big score.
我觉得评审又在，我觉得旁边那个赛评又在乱讲话，真的是。
Tanks on the scry just because you know it's something good.
Terrible.
You're like, ah. What is it? Another Sylvan scrying?
OK， 什么事情都没有发生。
Reed's thinking bottom.
那 Red Duke 右手一张 Dispel 那个 Spell Pierce， 有没有？
I mean, look how far behind Reed is already. Arboreal Grazer powering out lands.
Yeah, Nathan's going to have that Lotus Field in play potentially next turn.
哦，下了一块倒地，不演。
Be land go here from Duke.
直接不演。
Coast is clear here to just Sylvan scrying.
那这边就是找莲花田。
Jeez, turn 2 Lotus already on the battlefield.
然后他手上还有一张悲剧舞台了。
哇，这样4回很有机会出10分丝，
他还缺一块地。
What you do?
Yeah. Nathan is also aware that the games do go out a little bit longer here, so just important to try to find your combo pieces.
Okay. Duke has a land drop here to give him blue mana. And then he has at least a little bit of shields, right? The make disappear, the negate.
Yeah, so Nathan can
下可以
go
哦，
Sanctum into casting Recovery, but not sure if he wants to go ahead and play Sylvan Scrying with 2 mana up on Reed's side because of the Make Disappear that Reed could have.
Yeah, it's
a little bit awkward.
This is where you kind of assume that whatever you put on the stack is likely to get countered here by Duke, so just be mana efficient. He's just going to burn his clunkiest spell here, the Balaged Recovery. And Reed's facing decisions again already.
So he knows that Nathan's going to go for the Thespian stage here, so you have to counter this. Because Nathan can have the mana to pay for Make Disappear next turn if he plays a land this turn.
Got to get it while the getting's good, and that's exactly what Reed does. So finally, he's able to slow down Nathan at least a little bit.
手上是蓝绿快，不
So
是被
Nathan is
主宰
1 mana short from casting Sphinx of the Final Word. You have 4 mana here in play. You cast Hidden Strings, and you go up to 6. So if he can find an untapped land, he can go Hidden Strings into Sphinx of the Final Word.
And he could just start beating down with that thing, right? I mean,
Yeah.
usually use it to protect your combo or whatever. But
this is such an awkward spot here. He drew another Lotus Field, but can't play anything.
Oh, that's tough.
Nathan just wants a land here. It would have actually been better for him to just play the Balaged Recovery as a land.
Oh, funny.
In hindsight.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay, land go, though, for Duke. He finally has mana up for big score. Stoyer off to a really quick start, but a stumble there on that last turn meant he just did nothing.
Yeah, so
Drew his card, he's like, go, didn't play, didn't cast anything.
So now he can go Hidden Strings and try to resolve later, I suppose.
He's got 4 blue, down to 2 blue Hidden Strings target these 2, and once again, does Reed need to negate?
Do you go for negate here? Because Nathan might just cast it, because he doesn't know that Nathan can go untap land Sphinx.
Right.
其实消失
Doesn't
就
know
好
if
了
he
吧
can go untap land Dragon
消
Lord
失
Jamocha.
逼他把那2点花掉
So
站
it
起来
might just be
就算有
correct here
4
to
点
go for the negate. You could
好
also
像也
go
不能
big
做什
score
么
into
事情
negate if he wants to just dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, those treasures, they have value, but they're not quite as critical as when you're trying to combo off.
但是稳一点应该还是能给
Reed
掉
definitely wanting to get this big score resolved and really trying to decide if he can afford to wait to try to get that mana advantage. It worked really well for him last game to counter a Hidden Strings and set back Nathan a turn. But you can tell what a huge inflection point in this game this is for Duke. He's fighting from behind, and he's just going to negate straight up. He's going to keep big score in hand.
And now Nathan has nothing.
So that's 2 turns in a row that nothing gets moved forward there for Stoyer.
Right.
他摸不了2个回合
Duke finds
哎呀
indomitable creativity.
with the
That's
big score.
interesting.
With the big score.
He's leaning on this Make Disappear pretty hard.
哦，这样子的话
Oh, and it's omniscient. He'll just pass it back again.
哇，
This
这
is
连
gonna
环
be
铁抽的
3
太
turns in
糟
a row,
了
no land drops for Stoyer, and
那
he's
这
not
边
advancing
big
his game
score
plan.
丢地
Big
抽2张
score, make 2 tokens, can creativity.
And Stoyer has no counters, right?
Right.
Like when Reed puts stuff on the stack, it's just happening.
It's just resolving. He's just got Fading Hope and that Otawara that we talked about along with the Besiegers. But you'd have to think if those lands were in Nathan's hand, pretty likely for him to just play them this turn. So if you think in that instance, you have to go, well, probably a good chance you just don't have a land in your hand.
Yes.
Right, to play.
This is incredible.
可是应该是
Reed
把
Duke looked
他
like he
应该
was
是把
way
那
too
个
far
组合
behind in
技
the
下
first
掉了
couple
吧
of turns, but Nathan
他搞不好
has
只会做
not
X
been
等
able
于
to
1
capitalize on an
然
early
后
start.
跳那个
And
螃
Reed
蟹
has
出
been
来
playing this blue-red control shell, counter, counter, big score.
All right.
No.
He's being very conservative here because he's going, I want to make sure I keep up counter magic share, right? If I go for the creativity, I'm basically tapped out.
Okay.
Right? And I'm not going to have the mana if you try to go off.
All right, here's Lear. Gonna have to get that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, once Lear resolves, spells cannot be countered.
Right, so it's go
so you have to counter it now.
消失
Make disappear the Lear.
Okay.
其实不用消失也无所谓，可以用烧的。
Now the question, now Reed's thinking, do I need to channel Soken Zen to make 2 tokens? Will that be a better exchange of mana? You can still keep up Fire Prophecy if you do. right? So you sack the treasure, make 2 tokens. Next turn, creativity for. For 2.
下一回合要
Then
X
you
等
can
于
play a
3了。
land, and you'll still have up Fire Prophecy as a way to bounce a spell. Once he has
right,
the,
he just needs
the
anything
Hullbreaker
with
Horror.
instant speed that he can put on the stack.
Right.
Okay.
And that Arboreal Grazer is a juicy target.
Yeah. And it's been sitting there for a long time.
Yeah. Although, does he just have the combo? I'm wondering if you should just attack.
Oh, look at this! He's got the combo
he
back
has the
in.
combo.
没错，他把 combo 拿回来了。
Little 1-2 punch that you and I talked about, Paul.
还有没有留螃蟹？ 他还
Are
有
we
没有
going
留螃
to
蟹
Xenagos
This
here?
is it's got to be
incredible. Oh, the rope.
哇哦，哎，30-30。
Yeah, now we don't know. We were talking about this. We were kind of assuming, hey, this blue-red control
要看一下他背牌
just
上了什么。
better than this game plan,
全
but
卡表都已经看过了
Reed， with the
也不差这个背牌。
gotcha here, and he gets the slam for 30.
Oh man.
Reed, so by the way, all Nathan's doing is trying to get an idea for the sideboard plan here from Reed, but this was clearly a surprise, as we're going to see a game 5. Reed Duke has equalized at 2 games apiece, and I'll tell you, if you snapshotted this game on turn 3, I'm
最后一局
right,
and it wasn't.
Nathan was just
第一把答对的话，现在就进去了。
And remember that big scry with the temple. He kept the recovery on top and wasn't able to play another land for the rest of the game.
So this is an interesting little paper wrinkle, we'll call it, right? When you sideboard,
真的上一把出2只螃蟹，然后这一把哎，主气30D。
This is why you do this. Is they take their entire sideboard, whatever's left, and they just shuffle it into their deck and then remove 15 cards. Because otherwise, Nathan could look over and go, oh, "What are you doing? Did you change anything, Reed? You know, do you still have the true combo in, or are you going for the more control route?"
Look what's on the top right there, Fading Hope. I wonder, it's one of those things where you go, okay, do I keep Fading Hope or not? If you have the combo, I definitely want Fading Hope. If you're on Hullbreaker Horrors, Fading Hope kind of stinks, right? Because they can, you know, well, Fading Hope's still okay, but man, I'm just curious kind of what the thought process is there. If Reed wins, I mean, Cedric has to ask, because wow, I did not see that coming. I just thought there were too many disruptive elements from Nathan's side after sideboard to consider bringing that in.
The rope-a-dope from Reed Duke. Incredible.
最后一把把那个组合技跟螃蟹都下掉，然后用奇奇打快攻，怎么样？好像有点太浮夸了。
Once again, have the true combo in or go for the more controlling route.
让2追3没有错啦，让2追3啦，哪一次不是让2追3
？This is tough if you're on Nathan's side, right?
Really tough. Like, are you have to guess? I mean, I'm assuming it's only a few cards different anyway.
I think it's just, look, I'm just going to keep in some Fading Hopes.
Yeah.
Right? It's still not too bad against Hullbreaker Horror. I'll just keep them in.
Sure.
But now you just have to be more mindful of keeping mana up.
That's the thing, right? It's not necessarily the sideboard decisions as much as it is how the gameplay works.
Yeah.
You know, because if Nathan still has to respect the possibility of dying to the combo rather than using it as a cheaper way to get a Hullbreaker Horror out, he cannot just start tapping out and just assuming he's going to live, and Reed gets to kind of lord that over him.
Yeah. Silly me for going, I bet Reed, why did Reed attack with the 1/1s, right? He's going to get a couple of horrors. Wait a second. Wait just a
Little
second.
did we know,
Reed.
30 was coming across. Yeah. I mean, you know, game theory-wise, it would be, you know, best for Reed to now pull the combo out, right? Because now you get the benefit of Nathan having to play around it, but you can just sit there and craft the perfect control hand. But there's always the leveling. It never stops, right? And he may have kept it in.
Combo or control? What do you think, chat? Game 5. Combo
or
control?
Combo or control?
What's your vote?
猜一边。
I think control.
Yeah. What
You're on the draw.
Think? Yeah. You're on the draw. You already, you know, just traumatized him, right? and now you can take advantage of the fact that he has to at least consider that you might just go off.
Right.
You know, because like in the first 2 games, for example, right, we saw Nathan be content to sit there and keep up interaction, right? He's like, look, I'm not going to lose. I'm just going to, you know, make sure that I have it. But post-board, he was more aggressive about getting his combo in.
Big game. Reed turning it around now. Everything's even again. Nathan with that hot start, but Reed.
I can't believe Reed pulled out that game, especially with the start Nathan had, because
yeah,
that turn where he just said, okay, go, that was brutal for Stoyer. Really big slip up there. And Reed was able to counter the next 2 plays. I mean, Nathan did what he's supposed to do there, just cast.
肯定是桌子的错，绝对不是桌子太胖了。虽然那个我们看那个 Reduke 要切豆牌的时候都有点困难，手要拿到很前面，但是肯定是桌子太小了。
And this is a pattern that you might see just moving forward. Given that there is another Lotus Field combo deck, there is another creativity deck in the field. Just when you play this matchup, just be aggressive with your counters on those cheap spells, right? Hidden Strings is normally at the type of card you're like, all right, go ahead.
什么气量吗
But Reed making sure those cards don't resolve because Nathan always had something bigger up his sleeve. And Nathan was like, I don't want to deal with what you're going to do when you untap and have that mana. I'm just countering.
我知道啊。对，经验老道，不只是在裁判桌上，搞不好还在餐桌上。
With us, watching Pioneer.
Game 5.
Got a Game 5 decider. Straight away. That was on a mole. For Reed too.
Yeah, we got a win on a mole.
来了，最后一局。
With the win on a mole to 5.
Yeah, these combo decks can kind of shrug off a mulligan, I suppose.
哦，这手牌看起来还不错。有红有蓝。
All right.
有冲动，有鲨鱼龙卷。
That's a quick mulligan.
Yeah, now Reed hasn't decided yet, I don't believe.
I think he's keeping.
You like that hand?
I see lands and spells again.
Okay. Yeah.
I see a River Glide Pathway, a Mountain Sokinzan.
还有一张是巨奥吉跟以太劲风。对。
Looks like chat.
对，基本红、传奇红，然后红蓝的那个双面地。
Yeah, I mean it makes sense if you're on the draw. Although I guess Reed was on the draw in Game 4 too, right?
Yeah.
Because he won Game 3. So I don't actually know. I'm not going to pretend that I do. I will just lean. I will assume that whatever Reed chooses to do is the correct thing, and we will all find out.
Paul Cheon keeping it real today.
Yeah, there's no, I'm not. There is no analysis here.
So Duke has kept. You can take a look at his hand on the left-hand side of the screen. Let's get a 6 though for Nathan. Come on now.
这2块蓝绿块，一张悲剧舞台，一张大田园，4点的导师，然后那个3点捡永久物。
He's
going to 5.
You have to go to 5.
哎，还少一张没看到，好吧？对啊，这个手牌应该是不太能打。感觉是拆掉组合技了。 哎，不好说，真的是不好说。
all the way up until the last minute on deck submission, decided to go with his creativity deck. But Nathan said, he did say it does have its problems.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't the perfect deck. He said he thought it was good.
Anytime you have a deck where you're trying to play extremely expensive cards and ways to set up into them, you're going to have a lot of inconsistent hands, right? You're going to have hands with lands and big spells. And whereas when you're looking at Reed's combo deck, it's much more streamlined, right? It might not be as explosive, but you're playing.
但是莲花田是一个可以接受调度的手牌。
Big score, which is just a good card that you can play in any deck, into what you're trying to do. Whereas Nathan, way different.
我可以不需要那么多的重置咒语，我只要莲花田、悲剧台就能打。
But if you go to 4, you know, that's kind of last stop.
有一张悲剧台，有一个重置人，有一个捡坟场。
Yeah, I mean, if you just have a couple lands, I think
有
you
一
just
张
have to hope for the best and just keep. I saw Sylvan scrying with some lands, so I think you just keep this.
有一张无声书，一张森林占卜，有一张 Breeding Pool。
I think this is just a keep, and Nathan just
那这边应该要
what he
接
wants
了。
to send back. Because look, you have.
可是要塞什么回去？
Sylvan scrying.
塞。
If this was a 7,
塞2张战地的回去。
It would be fantastic. You would just need the big spells.
At 5, it's
It's 5. You
right
have
where
to
you
go,
want to be, let's say.
Right. At 5, you want to keep 2 lands, Sylvan Scrying, Thespian Stage.
Yeah. Yep.
And
then you can pick Vizier or Strings.
Right.
Okay, we have a keep from Nathan Storer. He's on 5 cards. He is
keeping
on the play.
Okay.
And here we go. Game number 5 underway. Is it going to be Reed Duke? Is it going to be Nathan Storer? The loser of this game, their tournament is over. The winner will advance. Land go from both players to kick things off.
Yeah, Reed could have considered playing that untapped to bluff Spell Pierce, but Nathan on a mold of 5, they're just going to go for it.
They're going for it. And there's Sylvan Scrying for Lotus Field. The namesake.
不过他的手牌是2张 cycle 人，所以他下回合可以莲花田。
Take advantage of it.
All right, I mean,
hey,
this is.
然后在下回合可以背主台 cycle 变
So
身。
we got some disruption here from Reed, but I mean Nathan's got Lotus Field Thespian Stage, right?
Does.
So he's got a bunch of mana. He's gonna have
最快的
access
方
to
法，
6 mana.
或者是他只要能
with 2 Vizier of Tumbling
抽到那个1点的，他就可以
Can't ask for more than that.
No.
残废，然后站起来，然后下那个下做2次。
Is that
Ramoka?
Is that
啄木
good?
卡，啄木卡这个对局
Gets gusted.
没有非常的有用，
So this
但是可以让你的血量保持在不会被组合技打死的范围内。
We're just kind of thinking a couple of turns ahead.
Right, because this is the Lotus Field turn. Will not have the mana to do it.
然后也可以防止。
Then you have the Thespian Stage, so it's still going to be a few turns down the line, but it is an uncounterable spell.
And Reed can't really punish him, right? In the meantime, like take a look at his hand. It's very
He's got all the controlling elements here, but again, keeping that Ether Gust, boarding an Ether Gust in this matchup.
这边如果右手猴子就超强，你可以那个循环站莲花田，然后循环站莲花田，然后产1点绿这样。
I think if you were maybe in danger of missing a mana drop, you would do it.
This is a big impulse now for Duke. He does need to assemble a game plan. There's a big score. Wow, and a Fable. Okay, so he found kind of all the options here.
啄木卡
Turn 3 Fable.
也要2个回合后的事了。
That's what I was going to ask you. Is there a big scare for Reed to give him the green light this particular
I mean,
turn?
especially on a mold of 5, it just feels unlikely that Nathan will have everything he needs. Right. Because sure, I mean, he's got the 2 Vizier of Tumbling Sands, so you can tap the mana.
然后这个啄木卡会不会以太进风？超尴尬。
Stage, then you hidden strings and then cast everything. But
这个手牌真的是挺不错的。
It's so unlikely that for you to have all of those things.
Oh, but Reed is gonna, yeah, he's gonna be.
Did not take the Fable.
He took a make disappear,
and he has double Sokinzan.
拿最多的康。
Okay. It's like, don't need Fables. I'm just gonna, you know, if you just do nothing, I'm just gonna start making some shark tokens and put pressure on you that way.
哦，这边要出发了吗
There's Thespian Stage on the battlefield here for Storer. Can he find a way through on a mulligan to 5?
3、4、5、6。
Untap. Draw.
Nathan knows that there's no way for Reed to interact with that cycling, so he's cruising right through.
3 green. Down to
2绿1蓝。
into blue.
7。
Untap Lotus Field.
抽。
So he's just going for Jamoka this turn.
Right.
然后啄木卡被以太进风吐了。
Reed has the Ether Gust here.
All right, there's Dragonlord Jamoka
He's like, okay.
on the stack.
You can gust it either way, right?
Well, you can't.
你不能被康，我有以太进风，想不到吧？吐了，真的是吐了哦！而且应该是只能塞到排库底吧。 这一张龙王是简中哎。
He does need to come up with both green and white mana. He's going to put
继续放上面。
Now he did. Nathan, sure that felt like a blowout, but he remember the Vizier did cycle. It's not like he lost a million cards on the exchange, but it did slow him down significantly.
It did feel like a blowout. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it did.
That was really.
You know, I'm just.
No, you're right though. You're right. That was not like him
可是这
putting
边
all
真的
his
是
eggs in one basket
花了
and
全
then
世
just
界的法
basically
力
losing the game. That's not
去
the case.
做
But
这
it
件
was
事
a
情。
huge slowdown.
Did he keep on top?
He did.
He did keep on top. So his
Yeah.
plan next turn is Thespian stage Lotus Field, then play Dramoka and hope that that's good enough.
The next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose Reed, with his current hand, doesn't have an answer, right?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, he has precious few, right?
Yeah.
That was one of his only ways to interact. So the question is, can Reed capitalize?
Land. Okay. Go.
He's going to play a land here and then just say go.
Nathan's just gonna pass. Have a couple of Lotus Fields
这个
to
主
play.
摸卡
Yeah,
要
does he
在
have a
2
land
个
drop?
回合，
No.
Doesn't have a lane trap. No.
而且还不能
And
不
are
能
we going to see?
不能变身，不能出那个
No,
码头
Shark.。
Shark
Here,
Typhoon.
rather, he's only had the 3 mana.
对，那就是看
Nathan Storer has to start getting a
这一
little
回合
nervous
抽了
with
什
all
么
the
牌，
tokens
有
hit
没有
the
办法
battlefield,
去
but
阻
we
止
know
这
that
一
Reed
只主
doesn't
摸
have
卡
any？combo potential in his hand, at least right now.
Yeah, I mean, if Reed can find creativity,
Big
that would be
score.
great. Big score is nice. Does allow Reed to dig deeper. Help find creativity plus combo piece. Or perhaps just Hullbreaker Horror and then bounce the Dragon Lord Jamoka.
I think that's the game plan, right? Like if those two cards face off against each other, you like the Hullbreaker Horror side of it quite a bit
absolutely.
better. All right, end step. Thespian stage copies Lotus Field.
抽牌，
Reed just passed the turn back once again.
All right, I think it's just Dragon time.
It is. And this
好
time
，
it's
right,
going to
no-
resolve.
回应
no
吧
answer.
哥哥。
Now, Reed can still cycle
Big score in
Yeah,
response.
okay.
or play big score in response.
Does he have multiple Ether Gusts?
Good question.
没有没有，他只有一
There's
张以太
one.
金风。
There's
Okay,
one in the
so
sideboard.
No. But if he can find himself a Hullbreaker Horror and send it back again.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it comes down to. Creativity or horror. Okay, that's a creativity.
He found creativity off of big score, and Stoyer is tapped out.
Yeah. Now, does he have the combo?
来 x 等于2，
Let's see.
Right?
他 combo 还
Does he
留着
have
吗
the combo？
即将
We
见
guess no,
见真章。
right? We have not seen
But
any
if he
evidence to the
does-
contrary. But if he does, it's over, right?
Get in for 30.
Well, and
Goes
then
up to
5 with
24. One
lifelink.
short? No, no, it has a shark as well.
Oh, and then the shark.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot about the shark.
So that's 31. Nathan would go up to 24. And then 7 toughness. So 23 damage. 23, 24 damage.
All right, let's see what
Okay.
Reed Duke has.
Okay.
He's going to go for the creativity.
所以组合技还留着吗？真的还留着吗？
All right, creativity for 2, targeted to 2
Okay,
treasures.
what do we
Let's see
got?
what he hits. It's not going to be bad either way. This is a huge sweat for us at home as well as Nathan Stoyer.
All right.
Keep on going.
Combo.
Is it
还
a
留着
green
吗？
card or a blue card?
Combo.
是蓝的
It's gonna
还
be a
是
home break. Oh!
哦？
He goes! He actually has the combo.
没有没有，他如果没有的话，他也可以出
I
那
don't
个
think this is lethal.
把它弹回手，
Hold on. 31 damage coming in. 7 of it gets blocked.
他也可以出 horror 把它弹回手，
Oh,
所以
24.
其实都是
24.
And then
5 life is gained. Wait, that's exactly lethal,
挡
right?
多少？
And look at this.
32滴，31滴减12，刚好1滴都不多。
The comeback. He was down 0-2 to start.
太神啦
today,
Red
just
Duke.
rattled off 3 wins in a row, including 2
让
combo
2追
finishes
3
in the last
哪
game
次不是让2追 3？ 太
Nathan
神
Storer,
啦！
the reigning world champion.
哦，前面那张以太金风真的是救了他，
Wow, these guys really put on
而
a
且
show for us. to start
He's
things off.
Reed just enough there against Dragon Lord Jamoka, keeping the combo in for exactly enough damage there. And Nathan putting up a hell of a fight, nearly coming back on another mold of 5.
Incredible. Nathan was right in there. I mean, he had Dragon Lord Jamoka on the battlefield. He was all set to go on a mold of 5. And it just wasn't enough.
The reverse sweep from Reed Duke.
太神啦！
0-2 against the current world champion, right, at the top of his game. I mean, back against the wall. I mean, what are your chances to come back from and win there? 5%, 10%?
Super low once you're down the 2 games. And, you know, those were really disheartening games for Duke, right? Like, he just kind of got blown out in game number 1, and then game number 2, it started to feel like, does Nathan just kind of have it every time, right? You know, you kind of get that mental space going where you're just, I did everything, what's going on here? And then he just kept fighting and scrapping. And in many ways, that's Reed Duke in a nutshell, right? Like, he is a freight train when it comes to magic. He just keeps going and going and going, and he ended up finding the win here.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is just kind of Reed making that pivot after sideboarding and ultimately realizing, look, I actually think that I prefer the combo to the controlling strategy. I'm still going to have all the counter spells, but I want to just kill you in one go instead of kind of extending out that game. So, you know, he had a plan coming in. He's got a great team that spent tons of hours after he locked in that top 8 to figure out what needs to be done in the matchup. And he goes, well, I think everybody wants me to do the control thing, but I'm going to combo you out.
That's right. And he made a nice sweat there, too, because that's maximum drama, right? Down 0-2, and then all the way back up again. So Reed
不留不会赢，确实啦，而且真的控制边打到那个有一点蓝回手的背牌，其实是真的很差，你没有办法，很有效对那个一点蓝回手做事情，对，你会被time warp，而且。一定要说，他那张以太劲风跟他队友，他的队友是放另外一张那个康蓝色多负3，对，他们 Sam 74就只有差在这一张不同，然后在这一局用到了哦，我想这就是 Red Duke 的理解吧。
You know, you get that adrenaline going, right? And then after it subsides, it can kind of knock you down, right? You know, you need to kind of, it's really useful to try to stay on an even keel for these things, but I don't know how he could have in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will note just how cool, calm, and collected he seemed. Even after being down 0-2, you saw that nice conversation that he had with Sawyer, right? He's just like, and he was still just
跟正边逼宠一样吗？对，跟正边逼宠一样。那个80钢套牌不是我们这种凡人能够理解的。80钢的每一个套牌，都跟我们理解的。
Incredible stuff there from Reed Duke. Able to pick up the victory, and he is with.
而且包含了80钢，他昨天那个。轮抽背牌，一回 Duris 掉那个苦涩花开，干真的是跟鬼一样。
Nathan Most of 5 game 2 wins that game. How are you feeling in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much the maximally discouraging start to the match. Like, first of all, losing both games, but also both games, I felt I had pretty good positions at points, and you know things slipped away from me. So it was tough, you know, back against the wall, but.
快点问他为什么第一局不做 X 等于3。
And I was pretty comfortable with, you know, what I needed to do to win, so I just tried my best to, you know, keep it together and execute.
Well, your best was certainly good enough, coming all the way back from down 0-2 to win the match 3 games to 2. Let's talk about the sideboard decisions. After game number 2, for game 3, you sideboarded out Xenagos, you sideboarded out Worldspine Worm. We're going to the Hullbreaker Horror plan, but then as we saw for games 4 and games 5, the combo came back in. Little rope-a-dope, as it were. What's the thought process there?
I think Creativity versus Lotus Field is a really intricate matchup where it matters more how the cards are played and less what the cards are, which is kind of a long way of saying I just didn't want Nathan to know what I was doing and, you know, make it tough on him and keep him guessing.
Okay. So next up, you're going to be playing against, Derek Davis, who might be keeping you guessing with this crazy 5-color enigmatic fire deck, 80 cards you're in, has all these different lines that they can take and all these crazy, you know, enchantments and creatures and everything. What's the expectation for the matchup? How do you feel going in?
I think it's going to be tough and tricky. That's a matchup I have a lot less experience with, and as you said, like 80 cards, tons of one-ofs and stuff like that, so that things can kind of go a lot of different ways. I do know that Nassif had a match against him yesterday, so I'll maybe try to get some pointers before we fire it up. But I mean, I'm just here trying to play my game.
Well, you're doing your game just fine. Paper Play is back, and that means Reed Duke is back. Wins his match over Nathan Stoyer 3 games to 2. Reed, congrats to you. Marshall, heading your way.
All right, great stuff there from Reed Duke. We're going to be taking a short break, but when we come back, we're going to have Shota Yasuoka versus Derek Davis.
要看80刚打火了。
Don't go anywhere.
80刚，你有没有办法突破？我记得很久以前好像有看过一个那个先驱的胜率对局表，我没有特别去注意红黑打到那个会有多惨。不知道有没有人有存？它有一个统计数据，就是什么打什么的胜率这样。下，我想有没有什么关键字 ，rate 之类的。
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia, coming to you from Philadelphia, USA. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us.
哦，好像有，我找一下。红黑打到4射火的胜率只有34%，这是天梯上，哎，不对，这是那个迷你上205个对局的统计，对，34%。究竟80刚有没有办法突破这个超难打的对局？
0-2 down in the first one, but we've got another head-to-head to focus on right now, friends. It is Shota Yasuoka, Mr. Cool, Calm, and Collected himself, versus Enigmatic Fires in the hands of Derek Davis. So this is going to be an interesting matchup because you've told me Rakdos midrange doesn't particularly like Enigmatic Fires.
Yeah, so a couple things Rakdos midrange doesn't really like. One, the tight
没错，每个人都知道这个对局超难打。
One of the main ones, but not played in Shota's list. It also deals a lot of damage. So not only Fires of Invention, but Enigmatic Incarnation
没错，正边的这一张 Duris
against Rakdos. So yeah, Shota found his way in at the #1 seed and found a #8 seed that is probably one of the worst matches.
居然是加速地，不是调色地，不是 MTGA 啦，那个迷你。
Pioneer rounds. Which he, had an excellent record.
就是官方现在在用的那个。
is up a game, excuse me. Duress taking care of.
你现在交套牌就是交到这个迷你上面去。
Yep, and we're going to see a little bit of a slower game plan here. You don't see the turn 1 green time walk as we've been seeing in other matchups.
然后所有的赛事回报都是用这个系统，这样。
There is a little bit of ramp here, Wolf Willowhaven to speed some stuff up. The ideal draw for Derek is to be able to go something like turn 2 Wolf Willowhaven into Enigmatic Incarnation if Derek picks that up.
断了奇奇的节奏。
Dealt with Fable, and now there is no other cards in hand at the moment, but let's see what Derek drew.
然后他们其实是接近同时打的，因为你看他这边是哇3回出密态转身，那下回要拿火了吗？还是拿那个对地脉束缚？然后下一回4回跳7，4回出7费吐了。
No black mana available, but 2 mana 6 drop, which then translates into a 7 drop. I love this deck, Ailey. It's so cool.
You know, 7 drops, they're kind of fun, especially when you get them for free, essentially. And there's a couple of
这边拿地脉束缚，80刚不知道要不要出这个西欧蕊，他出西欧蕊就会被维持抓走，然后
stealing permanents, whatever you want with a card like Agent of Treachery, you can get a big old building and just start swinging things.
Yep, absolutely. It looks like we might have taken it back there. Maybe that was the initial choice. Decides to get Fires.
下回要出
Fires does go up to 5
手上的5费了，
more of 5
手上的那个，或是找西欧蕊。他开始后悔没有找地脉束缚了，不然就是维持地脉束缚关掉西欧蕊，接着决战吃掉，然后把西欧蕊抓过来。哦，好爽哦！不是红黑本来就太难打这个对局了，你看他是1胜了，他已经1胜了，这是第2局了。
That are available for Derek here. So 8, most of the time, 1 mana ways to just deal with this card ends up leading Shota to really going to have to pivot and play more hand disruptions and stuff like that. So here is Fires of Invention, allowing you to play a 2nd card.
Yep. Looks at how many lands you got and lets you play some free stuff. The only real downside is, well, you can only do everything on your turn. So sorcery speed, friends, rejoice.
Yep, you can only do stuff on your turn unless you do have a bunch of triomes. We see at least, I'm seeing about 10 triomes.
他手上复制，但是复制没有用。
Derek, you can play 2 things if you play your 5th land, and then cycle some lands, or for instance, buy Yorion.
Yep. Channel also an option at instant speed if
复制就马上回来就被洗掉了，所以他现在要做的是 OK 白棋炸了变成1-3-3，对，然后死掉的话会减神器或结界。
So there is Cavalier to be able to take that down, and then a 3/3 Golem will replace it. Ends up being another solid answer for Shieldred. And then on the battlefield, anytime you sack a 2-mana enchantment, you can always go get a Mimic and copy it and do it again. So you see this kind of snowball magic, and this Enigmatic Incarnation deck is really, you know, the top dog of that style of play, because if you don't deal with everything right as it comes out, or have a plethora of counter spells, you know,
Rakdos
再炸一个东西。
historically and, you know, very well known to suck at removing enchantments.
Very
There's only
so,
one card in black that can remove an enchantment, so
把手上的复制跟
not something that Shota has
反正这边一定是
access
丢
to. As we're going to take another look in the hand, see what Shota is up against here.
There goes a Mimic. Most of these decks, and Derek's deck included, does play a 2nd Mimic. Ends up being incredible, especially if you have Yorion on the battlefield, which we might see next turn, at least being able to buy it. The Fires is gone, so you're not able to play it.
丑牌下低
And the blood token on the board now. So a presence being presented here from Shota, but there's a big old Cavalier on the other side that is damn near impossible.
我觉得刚刚没有找地脉束缚，好可惜哦。如果地脉束缚，然后出7费抓那个修蕊，就
you can really tell that Shota's list
可以赢得很轻
is geared
松
to。beat a lot of the other matchups.
Oh, for sure.
And even in the sideboard, does not really have any hate for this one. In Pioneer, with such a diverse field, there's some matchups you just have to give up. You know, you just can't be prepared for everything. And looking at Shota's sideboard, this one is not really of his mind. Enigmatic Incarnation was one of the very
还是要等下一回合，因为这边下一回合出火， 然后出火直接出约力量，然后跳出跳回来。
If you have the reps with a deck and you're comfortable with it, you can do well with it. Plenty of pros have echoed that sentiment this weekend, and Derek Davis is proof of that.
Exactly. Derek won a Mox event, but, you know, to qualify for this event with this deck, so if it isn't broke,
don't fix it.
So there's another Moonblessed Cleric to put Fires on top to be able to get another 5-drop.
What are we going for next? What's next on the shopping list here for Derek?
Some of the options.
Oh, Penrith.
This is still game 1, so there's
哎
plenty
都
of
push
things.
丢了，没有用。
Penrith is an
对，
excellent
打不赢
one.
白棋。
New addition, Elish Norn, Mother of Machines. A lot of great options at 5.
I think
再出一只西欧蕊。
That's good. That's good.
Sweet card. I'd love to see it make an appearance here on the Sunday stage. Just a reminder to everyone, this is best 3 out of 5. Derek up a game at the moment.
泰坦在手上，但是他手牌库还有一张那个7啊，
battlefield here for Shota Yasuoka.
还有那个抓。
All right, so we'll see what the pickup is here. Yorion was bought, so I believe we get to see my favorite turn. Fires into the beautiful bird serpent. Yorion goes. Let's get some triggers. And now there is going to be a cool interaction here with the way that Enigmatic Incarnation and Yorion loops work. If Fires were to be exiled, you can actually return it and then sacrifice it. But since Derek wasn't planning on playing anything else, didn't exile Fires because there was no need.
Okay.
没错，这边找了。
What you're telling me is Yorion has a bounce house.
Yes, absolutely. And we hear Derek saying, I choose not to use the Fires. Really
我原本以为他会更早就找这个棋。
Leyline to be able to play probably on one of these golem tokens, so you have a quote unquote empty leyline, and then you can sack it for a 7-drop Titan of Industry or Agent.
现在要找一张。
Yeah, tokens have proved to be.
请问红黑有什么东西可以对付在牌库顶的结界？
Recast leyline or bounce it with Yorion, or even as you mentioned, going and finding a 7-drop. It's just free removal.
Absolutely. Same with Chain to the Rocks. You get to do that with that. So if you hit tokens first, even hitting blood tokens, probably the #1 target for tokens for Chain to the Rocks is the shot token.
就挡2个大的，然后2个位移位。
Plenty of goblins get cut by that, I'm sure.
地埋束缚关一个结，关一个3个雷姆。
17 and 8 is the life totals between these two players. So certainly dealing damage, but as it stands, there is a lot of defense.
Exactly.
On Derek Davis's board.
Yeah, having to deal with Yorion and Cavalier having a die trigger when we're able to bring back an enchantment, so it's a card you don't really want to deal with. It's just really spelling all bad news here for Shota. This is a really rough matchup.
Yeah. But you can only prepare for so many. There's not one single deck that absolutely dominates the field. So this Rakdos mid-range deck has served Shota very well indeed. And just unfortunately came up against a pretty bad matchup.
Agreed. And here is an attack that's forcing through 5 damage. So really giving Shota a chance to maybe double stomp, push through some last damage. But this isn't a very profitable attack, as Shota is going to lose 3 creatures, and Derek's only going to lose 2, leaving Shota with 2 quote-unquote creatures, one being the Mutavault, which is a mana, which costs a little bit of mana to fire up anyways. So Shota is really looking for the deal this damage to you, knock the top of the deck, and try to find some direct damage.
Exactly right. Try and get this game over and done with before we see any additional life gain, any additional, big hitters. Gonna get a trigger there again. Let's go find a 5-drop.
Probably Tolsimir here to gain some life and to insulate yourself from that plan a little bit. You just really don't want to die to double stomp here in a game where Derek is in a commanding position. Kenrith the same. You can also just gain 3 or gain 5 life with that. Since you don't have to use your mana. There you go.
And that's going to do it for that game. Derek Davis.
这个对局是真的很难打呀。
Game number 2. So let's go to game number 3 and see if Shota can get a game here against Derek Davis.
I mean, reverse sweeps, they happen all the time. 100% of this top 8 so far has been reverse sweeps. So, I mean, it would make sense that we are still live here.
连锁延上7抽2。 哦，1、2、3、4、5，我操，你这手牌！
Excuse me, see an Elish Norn.
Yep, we got Bitter Reunion, Chain to the Rocks, Fable, and Fires here. Bitter Reunion ends up being an excellent card here. Just not only being able to loot away a couple of cards, most of the time looting away those silver bullets that you could draw, the one-ofs that you really don't want. To be fair, after sideboard, Derek gets to take out a lot of these cards that are not so good. Maybe Archon of Sun's Grace being one deputy detention. Some of these anti-aggro cards, but also giving stuff haste really can come in play.
或者是丢2费的，让他赌他抽不到第3块地。
Quite good in the limited format too, but it is going to be fair with the Mirror Breaker once again. That card has
他还直接跟你说他抽到地了，谢喽。
Absolutely.
Printing as we're going to kick things off here for Shota.
下地练水上，好玩游戏。对啊，太难打了啦，真的太难打了。
And that was a couple more lands. Had 2 lands with a bitter reunion here, so more than likely going to be fine. Decides to just chain to the rocks now. Plethora of mountains. Most of the lands are mountains. You have some other triomes that aren't. But chain to the rocks, one of, if not the best and most efficient removal spell in the format. It just really has a deck constraint. Having to have mountains and white, you know, in this Boros shell, not necessarily what you always see in this format.
Nifty piece of removal in mountain heavy decks.
红黑打密态转身应该也没有几张备牌可以用吧？因为反正大概率都不会赢，大概也不用备了。
Bitter reunion enters, discard, draw 2 cards.
Yep.
Love to see it.
We saw. Okay. Discards, draws a couple of cards. Definitely looking for land. Playing that first leads me to believe that we probably didn't have the land. Found one to go with it. And now Derek is really looking for the best possible draw next turn is Fires into Enigmatic Incarnation. Whenever you can do that, you feel on top of the world.
Yeah, pretty unbeatable.
Pretty much.
Fires is a fair magic card.
Fires is sure a fair magic card. We've seen it in the past in these Jeskai Fires lists with other Cavaliers, Cavalier Flame, stuff
Fire
like that.
is a magic card.
Exactly, yep. We've seen a lot of that.
And, you know, if the combo decks are anything to go by, playing free spells is quite good.
Quite good, absolutely. Yeah, and speaking of combo decks, you know, these kind of Fires of Invention decks, that's exactly what you don't want to play against. You want to play against mid-range, mid-range, mid-range. A couple aggro decks you don't really mind. But the combo decks, Lotus Field, Is It Creativity, Mono Green, those are the scary ones for Enigmatic Fires.
Couple points of damage there.
Derek
Davis down to 18. Treasures made, and here is the apocalypse once again. Wow, we've survived through several apocalypses.
Several,
absolutely. Cockroaches.
I guess so.
We might be. Children, just a powerhouse card. Gonna get some things in and pad the life total here. And there's the Fires.
Okay, not the 100% ideal follow-up, but Fires being an excellent pickup here. One of the cards that was not seen for Thoughtseize, so that's one that was picked up. To be fair, Derek did draw about 5 cards, so it's not too out of the realm. But this is Shieldred surviving for a turn, and when Shieldred survives for a turn, that is always 6 damage, unless Derek has the upkeep.
他手上我们看过的是
which is still an option, even with Fires on the battlefield, you can cast it really whenever. But with it costing 6, you do have to just actually pay mana for that.
Yeah.
But it is still only costing 1 mana, so it's not too much of a
所以他
cost.
下回合
But next turn, we're
没有
probably
地
going
的
to
话
see
是
the
什么都不
Fires
能做的。
Yorian shenanigans going here, and even on surface
手还几
value
张
right
啊
now, if？ Derek
不应该
has
那
a
么少吧
land,
？1、2、3、4、5、
is
6、
able to
7、
play
8、
a
9、
spell,
10、
buy Yorian, play Yorian, blink out,
10减
chain to the
9，
rock,
对啊，
give
手牌不应
Bloodtide
该只有
Harvester
这样
back,
而已，
and take
手牌应该要有
Shieldred,
3
and
张
then
吧？
blink out Oath of Chandra, bring back Oath of Chandra to kill the
还是他把它
Harvester
叠在一
that
起，我们
was
看不到
brought back.
导播
Or Reflection of Kikijiki, either or.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what's the biggest problem at this point?
Definitely Shieldred, yeah. Oh, the second
Shieldred,
one,
yeah,
probably
the
Reflection,
the
yeah.
second biggest problem, yeah. Let me not take that crown from Shieldred. Definitely a big problem.
Absolutely.
But life total's still pretty healthy, so Derek Davis doesn't have to panic just yet about getting dinged to death by Shieldred the Apocalypse. So let's see how this turn plays out.
他如果用走路地硬打
So I believe we are
4
waiting
打
on
8
Shota
胜
here.
8
This is probably
然后赌对手完全没有解，2回合把 KO 有没有机会？
about this. So a real, you know, planning out that not only this turn, the next few turns, and what is the way I close out this game. And Shota thinks it is being aggressive, as aggressive as possible.
Yeah, time to switch into Rakdos aggro mode. Down to 10 goes Derek, courtesy of the damage as well as Shieldred.
真的只能赌对手完全没解。
Turn 5 from a Fires of Invention deck, when you get to untap with that card, is the reason to play the deck.
Let's see a follow-up here from Shota Yasuoka, the Hall of Famer.
3点
Just absolutely cool as a
巨人
cucumber
真叫
the entire weekend. Bone Crusher Giant joins the battlefield.
手牌
All right, and here we go.
胜8
After he finished his magic yesterday, he went and played some more magic.
所以他还可以约利昂拿起来。
Yeah, why not?
修蕊
in the hall still to still take
拿起来，下来，拍下来，弹两个。
I'm the most jealous human being ever.
Oh no, yeah, I bet you are. Let's double some triggers, shall we?
来，回来。
So 2 triggers,
全部关光光，石油蕊点掉。
And then this.
I have 2 Yorian triggers. Yes, this comes back. Yes.
Alright, so bouncing things.
Don't get a blood.
Don't get a blood token.
No
yes.
triggers.
Yeah, I get presents, but you do not.
So look at this. The reason that Derek did this is really smart. So now you stack the triggers where the fires is going to come in second. So Derek does not have a ley lines binding right now, but if he were to find it off this bitter reunion, there's been 2 spells cast this turn, but there is not a fires in play right now.
Yeah.
So if he finds ley lines binding, he's able to play it for 1 mana, get 2 triggers, exile 2 things with it, and then fires comes back into play.
Oh, goodness.
And I'm pretty sure bitter reunion triggers as well.
再一个7抽2。
This is insane.
对啊。
Oath of Chandra will trigger twice.
Yeah.
真的很难看。
Getting trigger happy, as it were, with.
And this board
应该是职业叙事啦。
completely decimated. You might see Shota just pick it up
不是
right now.
就说了，这很难赢啊，这胜率只有30几%啊。
Hope and a prayer at this point, but yeah, Derek Davis just proving why this deck is the bane of
30几%的胜率应该是用奶的，我跟你讲，正常打根本不会赢。
right now, barring 2 artifacts.
Yep, and there is showing the mastery of the deck that Derek Davis has been playing this deck for a long time, knows exactly what to do with the deck, knows when I have Yorian and Elish Norn, which is already a corner case, exactly what to do.
So
really, really impressive stuff here.
Only on a minus to player sacrifices a creature, but so many creatures to play with there.
Take Kenrith.
Kenrith discarded with the Thoughtseize, but that's all Shota can do at this point.
Yeah.
I mean,
Derek doesn't have that much going on, though, to be fair. Just the Moonblessed Cleric. That's not a huge follow-up here, so we're definitely still playing Magic. That does trigger twice.
Yeah.
Kind of awkward because it does just put, you know, 1 on top of the other.
你想要的话，还可以找2个结界哦。
You're just putting 2 enchantments on top.
There goes Liliana of the Veil taken care of. Moonblessed Cleric, trigger twice. Go find 2 enchantments on top. Now, how does that work with having to shuffle?
他只找一个吗？有没有考虑找2个？
First you put 1 on top and then shuffle.
看他手上有没有 Cycle Land。
Okay. You only get 1. I believe you do still have to resolve them both, so you're going to resolve the. Oh no, it is a may.
You may. Sure.
So it just says no to the first one,
and
then puts Enigmatic Incarnation on top for the second. And then that gets ridiculous with Elish Norn if we get to that next end step.
Oh my goodness.
And here is the brutalest thing. You can't
等一下3点的有什么鬼东西，什么都有。
Can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Fortunately, no instant speed. Hand disruption.
Yeah.
Has to say. Go. And Derek Davis looking poised here for a 3-0 against a Hall of Famer in Shota Yasuoka, who had an excellent tournament.
12-1.
12-1. Just, you know, got unlucky here in the top 8.
Yeah, unlucky with the matchups, you know? I mean, didn't even get unlucky with the games. Had very functional hands, at least the 2 games that we saw. It's just that bad. It's that bad of a matchup.
Doing some things with Derek Davis. Has to do 14 points of damage to Shota Yasuoka to wrap things up here. Has haste enablers, so, you know, could just swing in here with something, but let's see what it is we are able to do.
There is 8 or 7 damage coming in.
Yep, animate and block with the Den of the Bugbear.
And now we're going to see a couple triggers off Enigmatic Incarnation, sacking the extra fires here as well as one of the other enchantments, and gets 2 extremely powerful things. One thing that we can do here, I guess the Yorian is no longer around, but Mimic would have been 1. Oh, man. So this Cavalier can destroy your own stuff as well if you
to
need.
get yourself a 3/3.
Yeah.
需要吗？不用吧。
My fires of invention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay.
Oh man, that is so rough. Yeah, just targeting the extraneous Jarman's on the board, just amassing. I mean, is there a board wipe that shows the top deck here? I don't think so,
no,
and that's going to be it. So, Derek Davis, a 3-0
好难玩
of the Hall of Famer.
One of the best Magic players of all time. Unbelievable stuff there, Derek Davis. Congratulations, bringing a deck we didn't expect to see in the top 8. No, statistically speaking, it shouldn't be here, but Derek Davis piloting it excellently.
And I mean, statistically speaking, the person in their first Pro Tour shouldn't be here either. But you know what? He said, "No, I'll be here." And I'll be a Hall of Famer. No problem. 3-0. So really impressive stuff.
应该等一下打红蓝应该是很难赢。
I am here with Derek Davis, who is not only in his first Pro Tour, but now you're on your first Sunday stage, and you just beat Magic Hall of Famer Shota Yasuoka with a bit of a brew, your awesome 5-color deck. How the heck are you feeling, and how did you feel about the matchup?
The matchup was really good. Obviously, I was a little worried with the fact that he is such an outstanding player, but if I had to pick a deck in the room to play against, it was that one. They just don't beat, like, if you ever draw Enigmatic and start getting value with it. So felt about as good as I could against him for what that's worth. And yeah, it went about as it should in practice, where Enigmatic hit the table 2 games out of 3, Fires hit the table in the 3rd, and I just got to get value out of those cards like crazy, and just got to run away with all 3 of the games.
Well, your road doesn't get any easier, as is commonplace at the Pro Tour. You're going to play the winner of Reed Duke and Nathan Stoyer. Of the 2, dare I say, which one would you rather play?
I would much rather play against Reed. I have an abysmal matchup against Lotus Field, so much so that there's, in the 80 cards, there was 1 card meant for Lotus Field before, and it was Archon of Maria, and I moved it to the sideboard because I just said, I'm not winning
really good, really good.
So what's the point of having it in the main? I'd rather be better in other matchups first. I would much rather play against Creativity.
不然有什么超过 really good 的形容词吗 ？Super good.
Play how I should. I think game 1, or pre-board, I guess I should say, is pretty easy for me. Leyline Binding's hard card for them to beat, especially if you have a plan for the make disappear, sacrifice a worm, make 3 tokens. Post-board it gets a little harder, but definitely a much better matchup than Field for me. So,
well, we're going to see who Derek ends up playing against. Maria, back to you.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Hey, everybody. We're getting ready for our next feature match. There's a look at the feature match area right now. Maria Bartholdi and Monty DeVuti joining you here from the news desk. Some awesome quarterfinals to start us off, Monty.
Those were great. Seeing Reed Duke start off 0-2.
如果他如果那个3局直接一直去找地脉束缚 ，Reed Duke 是不是会很痛苦啊？
No, that should have been on paper a really favored matchup for him, but when you're against Shota Yasuoka, nothing is a given. Fortunately, he was able to close the door, and you heard him.
真的，80刚真的是在想，干这个 pairing 太高了。
He has already faced as a Creativity 3 times this weekend. All, of course, Team Chow Fireball. He's won 2 out of the 3, only losing to Gab Nassif, so he's feeling pretty good right now.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Let's take a look at our bracket to find out where we're headed next in Pro Tour Phyrexia. We've got another set of quarterfinal matches to show you. Takumi Matsuura versus Chris Ferber, and Benton Madsen versus Gabriel Nassif. You can see what already happened there earlier. Derek Davis, of course,
所以他们还是同时打的嘛
their matches. Take a look at our players here for our next feature match. Takumi Matsuura and Chris Ferber, Mono White Humans.
哇，莲花正边可以打赢
Takumi
小白
Matsuura qualified via the Japan Regional Championships, came in 14th at that tournament. Said he wanted to play against strong players this weekend.
正边呢
Boy, was his
那应该也是
Chris Ferber
挺奶的
qualified via the U.S. Regional Championships. He got into the top 8 of that tournament. Says he loves competition and the strategic depth of Magic. Let's take a look at their road here to getting to the top 8. Here's a look at Takumi's road. 7-1 on day number 1. Played 3 of our top 8 competitors on day number 2 and won the last 3 to lock it up, including that one bye in round number 16. What about Chris Ferber? Here's his journey to the big stage. Take a look at this. Also 7-1 on day 1. 3-0 drafted just like Takumi did on day number 1. Lost to Nathan and Gab on day 2. Two other of our
哦，也是啦，
top
第二
8
天巴斯刚的
competitors
套牌
and won the
是
last
真他妈的
3
恶心。
to get into our top 8. But let's talk about these 2 decks here, Mono White and Lotus Field combo Monty.
Maria, these two players did face each other in the Swiss portion, but in limited. Each of them has faced the opposing archetype once, and both of them have won that matchup. But on paper, Mono White Humans is supremely favored in this matchup. Of course, you do have the early aggression. The deck is able to go very fast. But the big card that you have to be looking at is Thalia, Guardian
白绿皮的话，这边4只宠吧，我记得8强合计7只的样子。没错，白绿皮那边是4只，然后2把红绿箭。
Post-board, though you don't have that many tools. On the other side, Chris Ferber, he is playing a slightly different build of Lotus Field than we saw Nathan bring you. We do see Hope Tender here in the main deck, but otherwise this is about the same game plan that we've seen already. You are trying to get Lotus Field on the battlefield and comboed. One of the cards that could be important in the matchup, Ritual of Soot in the sideboard, as well as Ugin the Spirit Dragon. If you're able to land it, it's pretty hard for Mono White to come back from that.
3点的那个飞行警戒那一只传奇，4费以上的飞升无咒语要多2费。
This is not an easy matchup through Thalia.
All right, well, let's find out what happens here for our second set of quarterfinals. Alien Cordy and Corey are in the booth. Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Maria and Monty. It is indeed.
飞行警戒进场的时候，任意数量的生物 phase out.
In the booth, as we're going to bring you the third of our quarterfinals. Takumi Matsura versus Chris Ferber. Lotus Field combo versus Mono White. My favorite deck. I'm rooting for the Winnies. I'm just saying.
Yep, absolutely. Lotus Field my favorite, so I guess we got some tension point here, but it is a really, really rough matchup as our game score is going to start here. Mono White, Thalia being the card like Monty was suggesting earlier.
它刚刚不是显示11啊，这边怎么显示那个纯白赢2局了？到底哪一个才是对的
？That would be a real flex.
Yeah.
我是比较相信纯白正面赢2局啦。现在还有放老一吗？有些有，有些没有。
For Mono White, not a thing you normally want, but right as I say that, it is going to be a
great
target here for Hope Tender. To see if you want to do it now, more than
关
likely Hope Tender, and not even more than likely, it's basically impossible for Hope Tender to, you know, create a win next turn, even with Lotus Field. You know, multiple hidden strings. Maybe you can do something like that, but it's pretty safe to just develop your battlefield.
他下回直接赢要超级屌哎，要橙色，然后那个莲花田，然后猴子舞台，然后1点浩劫站起来这样。
Absolutely.
这8强是霸凌大赛吗？也还好吧，我觉得背牌之后还是有机会的。对，背牌还是有机会让2追3。没有啊，我们第一把就没有看到30啊。
It's the only thing I do remember. Yeah.
Oh goodness, Hope Tender number 2 joins the first one.
对，他这个应该是正边一只背边一只，2只都抽上来了，也是算你狠。对，可是莎莉亚要来喽。
You really would have liked to. It does have a
portable hole.
That's perfect.
Wow.
That plus ossification to deal with both because you really don't need too much.
直接压烂。背牌居然有上次元洞哦！次元洞压什么啊
？And then just untap right there, 6 mana available, and you really can make quick work of a game.
Man, that is just a gut punch for Chris Ferber on the Lotus Field combo. So yeah, this top 8 is proving tricky for the combo deck so far.
Yeah, and there is only one Hope Tender in the main, and then 2 more in the sideboard. So most of the time when you don't know the exact numbers or a player isn't familiar with how the other person is going to sideboard, you take out removal against Lotus Field. Not this time, leaves them in and they ended up being
就这样，为了3只码头上 这么多的次元洞吗？啊，莎莉亚来了，吐了。
But every time that we have watched Takumi, he has always just curved out so perfectly and just had such a great draw and sequenced everything so amazingly. He's really impressed me throughout this weekend. We talk about Shota, we talk about Reed, we talk about Nathan. Takumi needs to be getting a lot of praise.
这边只要能复制莲花田，都还能打。 他手上就是需要一张 cycle 的那个。
I imagine we will be seeing him plenty more in future. I sincerely hope we will be. Such clean, disciplined play, and playing mono white. I'm a little biased. I love that deck. So. Yeah.
And I've been just watching him down in the feature matches play, you know, like be close enough to see him actually shuffle up the card and just poised, calm, cool, collected, not, you know, nervous or anything like that. It's been impressive to watch.
Here we're going to see Boseiju who endures, take care of the portable holes.
所以他手上没有战地的。
Tender back. Oh, double Boseiju.
Wow, okay.
Love to see it.
可能有一些正边牌太废。
Thank you. Okay, so now his body's on the board.
That's definitely a glimmer of hope.
可是这样很尴尬，就是他这边如果抽到少场。
Now we'll see if Takumi has another follow-up to deal with them, or can just pressure through enough damage. Chris is at 9 with a Mutavault being activated. This may
他手上没有战地的，不然就可以那个。
Some chump block. Well, I guess yeah.
加速蓝，可是
if Chris can just take that down since that was an end step.
加速蓝真的还好，真的还好。
Chris is going to be doing some big things now. Can he win here, Chris? Is it possible, Corey? Can he win here?
Yes, absolutely. Even through Thalia with Hope Tenders, both of them, look at that second ability on Hope Tender. They can exert on both of the Lotus Field twice. And also, if you have hidden strings, you can do a nice little combo. Most of the time, you always point that at the land. But with Hope Tender, even if it's exerted, you can still untap it with hidden strings and untap the Lotus Field and then exert again. You know, so hidden strings actually has some extra duality.
就是地结界啊，不是。对，而且他地结界没下掉，然后又上了更多的次元洞。
Impressive. This label maker here is doing some work.
6.6.
Label maker MVP. And let's see what Chris can cobble together here with these Hope Tenders and the two.
再浩劫一次。
The one thing Chris doesn't have that a lot of other decks have had in the past,
他有什么鬼？
pivot against mono white since the matchup is so bad, is the Kama, which is an incredibly powerful dinosaur here that you can just creatures and deal with them that way. Not in the list, kind of in that slot, it looks like Ugin instead, which would also be quite impressive. If Ugin would clean up this board and create a great situation.
所以他抽到乌金了吗？哦，他抽到乌金了，很好。
Ugin, the Spirit Dragon in hand here for Chris. He can just absolutely murder everything. Now, it does take out your own creatures.
Yep.
As well, using the minus. So -2. Goodbye, Hope Tenders. You did your job. But that is a board wipe on a stick in the powerful 8-mana Planeswalker. So, yeah.
Impressive here.
Wow.
And now, there's just the Mutavault. Even if there's a follow-up play,
然后这边还可以再找一个悲剧舞台。
card and you can pressure Ugin a little bit. If you can get it to 2, it's not so bad, but any other medium draw where Ugin can... Oh, there is Adeline. That was the perfect sequence here.
Okay.
Putting Ugin to 2 here is great because now it cannot tick up to kill Adeline with 4 toughness, and it cannot -3 to deal with it straight away. So Chris is back up against the wall already.
然后还是要想办法处理掉艾德琳。
Goodness. You don't often see a mono white deck rebuild off.
长母生是不是放那个吧？第2张那个2费旅法。
Just fantastic. So creature here off of the ability from Adeline. Gonna go and take down the Planeswalker to 2 loyalty.
So now probably the best thing you can be doing with Ugin here is just +2ing on the token.
骂头就总和就3只而已，正边4张地结界应该已经很够了吧？我没有想过他还会上次元洞啊。
You know, it's kind of a house of cards here. It is really going to be a lot tougher to win the game.
Yeah, and sitting at a healthy 20, there's no no way that even Ugin can just start lightning bolting face.
Yeah, I think the only way that Chris wins by dealing damage is if you ultimate it, and you know, and the game's probably going to end from there. But then just start pinging up to face. But probably not how we'll see this game end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Closing up. Take care of the token, as you mentioned.
Okay. 不知道。真的是不知道。
Now, some instant speed interaction, there can be Otawara. Otawara would be excellent for Chris if that is the option.
不过手把恶魔胜数，所
But
以
you would see this at beginning of combat. There'd be a stop.
这回艾德琳应该是不会死。
Oh, yeah, we got to
Then
stop.
Takumi pretty much knows that he's free, but yeah, it looks like it probably is.
不是艾德琳，乌金应该不会死。
Combat, we're going to see Chris float the 6 mana.
It's kind of an extra blowout too, because now Adeline cannot be replayed this turn.
Yeah, after playing the Natalia's Lieutenant to get the Mutavault counter on as well. So before attacks, before any triggers.
Looks like a Boseiju. Oh, there's Boseiju and Otawara. That's perfect. Because I was going to say, if it's just Otawara, Mutavault still attacks Ugin for 3, puts it down to 1. Then it's not doing much. But
oh, man.
Both of these is insane, and you're able to ping off.
这样下回就可以点掉副官，而且不怕艾德琳再下来一次。
Takumi has a land follow-up, can at least play Adeline this turn.
果然是8强每个都大一个比一个会抽。
Chris is hanging on here. He's saying nope, nope. I wish to participate in this top 8 further, so scrapping it out here against Mono White.
Now Chris should pretty much have this locked up because now there's this weird tension point. Do you want to play just one creature? Do you want to play multiple? And you kind of have to play multiple, otherwise you just get one of them pinged down. So now we're probably going to see a -3, but unlike the last time when Ugin went down on loyalty, there's no Mutavault to immediately pressure it.
他还抽到扫场了。
Yeah, Ugin can just get
所以他可以考虑乌金往大绝的方向冲了。
And you know, you do your best to rebuild as Mono White, but you know, if you haven't got haste or flashing in a creature or something like that, you just
exactly. And Adeline's like the only main card that lives through the +1. So that's going to be the #1 option. So that is really what Takumi is going to need right now is another Adeline to make a weird tension point where to just kind of stay in this game. Otherwise, Ugin is going to run away.
捡一张。
Goodness me, those lands are
木生树捡回来，防止一切乌金被干掉的可能。
play one of in here because it's kind of free in air quest.
Oh, there's another Adeline. Wow.
Everything Takumi is needed to have a chance in this keeps happening. So keeping up the good fight here. And maybe a little punished for Balaged's recovery, returning Boseiju instead of Otawara. You do have the Boseiju to deal with Castle Lochthwain.
Oh.
Apologies for that. It looks like Chris was able to finish up that match.
Hello?
Little teleportation.
Yeah,
we blinked and we missed it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Chris was in a dominant position there, was able to control the board. And you know, perhaps combo all for the win there. But gonna get to game number 4.
我看他手上是莎莉亚加那个4费的，4费以上非生物咒也要多1费。
Yep.
他看起来被卡烂了。
For sure is Redain in hand, which ends up being so good.
Into Redain. Oh my goodness. Takumi, please teach us the way because I never curve out like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, every time I play this deck, it usually doesn't work out for me as well. But
unbelievable stuff. Hook Tender on the board to try and stable some damage, but yeah, when you got a 2-1 first striker coming at you with some more shenanigans.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough of a follow-up as long as Takumi has another land, which I do believe I saw a Castle Lochthwain. So going to be an extremely good curve. And then you start to look at some of the removal spells to be able to deal with this. You know, Path of Peril ends up being one of my favorite options in the post-board game because, well, it doesn't get hit with that Redain tack, so you can at least play it for 4 if there's a Thalia, but it doesn't even deal with Redain, so
继续卡你。
that's kind of
现在4费以上的非生物咒语要付6，要多付3费，要付7
There's no way around it. It is really just going to be really tough.
Absolutely. Mono White, such an excellent color to prevent the non-creature decks from going off.
Strangely, this is the best out, you know, the green Time Walk, the unbeatable Grazer, to just block Redain. It's kind of the best answer to it. But no land as a follow-up for Chris.
Oh man, that is so rough. But Grazer can do its best. Just hope for no Thalia's Lieutenant here to pump up the Flyers.
Yep, that would be very bad.
Yeah. As Chris is going to get real dead real quick.
But even this, Chris probably kept a hand that was very functional with a Sylvan Scrying, and now that card just costs 3. So there's a lot of times, especially with a mulligan, which we saw from both players, that you don't have the luxury of being like, okay, if you play Thalia, I guess I better keep this 3rd land for Sylvan Scrying. Most of the time, you just have to.
Oh, the 1-2 gut punch.
好扯哦，好扯哦。
So counters are plenty for this team. Oh, it hurts.
谢喽。 哎，你站街放的那天使，太过分了。
It's looking like Takumi is looking real strong to advance.
他不是天使，他是神。
You know, one of the lone high-ranking mono white players in this event, you know, making it into the top 8, just absolutely crushing it with this deck right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, to the win and in for Takumi was
9-9
Takumi's worst matchup, played against Marcio Carvalho. Up against Rakdos Sack, that's a really tricky one. I watched that whole matchup unfold, as I'm sure all of you did at home, and that was a clean 2-0, and Takumi just played masterfully in that match to be able to advance here.
And looking like he is poised to get the 3 wins here up against Chris Fairbairn Lotus Field combo.
他需要的一张
deciding, you know, what on earth can I do? Or maybe just thinking, what should I get for lunch after I'm heading out here? Because this, I see Sylvan scrying, not the third land, and only about 4 cards there. So just trying to cobble together what are my sequence of draws that I can put together here to have a chance.
回手吧
if there are any.
然后森林占卜啊
This is a tricky situation for Chris Fairbairn to be in. You know, another player who had an excellent day yesterday.
Yep.
我刚看他手上好像森林占卜不是吗？
But you know, sometimes if you can't win
战
on
地
turn
的
3, you're gonna be dead.
通牒 Impulse 跟最后一张看起来是森林占卜的吧？
Go into the top 4 already. This would be a third unique deck. Really, whoever wins, that's going to add a third archetype, and that's just the one thing I absolutely love about the Pioneer metagame.
Yeah.
You just see so many different decks. You got to be prepared to play against so many different things, and it really rewards mastery.
6胜8
It sure does. Down to 8 goes Chris. The turn is passed back. Can he do anything here?
抽什么有解？抽什么都不觉得有解呢。
To speak of right now, so he's gonna be hoping the top of his library can keep him alive. Oh, another temple.
Scry.
I always like to say the temple when you need it to be an unland. The temple of tilt is always what comes down right when you need an untapped land. It would have only been for Sylvan Scrying, so would not have been the biggest deal here, but let's see what the follow-up is.
Recruitment officer getting a counter on Thalia's lieutenant. So 1-1 counters across the board. That is a lot of damage coming through. Mutavault 2 joins the fray. Will we see the handshake here? Let's go to
他直
combat.
接不放了。哎哥。
A lot of damage. Doesn't matter, says Chris. And that is going to be Matsura picking up the victory. Excellent.
莲花田上一把已经摸得很好
Absolutely, and you know, made it look pretty easy with those 3 wins. It's a rough matchup. It really is. The Ugin win is awesome. Got to see that. Gets to take a win.
我看一
in the
下
top 8, at least one there.
莲花田打人类的胜率
a really tough matchup.
也就只有37%。
Takumi is with Cedric, so let's hear from
也是没什么，也是没得打那边。
I am here with Takumi Matsura, who just came off of a huge win with his mono white human stack. Got 2 questions here. The first one, how did Takumi feel about the matchup?
じゃあ最初の準々決勝のマッチはどう思いましたか？
王恒德德。
It's a great match to him.
哇，王恒还要兼日语翻译，也太累了吧
？Who would he rather play?
すみません、準決勝の相手はラシフさんとベンデルさんはどちらに対戦したいですか？
ナシフさんと当たれば僕が先行なのでナシフさんで行きたい。ナシフさんとやりたいと思ってます。
If he play against Nassif, he can choose play first, so he's preferred to play with Nassif.
Being on the play, very important with mono white humans. Ailey, it's a big deal.
Big deal indeed. You definitely want to be going first against the aggressive deck. So,
王恒薪水已经很高了。
quarterfinals does shake out indeed. Benson Madsen up against Gavin.
我们这边要放上那个我的薪水已经太高了的梗图。
Derek Davis on fires. Reduke on creativity. Takumi Matsura mono white, and we're gonna have another, well, potentially unique deck.
好啦，最后是白绿皮打
Take a look here, Benson Madsen.
红蓝创
I'm just happy to
新。
be here, Energy, this weekend. You know, first big event, qualified, playing on his phone for Pete's sake. I mean, come on, that's just fantastic. So yeah,
我个人觉得
to try this out, friends
红蓝
watching
优
at
一点
home, you could be here. We're joining the game. This is going to be game number 4. Benton is up 2-1 against Yellow Hat.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get into this. I love Takumi's answer there. Be like, I don't care who I play against. I just want to go first. Because, you know, not intimidated by either player. Like, Naseeb, so I get to start because my deck likes to go first. That was a great answer.
Yeah. Oh, Glade Cover Scout. We were talking about this, you know, backstage about if he can just get that card down, chances are he's going to have a pretty good matchup against whatever else is going
Absolutely. On. That's the most important thing here because Naseeb has a ton of removal spell, especially for the white creatures if he decides to bring in Rending Volleys, which I'm sure you do, to deal with SRAM, to deal with Light Paws. But the Scout, sure, you see Make Disappear, you see a couple of them, in fact, but they're going to counter an Aura here and there. Eventually, the Scout's going to get out of range, so Naseeb has to pair a couple of Make Disappears to kind of buy time, and then still has to have the combo in a timely fashion to be able to win this game and dig out of this hole of being down 2 games, or down a game, excuse me.
Glade Cover Scout has Audacity on the stack. Gav Naseeb has the Make Disappear in hand, so we'll counter that. Just the 1 point of damage. Able to chip in Mana Confluence, follow up here with another Aura.
Yeah, and that's the ideal thing here, is into 2 mana.
Double Audacity.
Into 2 mana, Benton knows that if I can just play 2 auras on this card, one's going to resolve. There's no double Spell Pierce. That's the possibility.
When you talk about double spell, that's exactly what you need to do against a control deck, which you know, Gav Naseeb could well have switched into that configuration of the deck.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I think we'll probably just see the combo because most of the time, if you get the Hullbreaker Horror on the battlefield, it's probably just a chump blocker by that situation. You know, this Glade Scout is going to be gigantic, and if you can bounce some of the auras in combat, maybe could help a little bit. But that's about it.
Yeah, Hexproof. Good text on a creature, especially in this situation. Audacity is the only aura right now for Glade Cover Scout.
回合数不知道这边手上多少张币。
But as we know,
他手上还有1张人间消失嘛，所以还可以再顶1张。
There we see Light Paws, Adanto Vanguard, another Audacity.
手上都没有很痛的币，那看起来这一把红蓝应该挺妥妥的。
He's talking through Gav Naseeb's game plan.
If you're going for a Shark Typhoon setup, then I actually want
Most of the time, you don't want to be giving away information right now, but you know what? If this helps Benton's process to be able to, you know, get the gears turning in his own head, sure. Whatever helps for you, Benton.
How used to, you know, talking through plays have we gotten in the digital age of Magic? You know, just sitting behind a computer being like, okay, if you have that, then you have that, you have that. Okay, cool. You know, Gav Naseeb isn't going to be sitting there going, yes, He knows all this already. He's a Hall of Famer. He hardcasts Shark Typhoons.
I don't know. I've seen Naseeb play a lot of Magic and talks to, usually about a couple thousand people, Twitch chatters there on his popular stream. What a great moment yesterday when we heard for Twitch chat and hardcast Shark Typhoon.
I owe him a high five.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Working through the potential follow-up here from Yellow Hat. So Glade Cover Scout itching to get in some points of damage here.
Yeah, and I think if Benton had just like 2 auras to just strap to this, that would probably be #1 to try to avoid removal spells. But there were quite a bit of creatures, so it would make sense that we want to start with the creature, see what happens to that, and then go from there. Adanto Vanguard looks to be on the stack. I think that got pushed up real quick. And that's a tricky one. You kind of have to make disappear that one if you're Naseeb. Because, well, removal doesn't really work on that one. That kind of has pseudo-hexproof, so that was a great creature to start with, where if Benton would have started with that Light Paws, that Fire Prophecy could have dealt with that. So.
Indeed. Oh my goodness. +4/+4 currently on the Glade Cover Scout, so 5 points of damage.
不要是 Shockland 都可以扛2 turn.
The audacity of Benton.
The Audacity. There's 3
Audacity, very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, and there we go. That's a 5-power creature.
可是他手上是不是没有 Big Score?
more than likely a 2-turn clock if there's kind of any follow-up here. But that is this magical turn 4 here. Nassif really looking for big score into the combo. Might be fast enough this turn if he does have all the pieces. I know Fire Prophecy was in hand.
这边打过去还会被那个被莫塔莫换掉。要来点战斗型的皮。我刚刚看他手上应该还有一张先攻皮啦，所以应该还行。
Running through all the options here. We heard a whisper of Spell Pierce, so it has that on the mind. Has a lot of things prepared. You know, I mean, these are exactly what you want to be doing as a player. You know, maybe keeping it in your head sometimes if you're giving away information, but these are the exact kind of things you want to be constantly thinking about. So for any new players thinking, you know, should I be thinking this much about my plays? Yes, you should. Absolutely.
Light pause. Emperor's Voice hits the board. Looks like that's going to resolve.
So this is when it enters the battlefield, so we're likely going to see that Fire Prophecy on the light pause with an aura on the stack.
Yeah.
If there's no big score into combo. Yep, Nassif's looking right now, is this a cast trigger or if this is an enters the battlefield? Being a enters the battlefield, this is going to heavily incentivize Nassif to fire off a removal spell. Otherwise, you just get 2 auras for the price of 1.
You know, there is a potential here for, you know, take care of light pause and then animate the Mutavault to block the Glade Cover Scout. Because it's got a lot of power, but it ain't got no booty to back it up.
Absolutely, but that's not going to work with the cartouche.
先攻打6胜6。
Yep.
But yeah, absolutely, Mutavault would have been a nice way to deal with that.
Yep. First strike. Quite pesky
先攻
indeed
很
here.
尴尬。
Blockers.
So that is 6. It's kind of the magic number with Nassif
先
right
攻
now.
就没有办法用莫塔莫
Being
换
at 12,
了。
this is going to be a 2-turn hit. Oh, and there is
那
the
这边
really
哦，
big
他手上
tension
有
point
手
here.
上有那
Nassif
个
has both options
所以
as
他
a
可以
choice.
赌。
If he could look at the top 3 cards of the library and see that there
他可以
is a
赌一张。
creativity and land number 5, he's going to be like, yeah, absolutely, I'll take it.
他只要赌到就赢
But
了。
you know, if that isn't there and he doesn't Fire Prophecy here, all of a sudden Nassif isn't going to have time
开
for
始
big
在
score
想
next turn.
他的
So
一点结界有没有能够干扰我的？
God, it's so close. I almost think Nassif is priced into just trying to big score to get it.
Because if he's not dead right now, you got to go for it because otherwise you're dead next.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the big score, but it's smart to do it in response because if you...
没错，一点结界应该是没有能够阻止他的。
If you big score and you don't hit anything, maybe you can Fire Prophecy. But it looks like
the treasures, I guess.
But it looks like Nassif wants to keep Sokens in the hand, keep land 5. This is
错
saying I need creativity or I am dead.
无畏创新
And
来吗？
Benton is going to advance to the next round. So big draw steps here for Yellow.
无畏创新抽到就赢。
Cross your fingers and your toes. Let's see if Nassif can stay alive here.
Now let's see what kind of light pause target if there's any
没
way
有
to interact
he didn't
with
get
the
it.
treasure. Okay, can still be on the top of the deck though, so we still have a sweat. But now it's going to see, is there any enchantment to force through damage here? Ethereal Armor, what does that do? That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 damage, so no matter what, there's no way to create lethal. There's no disruptive enchantment element that deals with a treasure or
反
anything
正
like
你
that.
这里打2拳一定死啦。
Nassif is going to have to knock
拿
the
什
top
么
of the
都一样
deck.
啦。
If it's there, we'll go to the next game.
Yeah, we'll
if
go to
it's
game
not,
5.
We're done.
Impulse, Fable the Mirror Breaker, and Sokenzen in hand there.
Okay.
We are digging.
快点，有没有办法右手抽一张？
Oh, Hammerhand.
Yeah, what does Hammerhand do? That doesn't add enough. It does give a creature haste, but it doesn't equal more damage with ethereal armor. So it is just kind of going through, is there any way I can, first of all, kill you now?
Yeah.
And then second of all, kill a treasure, something like that. There's no aura that helps with that for 1 mana or less, so...
他的背牌应该也没有能够处理这个场上情况的。对啊，这边应该是不管怎么样，就是摸到赢没摸到输。
Now it's just a case of, all right, well, I'm doing the math myself and hoping like heck you can't kill me.
对。
Yeah, going between those 2 cards, and yeah, it
出什么东
almost
西也挡
doesn't
不
matter.
住
I
这一
think
拳
ethereal
啊！这一
armor
拳
is
打
just a little
6，
better.
In the long run.
下一回6点见他先攻，就算出奇袭，也会被 all in 致死。 或者是再狠一点，拿手力如锤进来打9，压到剩3滴血。
It's just really going to be Nassif has a 4-outer here.
Yep.
他如果有办法把队友压到剩1滴的话，会让他尝不出3点红。但是应该是没有办法的。
I can already see in Twitch chat all the yellow hats with the legends dancing
1、2、3、4、5、6、
around.
7、8、9，对啊，伤害最高的应该是9滴。
And haste.
That is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage, having Nassif go down to 3.
Deep breath, everybody. Yep. Deep breath. Can the hat get the comeback?
来，右手一张，轻轻松松。
Yes, yes, Nassif. That's what we're hoping for here.
Windmill slam it.
It's the PT top 8.
It's the TP top 8.
To open the hand up, 1 card off the top, I'd respect the crap out of it.
靠北，他是用实况口吻说：“哦，我是 P8 强度，只要抽到他就赢了。”
I mean, it's what Sam Black did in his thing, and that's legendary, right?
All right,
it's like Nassif.
What's on top of the deck?
Yeah, absolutely. Get your lightning helix voice ready.
Oh,
I mean, we remember one of these clippable moments that we had was Nassif pointing out the lands to have cruel ultimatum against Luis in a huge moment. This is another one. Can Nassif have another one of these clips in our opening intro? Are we allowed to put 2 cool clips of Nassif? Here we go.
Of course we are. Let's see.
Here we go.
Lamau.
Years later.
Did he find it?
翻出来啊！G.
Did you not get the script?
That is the creativity thing to do. I've been there, man. Trust me.
Both good sports about it. That is
I love
so
hearing
awesome.
them speaking to each other during the game. It's so wonderful.
Paper Magic is back.
Oh, I love it. That was so cool.
Yeah, Zenigo,
What a guy.
Not only is it not the combo, but now he cannot combo.
No.
I mean, there's not going to be enough mana to do anything anyways, but that was the absolute worst card.
没有用啊，套牌没有任何一张牌可以让他活下来啊。
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Benson, you absolute treasure.
对啊，他套牌没有任何一张牌可以让他活下来了。
Yeah.
Into the top 4 of Pro Tour Phyrexia here.
Oh my goodness.
With 2 Hall of Famers exiting, Nathan
没有救了。那个套牌翻过来翻过去都没有救了。全卡表在我们手上了。对。
Yeah, that's interesting. That's big. You can creativity my life boss.
So yeah, that is interesting. Right now, if creativity was picked, you can creativity here for 1 and get wild World Spine Worm.
Yeah.
But since Benton diversified the threat instead of putting everything on Blade Scout, actually no matter what has 4 power here to get it
没有救啦。
Unbelievable. Excellent job there from Benson Madsen. What a sport, you know?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely love that.
他最后冲动4张有看到那个无畏创新，可是来不及了。
That is one of the things we definitely lost when just playing on Arena is those really fun interactions where these are both players that have been playing a lot. They've been testing for 2 weeks. They know which each player needs.
完了，不知
They
道
know
几
what
张。
card needs to be on top, and they're able to have a little fun with it. That was so cool.
Yeah, thank you to them both for being excellent sports, but congratulations to Benson Madsen. He's with Cedric, so let's go hear from him.
I am here with Benton Madsen, who's coming off of a huge
OK，
win
那
against
就
Gabriel
是
Nassif.
4强
Benton,
是
is it creativity? Were you feeling good about the matchup? A little scared?
火
And
打
heck, it's Nassif
红
on the other
蓝
side.，
然后皮打小
I've played
白
a lot。of creativity in the past, so I how strong the deck can be.
皮打小白这边就是沙利亚抽的多不多决定胜负嘛。
And luckily there's
可是就算是有沙利亚，沙利亚也是好处理，他只要有那个 有
So
狐狸
next,
就能
you're up against
就
mono
能
white
一路过
aggro,
关斩
mono
将，
white
所以
human
就
stack
是
that loves to beat down very quickly. An aggressive matchup on both sides.
对上手只能用2点烧塞回去。
I feel pretty bad.
没错。
Mono white is not generally the worst matchup, but this particular player, I played him in the Swiss. He's playing 4 Ossify over 4 Brave the Elements instead, and for my deck, that's a terrible switch. Ossify is really effective. I do not really have the leisure of just being able to play around things and take my time to sort of develop my creatures because he's hitting me so hard. So I often need to play into his removal spells, which makes them even more powerful from that deck than they would be, say, from a control deck.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, my friend.
Thanks, I'll need it.
A year ago.
4 players remain. We're going to find out more about them with a news desk after this.
Oh, 休息一下。
Coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. Here's a look behind the scenes at all of the action that makes the games appear on your screen. You would not believe the number of hours and hard work that is put in to bring you these shows. It's just absolutely incredible. I love that peek behind the scenes. Bri Bartholdi, Mani Devuti here joining you. It is top 8 day, and we have a fantastic top 8. We've worked our way through the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we are right now and where we have yet to go. As you can see, like I said,
Red Duke 打80张火。说真的，我觉得这个火打得不是很好。那 Red Duke 我记得在预赛的时候就赢他过一次，我觉得应该是没什么问题的。
Like those decks.
Oh yeah, big fan of white aggressive decks, Maria.
Yeah, I might be. Yeah. I might be. But if you're sitting at home and you're thinking, hey, this looks very, very cool, how do I get to where those Pro Tour players are? We've got some information on how you can qualify to play at the next Pro Tour. Check it out. It all starts with your regional championship qualifiers running January 6th through April 9th this year at your local game store. That, of course, qualifies you for the regional championships all over the world, starting May 20th through July 2nd. And then if you can't do it that way, you can do it for Season 2, April 22nd through August 20th. And those are your regional championship qualifiers. Once again, at your LGS to see yourself here and possibly on the big stage
August 20.
Pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's your path to the Pro Tour, everybody. But beyond the Pro Tour is the World Championship, of course. We've already got a lot of people qualified for the World Championship coming up this year. Let's find out who's already qualified for the biggest show in Magic. Check it out. These are our qualifiers from the last World Championship 2022 in Vegas. We had in October.
这个是世界赛吗？
through the top 4. The first Arena Championship We qualified.
哦，不是，这是那个32个人的邀请赛，是不是
That's only some though, Monty. We're not done.
Yeah, Maria, of course, the regional championships, those themselves are a way to the Pro Tour. Not something we've seen in the past, but definitely exciting to, on the path to the Pro Tour, also make it to the World Championship. And depending on which region you are in, either the champion or top 2, but this is just some of the names through the regional championships from the previous season that are making it there. Anthony Lee, Matthew Sapoff, Taeyong Murray.
这是各国的邀请，我看到
all weekend, so definitely cool.
我看到倒数第2行中间那个名字
as well as being here this weekend.
And guess what?
我应该要在8强桌上看到他，而不是在这里看到他的。
Well, this is going to be a big World Championship. I'm super excited for it coming up later this year. Check it out. It's our best players in the field, 7 of their top players of our top 8. One name missing, of course, Nathan Stoyer, because he's already qualified as the reigning champion.
Doing it twice.
Yeah, he's got to defend his crown. So those are the people already qualified for the World Championship. Of course, keep watching us all year as we begin to fill out those further. Well, let's turn our attention now to the semifinals and find out who we're going to watch. In our first semis, we've got Derek Davis versus Reed Duke.
好了，我们回来看 Reed Duke 打这个4射火。
Derek Davis qualified via an RC, by the way.
我真的觉得
won the last 7 rounds
对
to top 8 the RC to make
应该
it
是
here. Here's a look at his path to the top 8 here today. 3-0 draft on day number 2, a great way to start off day 2.
对嘛，他预赛输那个 Native， 就是反正跟 Reed Duke 一样的编程嘛。对。
Let's take a look at
那时候看他打得有点吐
Road
血
to the top 8 here as well. Only lost once on day 2, just like Derek did. Got a bye in the final round after hitting those 12 wins, which was the magic number for the weekend to get you a spot here on day number 3. Those are the players and their roads to the top 8. But what about the decks, Monty?
Well, Maria, we're going to start by taking a look at Derek's deck. This is definitely a deck that we haven't looked at that much this weekend, haven't gotten to see it in action. Of course, he had that excellent matchup against Shota Yasuoka's mid-range Rakdos deck in the quarterfinals. Now in the semifinals, we get a good look at it.
说真的，我觉得他把地脉束缚扣好一点。
The core of this deck, of course, enigmatic fires.
应该是很容易能应对那个组合技的。他在打到那个黄帽子的时候，地脉束缚乱交，然后到最后就被杀得乱七八糟。
Leyline Binding. That card is absolutely massive as a cheap form of instant speed interaction against the combo deck that Reed has brought. And Derek thinks this matchup is not so bad. He's really proven it by facing Team Channel Fireball 3 times this weekend and is 2-1, only losing to Gab Nassif on that as a creativity deck. This is the deck that, of course, Reed is also playing that we saw him make it here with. And this combo deck has just looked so impressive in the hands of this team. We have seen the big score and the other token makers setting things up. We've seen how important the early interaction can be in these matchups, of course, leading to that Whirlspine Worm and Xenagos combo. And the question is, how can Reed overcome this matchup? Maybe he got some pointers from his teammate Gab Nassif, who is the only one on the team that overcame the matchup in the Swiss. Maybe Reed can use that to vault himself to victory.
All right, we'll see if Reed can score big here in this matchup, or Derek Davis will set fire to his plans. Marshall and Paul are in the booth. Take it away, you two.
Thank you, Maria, and welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And we saw Reed Duke the last time you or I were in, and we're going to get to see him again, this time facing off against Derek Davis with that enigmatic fires list that he has been rocking this tournament. This thing is sweet. I mean, if you're a value fiend, which both of us are.
Of course we are.
And probably everybody in the chat too. The enigmatic fire stack is where you want to be. The question is, how does it match up versus is it creativity deck?
虽然
Do you have any thoughts on that, Paul?
应该不好打，但我觉得操作者加持
the combo deck would be favored in this matchup where you're playing against kind of this mid-range go over the top with bigger threats type of deck. However, Derek does have a really important piece of interaction that Reed can't do too much against. That's Leyline Binding. 4 copies of Leyline Binding as an instant speed way to basically get either Worldspine Worm or Xenagos.
没有登场音乐，要 You Can See Me 一下吗？
It's going to be really hard for Reed to kind of navigate around that, especially in the game ones. Things get a lot more difficult after sideboard when Reed who will likely go with that Hullbreaker Horror plan for Derek Davis.
Okay. And we already see a Leyline Binding in hand here. And the cost of that just plummets with every land drop that he hits. You see Spar's headquarters and steam vents.
7抽2.
Bitter Reunion, one of many 2-mana enchantments that you're going to see out of Derek Davis's deck. Most of them will either cycle or be used as removal effects, and then you can cash those in later when you cast an Enigmatic Incarnation to find a variety of powerful 3-mana creatures.
If the game does go particularly long, you see Yorion floating around over there too, and those enchantments can often provide value as well.
就留那个可以控制手牌的，避免把东西抽上手就好了。
The narrow all-in combo deck, right? It has a lot of gameplay. It has a lot of different ways it can go, and thanks to the fact that you're searching up creatures, you know, you can have that kind of toolbox effect where you can get what you need.
然后背牌的话，应该转成控制边之后 ，Red Duke 的优势就很大了。所以就是看正边能够偷几把。
Because if he was playing against Nathan Stoyer, that is a horrendous matchup. Those ley line bindings not doing a whole lot in that matchup, and Derek Davis would have had a lot more trouble. But because this is a combo deck that actually utilizes creatures to win, Derek does have answers.
脑粉滤镜这样。
Not a lot of action in the early stages, just a little bit of value from each player. But here we go. Fable.
Extra cards stuck in my life pad. I just put this in my backpack.
Yeah, those were not relevant to his list. So Fable and Mirror Breaker is going to hit the battlefield potentially here. Maybe a Spell Pierce from Duke.
Yeah, it's interesting because the most important enchantments in Derek Davis's deck, outside of course Leyline Binding for the matchup, are Fires of Invention and Enigmatic Incarnation. So Reed Duke does have the answer to the Goblin Shaman token from the Fable with Fire Prophecy, and actually choosing to be patient with that Spell Pierce, making sure that he has an answer for those 4-mana enchantments.
He's prioritizing those over the very powerful Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And we'll see how that works out for Reed. He does find Indomitable Creativity after putting a card on the bottom with Fire Prophecy.
But needs to find a way to get 2 tokens onto the battlefield. Has one with Shark Typhoon.
Go.
And here's the trigger now from Fable of the Mirror Breaker. A lot of cards in hand here for Derek, so he should be able to craft this to his liking. You see that Incarnation.
Yeah, Oath of Chandra, not ideal. Chain to the Rocks, also not ideal. You want instant speed interaction, so those cards great against creature decks, not so good against Reed.
Discard Swords to Plowshares and Lightning Bolt, if you will.
So this is tough. If you're Derek, do you consider just casting the Incarnation? But that can be a potential disaster because then he would be tapped out, wouldn't have access to Leyline Binding. So don't think Derek wants to go for it here, right? Because Reed can go, all right, I'm going to cast Big Score into Creativity, kill you.
Right.
That's a line that Reed could be representing right now.
So Derek's going to choose to not be so reckless here and play another Bitter Reunion.
And take a look at Reed's hand. He does have Sokenzan, so he can actually make 2 tokens here and then untap and then cast Creativity for 2. So Derek, recognizing that this is kind of the turn where he needs to keep up that mana, goes with the Bitter Reunion instead.
Channel.
Yeah, and the Spar's headquarters Leyline Binding would cost 2 mana. No black source yet for Derek Davis.
So he's left up the 2 lands there. Take a look at Leyline Binding. Very powerful in this list.
Really, really strong here.
1 mana deal with anything.
And look at this. Reed not going for it here, recognizing that Leyline Binding is a thing, and will play it a little bit patiently here. Now, the thing about Derek's deck is gets a lot of value, doesn't kill you very quickly. So Reed does have some time to set up, maybe make some tokens, play Shark Typhoon, and then perhaps can find a counter and have Creativity plus Counterspell backup.
You see that Impulse in hand here, as well as Shark Typhoon, Spell Pierce, and that Creativity we've been talking about. He's going to play Nylea's Presence now. That will actually reduce the cost for the Leyline all the way down to the maximum. In fact, it just kind of does it by itself.
Yep, by itself. Now the Leyline's Binding costs 1 mana.
Jetmir's Garden is going to add to the land count.
Now, if Reed can find a mana source, he can go Creativity for 2 with Spell Pierce backup. So if Derek Davis chooses to only leave 1 mana up here, excuse me, if Derek Davis doesn't have a land here.
Right, and he did actually play a land for the turn, but it was a tap land.
Right, so now actually, I mean, but Reed
出
doesn't
发的
know
话
that
就是
Derek
怕2张
only has
束
1
缚。
leyline bending, right? Could have 2.
Sure.
So we'll replay it a little bit conservatively here, or is he going to go, this is
当然
about
是
as
偏
safe
难
as I
啦。
can play it. I'm going to go creativity with Spell Pierce back up here.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder from Reed's perspective, is he worried? Like, take his own ability to combo off the battlefield here, or off the table? There's not really much going on here for Derek, right?
That's true. I mean, you can still just play it patiently and just attack with these tokens and kind of force Derek to put some permanents on the battlefield that matter.
He's gonna cycle Shark Typhoon and also play Impulse, is Reed Duke. So he just saw a lot more cards there, 2 more into hand, plus some card selection from Impulse and a draw step now.
Yeah, and Derek has cycled through a decent amount of cards here. A couple of Bitter Reunions being cast with a Fable.
Ooh, that's an untapped Steam Vents. This could mean that Reed's going for it. Oh, he drew Make Disappear here as well. Does that change the equation at all?
Doesn't have the mana to go Creativity for 2 and cast Make Disappear. But look, he's going for it here. Creativity 4/2 with Spell Pierce backup.
And this is going to work for Reed Duke, Derek Davis, with only 1 Leyline Binding in hand. And you can tell he knows this is not good news. He just knows Reed wouldn't go for it otherwise.
Yeah. The one of, by the way.
Right. So he says, of course, right now it's like, yeah, go for it.
我就说这个人打得不好呗。
30U as they say
就是
in the
没有
business.
没有
30U.
必
That is
要
actually the
真的是
name
没有必要
of
去
the
做那些
team
有的
that
没有的
Derek
事情。
Davis is on.
铁皮就是
His
下
testing
课
team?
His testing team is 2 people. Derek Davis, Benton Madsen, both in the top 4.
只要法力开放。
That is wild.
And on different decks too. They didn't come to a conclusion, it seems.
Yeah, and
然后
the
有
thing
那个
is,
地脉束
they actually
缚，
played
几
this
乎
as
立
a
于不败之
creativity
地啊。
and that's kind of
对
the
面的
reason
正
why
边就
their
只有
team
软
name
康
is
而已啊。
30U.
I was going to
right?
say, because the name
they're not
Team
playing
30,
Pierce,
neither's playing that
Shaka.
deck, and they're not playing the same deck. All right, and that looks like it is going to do it. The Spell Pierce will lock
没有
things
错啦，
up in
智商
game number 1
智
for
商压制
Reed Duke. And he continues his winning ways. He got off to a bumpy start in
没
his
黑
quarterfinal
啊，
match.
不是啊，
He lost
就
the
不
first
需
2
要
games
啊，
of
就
the
就
day,
站着就好
and
了
then。rattled off 3 in a row. We'll make it 4 as he's picked up game number 1. And I'll remind you, we're playing best 3 out of 5 games here to try to win the match.
根
The
本
other
就
thing
没
to
有必
keep
要
in
去做
mind
那些
is
奇
that
抽有
as
的没有的。
we enter game 2, this is a pre-sideboarded game. You know, we're used to after game 1 we go ahead and consult sideboards, but we're going to wait until game 3, and then if there's a 4 and a 5 as well. It looks like Derek Davis is on a mulligan to 6 currently. Yes, he has kept, though, on 6 in their Shetmer's Garden to kick off the festivities. He's going to pass the turn over to Reed. Taking a look at the opening hands there, Paul. Anything jumping out to you from either side?
So Reed's
got to make disappear. Always has to feel good to have an answer for one of the powerful 4-mana enchantments in Derek's deck. Not really, doesn't really have any of the combo pieces, but got a big score as well. So just a kind of solid control opener, has some interaction, has removal for anything Derek might play early.
Derek's hand doesn't
真的是价值人不够强。
And Derek's hand,
补4滴，你只要补超过30滴，我们就
is not great, right?
He's just got a bunch of lands.
No 4-mana enchantment, no fires, no enigmatic incarnation, and just running out a 4/3 Knight of Autumn, which Reed will happily use Fire Prophecy on.
Right.
Okay. Sure. So 4/3, right? Yeah. And step off Fire Prophecy.
Okay, Fire Prophecy, and he is going to put something back.
Impulse 回去。
And let's see what Reed has here. He's still sitting on Make Disappear Impulse. He's not quite at big score level yet.
Yeah, but just great hand here for Reed. Has another answer for anything big that Derek might play.
他放那么多加速哦。
Only develop his mana this turn.
He's going to shock himself to play around Make Disappear so he can resolve a Wolf Willow Haven, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm thinking Wolf Willow Haven into perhaps put Yorion in hand, right?
That way you can't
Use
get
all your
countered at
mana.
all, and
Yeah.
you're more mana efficient. I like that.
Okay.
He's like, okay, that's fine.
No, he's going to go for double Wolf Willow
Sure,
Haven.
sure.
Now, I don't know if Reed's going to care,
I don't
though.
think you care.
Yeah.
Right.
The one downside to it is that
Yeah,
is that his make disappear gets a bit worse.
Right, and then now Derek goes up to 6 mana. So if he does top deck something like an Incarnation, now you know it's going to resolve. Unless Reed wants to sacrifice his Mutavault with a make disappear, which not the thing that you want to be doing.
Might be better than letting one of those key enchantments, but that is a tough pill to swallow.
But I mean, Derek right now just has nothing, right? You just have 6 mana sources in play with a Chain to the Rocks and a Glasspool Mimic with nothing to copy.
2个 big score.
Okay, back over to Reed Duke. He's got plenty of lands, and he does need to keep hitting his land drops. Big score is usually the precursor to a massive turn.
Fairy Impulse 没有用，给
And
大家
if
拿来
Reed can
丢
get a
了。
reprieve where he can resolve a big score, it often swings it in his favor.
Go.
I think Reed's just going to pass, keep up big score, keep up make disappear and the impulse.
This is a big draw step here for Derek because he is out of
发
gas.
财
He's got
了。
a land and a chain to the rocks. Remember, we're still in game 1. He hasn't been able to sideboard those out, so he needs something great.
抽到艾雷农
Elish
热。
Norn, Mother of Machines, so awkward for him here.
Right, it costs 5 mana, can play it, but cannot pay for make disappear.
And you 3?
拿上来，小弟。
So he's just going to pay for Yorion here. That's smart.
Also, by keeping up mana, it's pretty tough for Reed to just go for it, right? So,
right.
Big score.
We're going to see big score here for sure, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no counters in the
still solve
Fires deck, so.
Fiery Impulse is going to hit the bin as well, but big score resolves.
继续等，继续下地。
Draw 2 cards, create 2 treasures, but you do have to send a card to the graveyard as part of the cost still. Ooh, lots of lands, though, for Reed, it looks like.
Has another big score with the Prophecy, so still has the ability to dig for a few cards.
Play this on the red side.
He's just going to say go again, right?
Yeah.
没错，继续让过就好
Just
了
going to。have a big score, can go big score plus make disappear. Derek needs to find a relevant thread here, needs to try to put some pressure on Reed Duke. Is it
2, 4, 5?
Elish Norn time?
It'd be Elish Norn or Yorion, I guess.
Yeah.
It doesn't do a whole lot.
Yorion doesn't do much.
No, so it's Elish Norn. Mom?
想一下。
There's already a mom though.
Mother, but Mother of
yeah,
Mother
Runes already kind of has
yeah, but this
but
one's like MOM. Anyway, 4/7 Vigilance, as you can see. New Phyrexian Praetor just came out, and Phyrexia all will be 1.
Incredible card in this deck, Marshall.
It is nasty. Because this thing all has the ETBs, right?
Yeah, everything comes into play and has an ability. So with Elish Norn in play, I mean, any draw is a great draw here. Even a Nylea's Presence, Bitter Reunion, all those cards, right? You just get to double down. Doesn't, of course, stop the combo, though.
Right, neither of those are ETB abilities.
Exactly.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So if Reed can find an indomitable creativity here, with that make disappear up,
那看起来要把异形地窖给吃了呢。
Of course, we also know Derek doesn't have a piece of interaction.
直接就不管了。
Right.
也可以。
I wonder if Elish Norn being on the battlefield changes Reed's clock. Like, does he care? Right?
The damage itself, no, but it's just you start just every top deck can just be so devastating, right?
So it does actually change how much he wants to try to go.
It's not the damage.
No. Yeah. I just meant Reed has kind of an internal clock going about when do I need to try to go for something? When do I need to take on some level of risk?
Yeah.
And this might shorten that.
Derek already knows. He's like, plenty of Fables have been cast against me over the course of this tournament. It's kind of a good card.
Yeah.
But just making sure because, of course, Elish Norn, not a commonly played card, right?
Right. Okay, well, Reed's got 4 treasures, 3 lands up. He's got the Goblin Shaman.
All right, so lots of good draws here for Derek. He does have a Nylea's Presence. So that's going to draw you 2 cards. Could use Chain to the Rocks to kill the Goblin. Probably not going to counter that, but this can be the beginning of a pretty incredible turn here for Derek.
Absolutely. This is where things get explosive. So double trigger. Let's see if Derek can find some action.
Reed unable to find creativity.
Ooh, there's so many cards.
Oh, and now there's a binding.
Skyclave apparition as well.
什么都有
is looking really nice.
Yeah.
I mean, not really nice, but pretty good with that Nylea's presence as well.
You could use the apparition on the Fable now, because I think Reed is interested in using, in digging for the creativity here, especially with Elish Norn in play. Looks like he's considering a Chain to the Rocks here.
目标
Double trigger.
Actually, yeah.
But there's only one creature on the other side.
2次，关你2次。对，站着打。
It's also a token, so it's never coming back.
Yeah.
Well, Elish Norn beat down to 16. It's hard to imagine that Derek has a game plan around winning just by attacking with Elish Norn, but why not? Just have to go Scott Vigilance.
No, I played this tapped.
And so now will Derek run out an apparition on the Fable, or just keep up Leyline Binding and have the ability to pay for
a double basis?
That seems like the more prudent line, right? I don't see how Reed can resolve his combo through that, right? Unless he has make disappear number 2.
Right.
Does give up, you do give up a little bit here.
对啊，你看这样就很好啊，这样就是留着法力，低脉束缚，你永远都不用担心会打死。
Look at 2 more cards,
which he needs. He's flooded out. I mean, remember, he's resolved 2 big scores this turn. Excuse me, this game. He discarded a land to one of them, and he's going to discard 2 lands to Chapter 2 from Fable. He really needs to find some action. It's felt like he's had the tools, like enough time, enough resources, and just hasn't been able to put together relevant cards. Oh, he finds more lands here.
All right, well, we're going to... Oh, my gosh, this is not enough.
He can
triple spell. So he's got Fiery Impulse and Fire Prophecy, which deals 6 damage to Elish Norn. She has 7 toughness. So you do have a Spike Field Hazard there as well. You don't like it, but it's the only option if you want to get Elish Norn off the battlefield, right? So
and frankly, it's not even, right, like, you're kind of happy to have these targets anyway. Like Fire Prophecy being resolved would be just a good thing for Reed. He could get rid of...
Yeah, I mean, if you do this, you want to lead with... Yeah, you want to lead with the Prophecy, but could also just wait. And if Derek plays some kind of ETB effect that's really powerful, that's when you fire off all your removal spells.
That's right.
冲啊，站着打。
Bitter Reunion.
Like a Bitter Reunion.
Hey, it's funny because it doesn't take much.
This is discard 1, draw 4.
Woo! Yeah, Reed may have to go for the 3-for-1. He's going to look at his hand again. It doesn't feel good to do that, but I don't think you can sit here and let Derek do this. I mean, if he gets
the... 可以不用了吧？
Get a 3-for-1 himself off of Bitter Reunion. It's hard to imagine he doesn't find enough action.
It's like, all right, time to just use, time to 3-for-1 myself here.
Yeah.
Fire Prophecy.
And Derek says it resolves.
要去拼一
on the bottom.
烧。
Do what you got to do, right?
This is
有吗？
Exactly.
哦，有了，可以丢3张烧，把那种杀了。
Okay, I mean,
I think I would do that too. I mean, Fiery Impulse.
You can pitch the Sokin Zan. You have plenty of mana and targets for creativity.
Look at Derek smile.
I know what's happening here.
He's like, you're going to really use 3 burn spells on this thing? But
I mean, do what you got to do.
Spike Field has to exile it as well.
Wait, but remember, Derek can still dig here.
Yeah, he's still getting a Bitter Reunion.
And does have Yorion in hand.
Yeah, and he's got the Nylea's presence and the Reunion.
1、2、3、4、5、
But still needs to be mindful that Reed could combo off at any time, right? So wants to keep up Leyline Binding.
不错啊，换了3张手牌了。
Minimum.
嗯。
One
Ace is going to pass the turn back.
note, though, is Fires of Invention not very good with that Leyline Binding.
这样才好啊，你就是法力留着。
If Fires is in play, you can only cast spells during your turn, which is really, really bad. when you're playing against this
Interesting.
matchup.
So he will have to basically win the turn that he plays fires most of the time.
Right.
Or feel confident that he can.
But Reed's still unable to find a creativity after multiple big scores and multiple rummage effects with the Fire Prophecy.
He has flooded out really badly after having gone through so much of his library.
Okay.
Oh, we're in the mutavault portion?
All right, getting chippy. Okay.
It's alright.
So we're looking.
Derek needs to find some. I mean, he's got some of the tools he needs.
He's got access to 8 mana here. Right? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's got access to 8 mana. Does he want to run out a Yorion? Or are we just going to continue taking it slow? Play out another Nylea's Presence. 2 damage is not too bad, right?
Yeah, he's got 16. I think he can do that for quite a while.
直接下约利昂就好了吧？你直接下约利昂全部弹出去，这么贪，这么贪，等下还是有机会突然暴毙的那一。
Especially after game 1.
Yeah. And I guess we're just going to kill the reflection here.
Okay. 那就是
the rocks still has access to
换人
Leyline Binding plus pay 4 mana on Make Disappear.
这个人要贪心了吗 ？OK， 没有，稳稳的。
That is a stacked mountain. I'm just gonna say.
It is. All right, Reed Duke is going to channel Sokenzen again.
All right, doubling
got a
on
clock.
the clock.
Yeah, four damage a turn.
然后呢？对啊，
Yeah, it's a little
下回
difficult to see
再
what
出约
lands,
利昂
what produces
就
extra
稳
mana,
了，
what doesn't.
根本是没有必要
That mountain has
做额外
Nylea's
事情
presence double chain of the rocks
上
on
局
it.
就会乱打。对，虽然我很希望瑞利昂，虽然我很希望瑞利可以，但是我实在是受不了白痴乱打。
Remember, Derek, you know, if Derek does feel like his life total might be at risk, could always cash in those Wolf Willow Havens and make a 2/2, right? But I think he's still feeling okay. He does have that Yorion that he still wants to try and play at some point.
Yeah, he would now get a Bitter Reunion.
Ooh.
2 Nylea's presence off of
right.
it. It looks like that point is now, Paul.
Well, it's is it Yorion or plus
约利昂
Well, he's tapped 5 mana. So it's going to be Yorion.
目标除了奇奇之外的所有地，所有东西。
Just cast Make Disappear here and sacrifices a token.
抽不到怎么赢？抽到了也不会赢啊。
To just pay the 4 mana, right?
Because he has access to 1, 2, 3,
he would be
4,
tapped out.
6. He has 6 mana available though,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
He's,
and now
Reed
you're
is
like, well,
forcing
I can
the
just
issue.
Die. So I think you have to let it go to the graveyard.
Wow, heads
so
up
that's
play.
a lot of cards, right? He could have drawn 2 cards and have a Bitter Reunion trigger.
Yeah. Heads up play from Reed and a heads up play from Derek as well, not to fall for it.
Yeah. Still keeping
红绿神抽上手了，
And
吐了。
Reed just drew Xenagos.
Now this turn is actually interesting.
还是我们这边改个选项，那个异形地窖美和打4点。
Find the creativity this turn. He could have gone for the kill with Make Disappear backup and won, right? Because Derek wouldn't have been able to pay the 4.
That's right.
But now is it time to double down on the clock? Just.
I mean, he threw away one of the
Xenagos?
spirits, but he does have the treasures.
You got those treasures.
One green.
Yep, it's time.
He's
gonna
play
Sometimes you just gotta play your.
Xenagos, even Derek has to crack a laugh at that.
It's
like, all right, I'm gonna get you for 5 here, or unless Derek just chooses. Derek might just go for the Leyline Binding here on the Xenagos, but Reed does have the counter, right?
Yes, he
you
does.
Can go Make Disappear, sack a thing.
唉，又要忍不住了，又要忍不住了，到底是在忍什么？到底是在忍不住什么意思的？你明明就看过他的套牌，你明明就知道他的套牌有很多的 Make Disappear，然后你就要这样子去吃一发，来，对，谢谢。
Yep, sack a spirit.
对。
Still get you for 4.
Yeah, I mean, Derek's down to 12. He can go to 8
all
here.
Right, Reed's basically all in on this Mutavault. Now, Derek does have a Moonblessed Cleric.
红绿神成功落地。
Yep.
And that can put Enigmatic Incarnation on top.
Let's see if he can draw one here, too.
Or another Leyline Binding, right?
Sure.
If you think this... I mean, right now, I mean, there's no devotion. You don't have 7
这
devotion.
边
You're not really...
下火
It's
下
simply
结
just on the
界。
board saying, look, my Mutavault gets to hit you for 4.
Yeah,
not
it's 2 turns.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to play the Moonblessed Cleric. Okay. Because he drew a land.
这边去找密态转身。
And remember, I think it's not a bad idea here to just
或是找
make a 2/2, right? Then you can just double block the Mutavault, and then all of a sudden Reed doesn't have any attackers.
True.
找密态转
Well,
身。
he's going for it. He's going to get Enigmatic Incarnation. So next turn there could be fireworks here for Derek.
Yeah, I mean, you have that Fires of Invention in hand, right? So you can play that, sack it, and get
some 5-ball.
Some awesome 5-drop.
他手上的是那个吗
Now, is there a window here for Reed to combo off? Yes, right?
He does. I mean, if he just draws creativity off the top.
他手上是
Right
循
now,
环
Derek
地
doesn't
吗
have any way to？
他手
answer
上
it,
是循环
but
地的话，是不是
given
很有
this-
机会赢啊？
He didn't
他
hit
直接
for
把那个
4.
找一张地脉束缚在
Just
排库
the
顶
jump block
然后
here.
循环地吊抽起来 然后把红绿神关起来，留
Incarnation time.
2费
What
可以
will
躲 make
Derek
disappear，
Davis fetch?
几乎就是赢了哎，几乎跟赢。哦，是红白哦，那没事。那我搞错了，我以为是循环地。Sacred Foundry。
Fires of Invention.
红白痛。红白 shock 吧，好像红白痛是靠。
And then he gets to play the
看
Enigmatic
这是一个问题，他
Incarnation.
妈没有记这个英文名。
Move to end step, sacrifice fires, and get a 5-drop. Let's see what he's going to get.
红白 shock 哦，红白 shock， 对。
This has to be a
OK
huge step
知道
forward
了
for Derek Davis.
Absolutely.
5费这个进来，
Cavalier of Dawn.
然后呢？
Target itself. Make a 3/3. And then return target artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. So now he can get Leyline Binding
把
back
自
so
己
he
炸了。
doesn't get comboed out,
对
excuse me.
把自己炸了，捡地脉束缚，
Very heads up play here from
然后
Derek,
马上做地脉束缚，
recognizing the way that he loses this game is still
然后把红
creativity
绿
off the top.
把红绿神
Love
关起
this
来。
play here from Derek. You still have a
Super
creature to
sweet.
block.
And he gets a 3/3 out of the deal,
Right,
too.
and then next turn you can, I mean, Incarnation is still in play, right? You can still continue getting value.
Yeah, that was an awesome play from Derek. This is a beautiful line of play. This is
怎么没有马上做？居然还
symbolic of somebody who's played this deck.
Knows the deck inside and out. I think we're gonna see a
你
Xenagos
既然
get
都要
exiled
站节
here.
做，那你为什么不组合做，让他多抽一张牌啊？
Without any good
到底
attacks,
在
thanks
打
for
什
the
么
3/3
啊？
code.
Now remember, this Leyline Binding, you can actually sack that as well and get a 7-drop out of your deck. So you can get an Agent of Treachery and have your own Xenagos.
那密态转身，然后把
But now
红绿
you
神
have
抓
to
过来
think, on Reed's side, how do you win?
Right.
What are you gonna do? You can make some 2/2s with
对
Fable.
吧
You have？
牺
Mutavault.
牲之后把红绿神
If you
抓
make
过来
enough，treasures, I suppose you can hard cast.
其实这样其实有点
World's Final
稍
Worm
微不是很安全啦，因为
That's
会
kind
被
of tough to win with.
会被红蓝会被
You
那
have
个
in
大田园。
Odawara, I believe most decks with blue will be playing one, so you have to imagine that he's got at least one of those in his deck. So that's probably what we
密探红绿神有机会会被大田园吗？
on the Leyline Binding plus creativity to get World's Spine Worm into play. But now, I mean, Derek's the
不
one
过说真的，应该我觉得应该没有差很
with
多，
the
对。
incarnation. What are you
我觉
going
得
to
密探红绿
sacrifice?
神应该就差不多了。
He's going to sacrifice Bitter Reunion.
保守一点，再拿一个。
Another Moonblessed
Okay.
card.
哎，
And just another Leyline Binding, possibly,
更
right?
多的
So that's on top of your library right now?
It is on top of my library.
Did he find the...
He showed something, but
okay.
It was just off camera.
Yeah.
更多的
I
地脉
imagine
束
it's Leyline
缚。
Binding.
Okay.
It's one of those. This is the key card in the matchup. If I just have as many of these as possible, it's going to be really hard for you to get me.
Big score.
Oh, this is a big one for Reed Duke. He finds big score. He really needed something like this.
然后呢
He's already resolved
score.
two of these this game and has yet to find his combo. Did he find it now?
Yeah, it's just
15也只有被
getting a
关的
world
命
spine
运。
worm here without being able to give it haste or anything just doesn't do much, right? Especially with if Derek has a leyline binding on top. And big score looked to be a big whiff. I mean, take a look at what Reed has right now. Spell Pierce and a land.
Jeez. It was leyline binding, by the way, that was put on top of the library.
Almost there.
Oh, are we doing a devotion check?
He's doing a devotion check on
Wow.
Xenagos that's underneath the leyline binding.
1、2、3、4、5、6。
6, right?
快要拜起来了。快要拜起来了。
So very, very close. All right, and now we're going to see a stack leyline binding. So Reed's going to have it temporarily.
1、2、3、4、
But I think we might see an agent of
7。
treachery
拜起来了耶
There it is.
是不是拜起来了？
Is it correct that
2个 D 嘛。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
Yeah. So basically, the trigger goes on stack when the trigger resolves.
拜起来啦
You have to sacrifice an enchantment. Sacrifice this one. The effect ends because this is until it leaves the battlefield.
Oh, right. Okay.
So this will go back in the table.
Understood.
Then we put this card on the battlefield. The trigger goes on the stack. You get to choose a target which is already on the table.
Okay, understand that part. Just a separate question. Does this, after he sacrifices, is the trigger still on the stack, or does the whole text of the card happen?
The whole text resolves.
Okay, but because this says until it leaves the battlefield,
It's not a trigger.
Okay.
Like it used to be in years ago.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
Did you tell me you do have 7 devotion? I do have
Yes.
7 devotion.
Oh, he does have 7.
Counts Xenagos.
Oh,
拜起来啦
So now we have a 6-5. Reed might lose to his own Xenagos.
Reed just had to
here.
laugh there. Like, are you serious?
And remember, Derek has an extra leyline binding in hand.
对。想不到吧？我拜起来了。
That's crazy. Second chapter here for Fable the Mirror Breaker is a welcome sight for Reed, as he has continually had cards that he's not interested in his hand, and no creativities in sight. He's seen half his library.
Yeah.
等等再吃掉。吃神，他有6的东西可以拉吗？应该没有吧。
That's right, Derek. You get 1 clue here, and then if you flash it back, you get 2. This is another sneaky way for Reed to get
应该是不会有6费的生物吧？
sacrifice.
还是红绿神7费？
Ooh,
忘记
we
红绿神
finally
几费了
found the？
红绿神是5费啊，对啊
Now,。is it just far too late at
红绿
this
神5
point?
费
I believe so,
吃不
especially
起，
because
吃
Reed
不
doesn't have
掉
a way。to protect it either. No Otawara to bounce the Xenagos back, so I mean, you
不过
creativity.
吃掉是好事，吃掉的话就不会被大田园。
play that just gets leylined.
Yeah.
那吃掉就不会被大田园啊！你可以彻彻底底的阻止对手用组合技把你杀死。对，我就是要让他进坟场，因为那个套牌应该是不会有任何的方法可以把他从坟场救回来。
Right, you can just cast Kenrith, give it haste, and trample.
And trample, yep.
话不要讲那么死，我查一下好了，应该是没有任何办法把他从坟场救回来吧。
And he's got plenty of mana to pump it up with the 1 and a green ability as well.
Right.
Okay. Move to combat. Okay.
Send him.
Beat downs.
Target itself.
没有。
You can't target itself.
对，没有。
No, it says another. I overlooked it. Sorry. I'll target Kenrith. It'll get +5.
I think that's probably better anyway.
Yeah. I mean, everything has trample, right?
Right.
So
Doesn't really matter.
get you for 15, 18, 21.
Reed has 2/2/2 blockers. But
Oh wait, the agent can get in 2.
Oh yeah.
So 23 damage.
Shadow.
That's
currently
lethal. That's 6 damage that Reed can block with, so that's more than enough. And remember, Derek still has the binding to get a block out of the way if he needs any additional points of damage. And Kenrith to put some counters, of course. Kenrith does everything.
Reed's going to go through the motions here and line up what looks to be a triple block. Wow. What a win by Derek here. He found a really sweet line there. Ultimately, adding insult to injury by stealing Xenagos and ultimately killing Reed with it. He is going to even things up at 1 game apiece is Derek, so not so easy for Reed Duke. Game 1, kind of easy mode, right? Like didn't really face that much resistance, but there in game number 2, Derek showed him what he could do, and now we've got 1 game apiece before we move into game 3, 4, and maybe 5. These ones, of course, are going to be sideboarded.
Yeah, and I just really love the way Derek played that game.
被排局应该就不打组合技了，应该就直接打控制就好。
Not being too overly aggressive with all the spells. It's like I'm going to always make sure that I keep up mana, play Leyline Binding when I have access to pay for Spell Pierce or make disappear, and then also recognizing how important that card is. Getting a 5-drop and then having that 5-drop be Cavalier to kill itself to get the Leyline back, just to make sure that you can't lose. So great patience, and it really shows that Derek knows his deck inside and out.
That's right. Really impressive line there from Derek. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back in, we'll have more of Derek Davis versus Reed Duke. Don't go anywhere.
没有吧？肯定是打什么红蓝钢弹？红蓝这个15-15红绿神不是很爽吗？什么蓝钢弹，恶心！廖博勋，你今天早上是有醒还是没醒啊？我怎么听他们早上在说你消失了
？In the top 8, and the players have split their first 2 games. So we're going to go a little old-fashioned here. We're going to play a best 2 out of 3, but they are sideboarded games. Derek Davis versus Reed Duke. Derek found a great line there in game number 2, but things do change after the sideboard. We expect to see this.
So one of the big cards that I imagine Derek is going to remove from his deck are those Fires of Invention. Now, it's a great and powerful card, but it's so important. The most important card is Leyline Binding, and to have the ability to cast that at instant speed. So I think we're going to see 4 copies of the Fires of Invention being sideboarded out, and then I think we're going to see 3 copies of Mystical Dispute being boarded in from Derek's side of the battlefield, just to help fight those counter wars. Now, if you're in Reed's side of the battlefield, the question is, do you want to go with the Hullbreak or Horror strategy, right, and just kind of play more of a controlling style, or do you want to just go for the combo?
So hopefully we'll get an idea of what Reed's up to here.
And I cannot definitively say which one he's going to go with, as he's tricked me every time.
Yeah, we did see him kind of do the old 1-2 punch there back in the first quarterfinal match. See Secrets of the Key there from Reed. Duke kicks things off. He's got 2 mana up now. Gentmir's Garden's the first land.
Draw.
Land number 2 hits the battlefield here, though, as the players develop their mana and we get underway.
Oh, wow. And Mystical Dispute here also being boarded in from Reed. So Reed ready to fight the counter wars. Remember, Reed does know that Derek has access to those 3 disputes, so knows that there might be an instance where you're going to be fighting over.
没有错啦，背牌就是神秘干扰大战啊。
Dispute also hitting the key Enigmatic Incarnation at a discounted rate. And a little bonus there for Reed. Glacial Fortress is going to hit the battlefield now for Derek.
And no fear of getting comboed out here. So probably going to be looking to play something here. Just has to think, which threat do I care about the least, maybe, right? You have an Archon of Emeria and a Hanged Executioner. Hanged Executioner is nice just because even if it dies, it leaves a body. Of course, Make Disappear deals with either of them.
It's going to go for Archon of Emeria.
Oh.
Which is going to instantly see a Fire Prophecy. Good use of mana from Reed's side of the battlefield. Dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, you gotta feel like every time he fires off a Fire Prophecy, he feels, you know, a little bit of relief almost, right? That he gets to get that card out of his hand for good effect. And also, we've seen him basically every time put a card on the bottom of the library. He's constantly trying to craft his hand around exactly what he needs. He's going to do that again here. So this is a good sequence for Reed. He gets to end step, kill the 3-drop. Derek's tapped out, play his land and pass. The question is, can he punish Derek during this turn cycle? If he gets to resolve big score, that would be incredible. Derek needs to keep the pressure on Reed without getting reckless. It's a fine line. The temptation is, well, I think you're going to counter my spell, so I'm just not going to do anything, and that is not the way forward.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Leyline, Nylie's presence here. Now Derek does have the ability to play. The binding for 1 mana. Reed does not have to be worried about Mystical Dispute here on the big score. So other counter spells you might be concerned about, but because the only counter in Derek's sideboard is Mystical Dispute, you can pretty safely go ahead and cast big score here. Derek has to pay 3 mana to try to counter this. But Reed's hand is pretty good.
Big score.
And potentially getting better. He is going to discard Shark Typhoon.
Right? Yeah, I think the other consideration was just, maybe I just make a 2/2 and draw a card?
Sure.
Right? But this gives you such a mana advantage.
Draw.
And all lands, so gonna be leaning pretty hard on
还是这边要 hard catch Shark Typhoon
to try to find a
没有，他把 Shark Typhoon 塞下去了。他把 Shark Typhoon 弃掉了。
Big score into big score. Craft that hand.
Yeah, it's just tough. The only thing if you're on Derek's side is,
你刚刚不下奇奇姐姐，你接下来这边你就不太敢做事了。
So we can kind of play this draw go game where I go, I pass, big score, get more treasures, cycle Shark Typhoon. I can do all these things. Whereas Derek goes, well, I guess I need to play my Incarnation. And then all of a sudden, you only have 3 mana or 4 mana to be able to cast Leyline Binding plus Mystical Dispute, right? So I feel like as the game goes on, if Derek kind of is on the I need to always make sure I have all this mana up plan, I think that just kind of favors Reed's game plan.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see another big score here from Reed. And the question is, does Derek fight over it?
这样子法力的天平
I
就
mean,
倒
if he
过
casts
来
Mr.
啦。
Dispute, I think Reed would just pay it, or just pay it.
Or just
Potentially.
pay it? Oh, okay.
If you want to just hold on to the dispute.
Sure, and then he'd just replace the treasures anyway.
Right.
Oh, and he did not sound happy about it, but you hear the resolve.
I mean, this is now
It's what you
mana.
said. It's playing into a strength of Reed Duke's list. But
哇，他抽到鲨鱼台
Derek
风
feels a
了。
little bit, you know.
Yeah, Derek's hand is
between a
full
rock
of
and a hard
action. I mean,
place
he couldn't even play out the Fable of the Mirror Breaker that he has in his hand because of the fear of the combo.
Right. And once again, Reed just gets the pass, but his hand is getting better. He's piling up treasures.
Dig through time as well.
Dig?
手牌超级好。
We haven't seen that yet.
Cycle 一个大的龙卷。
Shark time. So now, I mean, Reed gets to kind of play this draw-go game, but also has access to these Shark Typhoons that Derek has to answer. Now, Derek did keep some copies of Chain to the Rocks as well, probably recognizing that Shark Typhoon is an alternate kind of route for Reed Duke to kind of be able to win this game.
毕竟没有那么多张牌可以下，下掉那个打3点就很多了。好，你成功了。
Kind of wondering if that's actually a dig through time, Paul. Is that? I've not seen that from him.
没有什么东西能够阻止。
We'll figure it out.
And sorry to keep asking, is it 6 now? I think 6.
Yeah. So much of this is about the mana. What do you have up? What are you representing? What can I play around?
Yeah, it's kind of funny because there's a lot of virtual play here, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of, you could have this, so I'm not going to do anything.
Exactly.
Rather than playing to the board.
And then finding that maybe that one turn where there's a little bit of weakness, where you go, you know what? You actually went for something. Now you only have 3 mana up. I know that you can do exactly these 3 things to fight what I'm trying to do, and this is where I'm going to punish you.
Well, if Reed does get to resolve that dig through time after casting 2 big scores and Secrets of the Key,
yeah,
he has to have found what he needs to get the job done.
I mean, Reed already kind of has the pieces, right? He's now found the creativity.
Right.
He's got counterspell backup. He's just kind of maybe hoping for Derek to just run something out. And now this might be it. This might be the window here for Reed.
So Derek's going to go for Fable of the Mirror
倩如四月没有下掉，为什么？
And Reed says, okay, you got that, because he doesn't care
So Derek
about Fable
only
of the
has
Mirror Breaker.
Derek only has access to 3 mana, so let's try to piece this together here. Now Reed Duke has access to,
and he's going to play dig through time. Boom.
All right, so now Reed's going to have access to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 mana if you target your 2 treasures, but you can of course also target the clue. So up to 11 mana. Land for turn, that's 12. Creativity for 2 means you have 7 mana to play with. With that 7 mana that you have, can you counter triple Leyline Binding? Can you counter Leyline Binding plus Mystical Dispute? With the mana, Dispute is really not that big of an issue. So the only thing Reed needs to be concerned about is how many Leyline Bindings are you holding in your hand?
That's right. So he's looking for cards like Negate.
找得够深。
Anything that can deal with a binding.
哇，2张你给。
He's going to play Impulse as well.
对。
And look at Reed's hand. I mean, he has to be able to go off here. There's multiple negates. And the only thing Derek has is Leyline Binding and a Mystical Dispute here to interact with what Reed's trying to do.
And Reed is trying to play
再也
around
不用
like
担心抽到红绿神啦。
Oh, yeah.
3 Leyline Binding.
I mean, you're so far ahead now in terms of mana. Just try to continue finding cheap 1-mana counters. Spell Pierce is fantastic here, for example.
And Reed now has double negate Spell Pierce, so he's just got all of his bases covered, right?
So if Reed, again, has the combo.
Oh, right. I didn't think about that. I'm going to say he does, but...
That's what I'm... Yeah. So if Reed has the combo here, he's going to win this game. He's got all the tools here. He should go for it. This is the window. This is the tiny window that Derek has provided because Derek said, I need to put some pressure on, but now I only have 3 mana. What is the worst thing you can do here?
Reed got the time, right?
Yeah.
He got to resolve dig through time. He got to resolve impulse, 2 big score. He cracked 2 clues this game.
X 等于3，所以
And he's going for 3
他是
this
把
time
组合
as
技
well.
跟
That plays around
东西
Boseiju.
都换进来吗？
Bad experiences with
走一个我全都要。 哦，没有。
And he says, I'm just going to show you the combo. And there's the 2 combo pieces. Now we will see a bit of a fight.
Right.
Plus, let's not forget.
If there was a hull breaker horror and they're an accident, right? Just have to go through.
没错
And I'm assuming
终于肯做 X 等于3了哈，吃母生素还吃不够哦。
I'm just going to look at the whole
right.
way. Because otherwise he wouldn't have to show Derek every single card. But
好，那接下来就是康牌大战。我有5费，我有2个 gay。
Now we're going to see a little fight here. But it's going to be a very little fight. It's just the one ley line binding and the one missing.
Because Reed can just lead with Spell Pierce.
Right.
对，你给2号
And
机。
once he taps him out, then he knows.
Pierce.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll dispute
手牌。
whatever it is. And Derek says, okay, you got it. And Reed Duke moves 1 step closer to the final. He is up 2 games to 1.
Yeah, this seems to be a lot more in Reed Duke's
哎，
favor
弹幕我太快了啦。
here. After sideboard, because you have access to so many more counter spells to fight
他
what
做了
Derek's
什么
trying to
东
do.
西
And Derek's
被
playing an 80 card deck with 3 mystical disputes. It's just you can't win that fight.
Right.
Right. You cannot dig through time plus negates. Plus disdainful strokes, it's too tough.
所以人间消失被
Hey, well,
扛
it looks
了。
like we're joining underway here, Paul. Can you get us
不
caught
是
up from what
人
you
间消失有
can
吃
see?
什么东西
We
吗？
saw
没有。
a make disappear.
There's an enigmatic incarnation already on the battlefield here.
Right. And I think the make disappear might have just countered that chain to the rocks.
Okay, but
which
not
would give
Wow.
him an enchantment to sack and also take care of the goblin.
Right. There's
所以
no
他有，他什么
good
都有了。
enchantment right now for Derek to sacrifice
下
to the
地
enigmatic.
瞄
But the
2
fact that it's
个
in，play means that all of a sudden anything
瞄
that
2
you
个
play is
只
just
怕
a big
母圣
problem
树。
for Reed, right? So
Even little stuff.
exactly.
Yeah.
But Reed's also putting on pressure of his own. He's got the creativity. He does have a spell pierce and an impulse. So lots of different cards here. Lots of wiggle room.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that Derek had the mana to pay for that make disappear that was right when we came in, but chose not to.
对
And I think we're，
只
going to
怕
see a
母圣
better
树
reunion
还是乖一
here.
点。嘿，今天的2把对局
Then fetch
已
for
经吃
a
母圣树
3-mana
吃到怕
And
了。
this is what you were talking about, right? Even, I mean, Bitter Reunion's probably one of the weakest of the enchantments that he plays here, and
Right.
it's totally sweet.
Yep. Bitter Reunion. Discard a card, draw 2 cards. Probably going to sacrifice it for... He did this before, maybe Moonblessed Cleric into Leyline Binding, right?
Yep.
Can also run out the Hanged Executioner and just go, if you have it, you have it. But I think maybe it's better to just bluff it. Although remember, Reed does have Creativity plus Spell Pierce.
Yes. He's got to be very careful.
But that does not play around... Well, actually, Derek does not have 5 color sources. So a Leyline Binding costs 2 mana, meaning Spell Pierce would actually work if only Sun Petal Grove or one land is available.
Wow.
先
I
impulse
saw
看一
Reed
下，
look over at the mana base there.
找一
You
下
know,
有没有
there
更
is
好
a,
的。
you can sometimes fall for the trap of just assuming, oh, he's got some
It costs
lands, I'm
1.
sure it costs 1, but
Right.
it doesn't always.
Yeah, we see an island, a forest, a mountain, and a plains currently. No swamp.
不是吼，这个赛评真的很不专业。啊，不做原因就是怕母圣树没，你们还在那边讲个什么累来白领2费会被 disappear。啊，不是啊，就如果中了母圣树怎么办？就没有必要，你就是乖乖的 x 等于3，然后有一个 Pierce 保底，就一定会赢的东西。
Pieces lined up here and also has an Otawara in hand to potentially bounce a Leyline Binding. But right now, I mean, Derek did not find a land here.
No, he found, it looks like Portable Hole.
Yeah, Portable Hole would perhaps kill the Shaman here.
Sure, but I mean, he may as well, I guess, is kind of the the idea, because you can't play around Spell Pierce or make disappear anyway.
Before you end your main phase.
Big score. 哦，大田园。
Oh,
wow. Boy, so that means that these 2 enchantments are going to stay that way.
And so now Reed can go land, creativity for 2, if he has a land.
Is it true that you don't control a swamp?
Oh, there's the question from Reed.
Yeah.
We're not getting that one by him. If he has an untapped land.
With Spell Pierce backup.
And there it is, target these 2. And Derek says, that sounds fine to me.
Combo time?
And this is the assumption, is that Reed has the pure combo in.
And it resolves, so this should be it here for Reed.
Is Reed going to find himself in another finals? Let's find out here. Show us a green card, Reed Duke. There it is. Xenagos and Derek Davis's run looks like it will end here at the hands of Reed Duke, as he doesn't even have anything to do anyway. Right. Reed has it covered even if he did.
Xenagos trigger.
And that's going to do it. Reed Duke advances once again. What a day for Reed so far. Again, he started off down 2 games to Nathan Stoyer, and he's rattled off wins. Picked up a 1 loss here to Derek, but otherwise smooth sailing for Reed Duke with Is It Creativity.
Yeah, just a really kind of interesting match, just the back and forth between the 2. But I just think the way that those matchups play out post-board just really has to favor Reed's side there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could tell that Reed was able to sculpt his hand over and over and over again, where being more sorcery speed for Derek was really powerful.
Yeah, the only way Derek can kind of get ahead there is
白绿打人类，我觉得白绿皮会赢啦，我觉得白绿皮会赢。
Fable, but once you're turn 4 or turn 5, do you really want to play Fable? You don't. And we saw that. He never did. I cannot play this Fable. And then at some point he goes, well, you cast 2 big scores. I have to go for it. And Reed was just like, well, now I have 9 mana. I can just combo you out with counterspell.
我们先恭喜 Red Duke 成为这一届专业赛冠军。这样会不会等下奶起来就一个那个东方神秘力量什么的
I mean, I don't really know what else he could have done though, right? He identified that Fires was bad, took them out. You're already playing an 80-card deck, so sideboard cards are kind of less impactful because you have a lower chance of drawing them. Brought into disputes, but I just think the overall game plan just changes completely. Reed actually boarded out a significant amount of removal, just realizing, look, you're playing these enchantments, you're not really beating me down. I'm just going to bring in all of my counter spells, right? Because I only care about 1 card. That's Leyline Binding. As long as I can deal with that, I'm good.
Yeah, and that really worked out well for Reed there. Again, as you could see, he was able to craft a game plan where he got to do what blue-red mages love to do, which is play a land and say go, and then have the option to use a counterspell when necessary, and when not.
最近看 Apex 看比较多，那个我们的叔叔真的是拿起来是一个不遗余力啊。
doesn't do the thing, and blue-red decks have been doing this forever.
Yeah, but we'll note, fantastic run here still for Derek Davis, making it into the top 4. On a little funny, on team 30U, and then he just got 30 to get knocked out of the event.
That's really tough.
That is tough, but remember, he still has a teammate still alive here, right? Benton Madsen also in the top 4, team of 2.
Incredible.
Team of 2 into the top 4. And still alive here, so they can still have a Pro Tour champion amongst that team.
Yeah, great run by Derek and an awesome deck to get him here, but it does end here because Reed Duke picks up the win, and he's with Cedric right now.
I am here in the feature match area with the winner, and moving on to the finals, it is Reed Duke. Reed, how we feeling moving on to the finals of a paper PT?
I feel great. I mean, I'm still playing, which is the best part.
So, crazy 5-color deck. There's a lot of things you have to consider when you're playing against that Enigmatic Fires deck, which I imagine you didn't test a ton against coming into the tournament. So what was the thought process coming in, both pre-board and then post-board?
Well, I would say the single most important card in the matchup is Leyline Binding, which Derek could cast for 1 mana to stop my combo. And, you know, if he wins that battle, it's really hard for me to recover and try again. So that was the card I had to keep in mind. In game 1, I don't have a whole lot of counterplay, so I sort of have to pick my spot and go for it. Which worked out in one of the games. After sideboarding, things can go a little longer. I have some more weapons, and I sort of got the classic like blue player advantage of he has to operate at sorcery speed while I have instance and card selection, so I can kind of develop, take the game in the direction that I want it to, and was able to do that in the sideboard games.
So your finals matchup, it could be mono white humans, it could be Selesnya Auras. Is there one you prefer over the other, one step away from becoming a Pro Tour champion?
I've kind of viewed both matchups the same. They're both like, you know, fast, scary aggro decks where the die roll matters a lot. Incidentally, both those players are higher seeded than me, so they will get to go first. Also, incidentally, those two players are my 2 constructed losses in this tournament. So, you know, I'm going to try my best, but it's definitely not a foregone conclusion or anything.
Well, we will certainly be watching. That's Reed Duke.
Great stuff from Reed Duke there. As you can see, he's a happy camper. This is him moving on to the finals. We, of course, have another semifinal match to bring you. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk with Maria and Monty to help set up that second semifinal. Don't go anywhere.
休息一下，上个厕所。
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. There's a look downstairs where MagicCon Philly is going on all this weekend as well. Really awesome stuff to participate in. And up here, it is the Pro Tour and day number 3. Maria Bartholdi and Monty DeBooty with you here on the news desk. And we've seen a lot of amazing decks this weekend in Pioneer, which is kind of setting the stage at the pro level for Pioneer in a way we had never done so far, right, Monty?
Yeah, absolutely. We had seen, of course, the regional championships heading to this point. But Pioneer, this is really the first big professional appearance for it in a very, very long time. So getting to see how the format developed and how exactly we landed, well, this weekend was the decider, and we saw a lot of different decks make a splash, 6 different archetypes in our top 8, and a few sitting just on the outside in that we don't get to see represented here.
Yeah, one of those is Obzon Greasefang, a very, very cool deck, and I know one of the favorites of my friend Megan Wolf. So we've got a deck tech from Eli Loveman on Obzon Greasefang for you right now.
What's up, everybody? It is Deck Tech time. I am your host, Cedric Phillips, and I am joined by the one, the only, the person who wanted a Tech Tech so bad that they red-eyed in this morning. It's Eli Loveman. Eli, how are you?
I came here as fast as possible.
And you know what? You made it just in time. And did you get on here? Did you get here via Parhelion number 2?
I took it straight from the airport, yes.
Okay, beautiful. That's a really nice ride you got there. I mentioned that card because you were doing something here this weekend that not a lot of people are doing, and I'm really curious as to why. It is Obzon Greasefang. We're doing Greasefangs, we're doing vehicles from the graveyard. We're doing a thing that we saw at the beginning of Pioneer, but we haven't seen much over the past handful of months. And I got one question for you. Why?
So there are a couple reasons.
Okay.
One, I'm going to have to give a lot of credit to the Team Handshake captain, Tangrams, or David Inglis, as his real name is. He did a lot of work in kind of fixing the structural problems that this deck had. And two, we are expecting not a lot of Arclight Phoenix, so that means that our worst matchups kind of out of the metagame, and there's not going to be a lot of graveyard hate, is what we are kind of planning on with this deck choice.
All right, so we're doing a little bobbing and weaving. We're making some guesses on exactly what you think is going to happen, and if you're right, it could be a huge weekend. Now, as we know with Obzon Greasefang, Greasefang's the name of the game. Going to get that Parhelion that you flew here on your red eye in onto the battlefield and kill your opponent with it as quickly as possible. You've got some other Chariot. But let's talk about ways to get these vehicles into the graveyard. Rafine's Informant is number 1, and obviously, Scrapfoot Mutt is number 2. What is this thing doing to your deck?
Yeah, we on the team like to say that it has that dog in him. Yeah, basically this is just a bad Rafine's Informant, but Rafine's Informant is so good, we wanted more. Okay. And we do have some mana confluences. We can unearth it. Like, it does come up. So it's just kind of an extra effect.
Okay, so we're going to go kind of double down on Rafine's Informant with a colorless version of this card. Makes some sense. We got the Can't Stay Away. We see that card in varying numbers in this archetype. A card that we also see in varying numbers, and you're playing the maximum number of this card, is Witherbloom Command. A lot of modes, a lot of options. Why are we playing the full 4?
Yeah, so basically this card is replacing some of the more traditional creatures that you see like Satyr Wayfinder and Sigil Supplier. It doesn't mill you as fast, but it lets you interact with the board more than just playing a 1/1 does. You can remove an opponent's hate piece, you can kill their mana ramp like a Wolfo Haven or a Llanowar Elf, you can get their pressure out of the way with the -3/-1.
Okay.
So it kind of just lets you play a more normal game plan as you're milling yourself and hitting your land drops and doing all the good stuff.
So kind of some added benefits when you're still trying to do the normal thing that your deck does anyway. Okay, Thoughtseize, Grizzly Salvage. Those cards, again, we generally see in these decks. And then this mana base, you know, you're a 3-color Obzon deck, so you're going to have plenty of dual lands, and the mana's going to work pretty darn well. But you've got some 1-mana green spells here that we oftentimes don't see in Traverse the Uvenwald and Vessel of Nascency. These kind of work in tandem, so let's start with Traverse and what you're trying to do with this powerful Delirium spell.
Yeah, so the reason for Traverse's inclusion is we cut all of the milling yourself creatures, so there's not any fuel for an Eldritch Evolution, which is the normal card that you see. So we replaced it with this. It's a little bit more expensive to get your way up to a Greasefang because you have to pay 1 and then 3 instead of just 3.
Sure.
But it gets the job done just as well. You need redundancy for this deck to work.
And the Vessel, which is an enchantment for the Traverse and also does some milling. These two were kind of a tandem in Standard many moons ago, and it looks like they're back together again.
Yeah, so just like Scrapwork Mud is a worse Rafine's Informant, Vessel is a worse Grizzly Salvage. It doesn't get you as far, but we still need a lot of ways to find our Greasefang, and this one you can get any kind of permanent, so Greasefang is among them.
Okay, so risky business here. You know, there's mono green Devotion. You know all the decks obviously in the format. There's mono green, there's Lotus Field. You know, there's all these decks that, you know, coming into this event that you're expecting. Your expectation here is it sounds like there's very little to no graveyard hate and no Phoenix. So you're trying to prey on that here this weekend, is that correct?
没错，这一次也没有凤凰。
Cheap spot removal from the Phoenix deck.
真的很少哎。
Graveyard hate from people trying to beat Phoenix. That's also kind of gone. So we kind of spotted this hole in the metagame, and we're trying to exploit it, hopefully.
And ideally, if no one's able to stop you from doing the whole Greasefang thing, you win pretty easy, right?
Yeah, 13 is a big number.
Well, the goal is to attack for at least 13 every single game. He's Eli Loveman. We'll see if he can cross the finish line with Greasefang on those vehicles.
We've been talking about the Pioneer metagame all weekend long. Of course, it's been our highlight format at this tournament. It's also kind of having its first really big stage. Let's take a look at the metagame and what the pros brought this weekend, setting the stage for Pioneer in the future as well. A really diverse metagame, Monty, and not anything has too big of a share.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were talking, of course, of what we expected coming into the weekend. Nothing to change too much from the regional championships to now. And my best guess was the most represented deck, around 15%. That's what we got in Rakdos. mid-range. The next two decks, Mono Green Devotion and Gruul Vehicles, I don't think it's a surprise that either of them were there, but I also don't think it's a surprise that neither put a copy into our top 8.
Why do you say that, Monty?
Well, those decks are extremely powerful. We have seen Mono Green just be a constant in this format. Gruul Vehicles has been rising in popularity as the aggressive deck of choice, partially because it is good against the other aggressive decks in the field, like Angels and Mono White Humans. But the decks also do have polarizing matchups and weaknesses. So in a field this big where anybody could be playing anything as we see this metagame, it is possible to just fall by the wayside and not have a great performance.
Sure, you're not just going to get those matchups you think you're hoping for, crossing your fingers.
Exactly.
It feels too big. I want to call your attention now to the other archetypes, which was our largest percentage of the field, 19.7%, 43 players. We've got a couple players in our top 8 in that category, Monty.
We absolutely do. In our top 4, of which it is Reed Duke, Derek Davis, Benton Matson, and Takumi Matsura. Derek Davis and Benton Matson
打率很多，一副8强都没有啊。主要是没有看到 Day 2的，他这个只有全部的，我好想要看他进 Day 2有多少。
Okay, I've got to ask you this just like personally. Hopefully some people who are watching, yeah, personal question, can also relate to this. But Selesnya Auras, we knew it was a deck in Pioneer coming into this weekend. Do you think this is a real deck? I mean, it must be. Benton's doing so great with it, but how real is it, Monty?
Maria, I feel like it would be disrespectful for me to say at this point that it isn't a real deck, considering it is in the top 4 of our tournament. But realistically, I think it is further proving the point that in Pioneer, there isn't a correct deck. You can play anything as long as you know it inside and out and have put the work in. And in that vein, yes, Selesnya Auras is a real deck, and it is in the top 4 of the Pro Tour.
So, given that you can play anything, is there any way, if people are looking, ahead to what they want to play at their LGS maybe, what they could get an advantage with as far as deck choice is concerned? Or is it basically just be good at whatever you play?
I would say try to make up your mind early. Pick what deck works within your playstyle, your preferences, and then put the work into it. Read articles. Look up the matches from this Pro Tour. Go back in the VODs and watch how the best players in the world played those decks. Try to pick up from it. Learn some sideboarding tricks. Learn some matchup strategies. Get the deck, get the hang of it, and then use that to give you the best chances in your upcoming tournament.
All right, good advice. Why don't we take a look at our bracket here in this tournament, here for our top 8, and find out where we've been so far today and where we have yet to go. As you can see, Reed Duke is sitting there in the finals with his Is It Creativity deck, waiting for an opponent. We've got to get him one. But first things first, let's talk about these quarterfinals, because we had some pretty sweet games there, Monty, and some unexpected things happened as well. We had Shota Yasuoka versus Derek Davis. This was the Rakdos midrange versus Enigmatic Fires matchup.
Yeah, this was in some ways the least surprising outcome, just because Enigmatic Fires, it has an incredible matchup against Rakdos midrange. Like, in the hands of 2 average players, I would say that the matchup is probably like 85-15 in the favor of Fires. Now, once you put Shota Yasuoka on the side of the Rakdos deck, you probably knock some percentage points over and make it maybe like 75-25 or something. But it's still a really, really polarizing matchup in the favor of Fires. So I would say that Derek coming away from that 3-0, as much as it is tough for Shota, is the expected result. Now, consolation prize, Shota Yasuoka, as soon as he was done, got on his phone, started playing the Arena Qualifier play-in. A few minutes later, tweeted a 6-0. He'll be playing in the Arena Championship Qualifier next weekend. So,
just filthy.
At least the grind continues.
Gamers got a game.
Gamers got a
game, Monty. You love to see it. You love to see it. I also have been saying this all weekend long. I love this Enigmatic Fires deck, too. Do you think this deck has staying power?
I definitely do. It's a deck that we have seen pop up in Pioneer before. It is a deck that a lot of players know about, and it's very powerful. We saw what it was capable of, especially in that match against Reed Duke, where at various points it looked like Derek was going to put up a great fight, and did put up a great fight. But ultimately, there are times where your game plan can get taken advantage of. If you're not able to manipulate your Fires of Invention in some way, get rid of it with the Enigmatic Incarnation or blink it out with a Yorion, your opponent can take advantage of that. So it's something that you definitely have to know what you're doing with the deck, and sometimes you are going to get rough matchups.
Well, let's talk about our next quarterfinal that we saw, which is Reed Duke versus Nathan Stoyer. This was probably the most exciting thing that happened on camera this weekend already, which was the reverse sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. Reverse sweeps in any tournament, incredibly hard. But in a best of 5 on the biggest stage of Magic, seeing it happen against the reigning world champion, just great stuff. The first 2 games, Nathan winning that incredible mulligan to 5, and then going into the post-board games, and there's this big question of how is Reed going to sideboard? Because there are the Hullbreaker Horrors in the sideboard. We've seen this Channel Fireball team move into a more controlling plan and take out the combo. And we saw Hullbreaker Horror win game 3. But something that I've seen the team discussing was which plan is correct. And Ely Cassis, one of the players on that team, actually made a point that he thinks the combo is really good in the matchup. So in games 4 and 5, Reed brought the combo back in. Both games were a combo finish. And afterwards, I saw on the Discord, Reed say, I did exactly what Ely said, and it worked like a charm.
Unbelievable. Can you imagine everybody telling you to do one thing with your sideboarding plan? Ely Cassis says something else, and you're like, I'm going with Ely.
World Championship runner-up Ely Cassis.
That's right.
Let's make that clear.
我以为贴皮打小白应该没有很难打诶，毕竟有性命皮。
Yeah, that's another good point. And I mean, also Nathan Stoyer making it into the top 8 after just winning the World Championship. Huge accomplishment.
Absolutely unreal. It feels like we are
比我想象中还要再差一点的
of
对局。
Nathan's career, but at the same time, we can already be talking about him as one of the greatest players to ever play the game, which is surreal to think about for a player of his age to be this good. Nathan tweeted a couple of yesterday, made my first Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, feels great to get my first Pro Tour top 8 as world champion.
Just unreal. Nathan's career is absolutely incredible already, like you said, and he's so young. I just cannot wait to see where he goes from here. Congrats on his top 8, his first top 8 here at a Pro Tour as world champion. Not too many world champions can say they did that either.
No.
Let's take a look at our next quarterfinal that we saw earlier this morning. Kind of give you a recap of all of the action there. We have Takumi Matsuura versus Chris Ferber. This is Mono White Humans versus Lotus Field combo.
Yeah, this is the other decently polarizing matchup that we had in our quarterfinals. Mono White Humans, especially thanks to the help of Thalia Guardian Thraben, very good against combo decks, has a great time against Lotus Field combo, and we have seen Takumi overcome the matchup before, and it did do it quite handily against Chris. Chris was able to take the game, but ultimately the match did go to Takumi, riding off the back of cards like Thalia and Redain out of the sideboard to just lock Chris out of the game. Chris put up a valiant effort with that Lotus Field combo deck. We saw exactly how powerful it was, but it just wasn't enough to make it out of the quarterfinals, him being the second Lotus Field player that got knocked out there.
You know, and we've seen Mono White Humans, of course, throughout the regional championships, being a deck that people were playing was kind of losing favor, I would say, as we advanced through the season. Are you surprised to see it here in our top 8?
Hey, I am and I'm not. It's a deck that is still incredibly powerful, and when we look at our top 8 metagame, let's say, of the 6 decks that made it, well, 4 of the decks are heavy combo decks, right? We're looking at 2 is a creativity and 2 copies of Lotus Field. And these were decks that were played by 2 of the bigger teams in the field. So if we have Team Handshake and Team Channel Fireball bringing these combo decks, then suddenly the stock of a deck like Mono White rises. Maybe they expected less Mono White in the field, which is why they brought those decks. But ultimately, going deep into a tournament, the matchups you get matters. And if the top tables have these combo decks, you're pretty happy to be in the Mono White seat, which is what is happening for Takumi in this tournament.
Absolutely. Talking about combo decks, Monty, I asked you at the start of the tournament, what would you be bringing? And you said you would have played Lotus Field combo. Do you feel good about that choice right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is a deck that really rewards you for knowing your game plan inside and out, as does the format, but it also very much is within my preferred play style of getting to play a combo deck that has a lot of choices. The deck having access to a card like Mastermind's Acquisition, and in some builds like Chris Ferber's Fae of Wishes, to have a wish package in your game one to be able to grab cards from your sideboard means that you have a lot of different game plans. You aren't just comboing off using, okay, well, I'm going to emerge an ultimatum for omniscience, and if something happens, if my mono green opponent, for example, stone brains me, I have no way to win, because Nathan explained that, yeah, actually, we figured out the Lotus Field against mono green by putting Lair of the Hydra in our deck. Because we put the Lair of the Hydra in with our Boreal Grazer, and we copy it with Thespian Stage, and then we have a haste.
It was fabulous.
That's incredible to figure that out, and just being able to have that sort of flexibility in your game plan is really cool. And with 2 copies in the top 8, I would have been happy to bring Lotus Field combo.
How do you think it stacks up against Is It Creativity, or other combo deck that's in our top 8?
Well, we definitely saw the matchup be a bit of a struggle at times. The amount of creativity deck has access to, considering they are playing an almost Is It Phoenix game plan of being interactive for the first however many turns of the game, is very powerful, and it lines up well against opposing combo decks. So we saw Reed really get to pick and choose his spots in those post-board games where he had more controlling elements, and it ended up being in his favor. But it did feel like it could have gone either way at any given point, considering Nathan did take the first 2 games and really only needed one of those 3 post-sideboard games to go his way for him to take the match.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, put those 2 in the arena. Is it just a shrug?
It's tough to say. I think Is It Creativity would still have the edge, but I wouldn't say it's a polarizing matchup. Maybe 55-45, 60-40 at best.
All right, let's take a look at our last quarterfinal that we saw earlier this morning. Benton Madsen versus Gabriel Nassif. This was Celestia Auras versus that Is It Creativity deck we just talked about. Benton took it 3-1 over the Hall of Famer. I mean, there are so many things we could say about Madsen's tournament. This is his first Pro Tour, okay? Bringing a deck that is highly unusual. It was in the other category. Coming into our top 8, beating a Hall of Famer. He said in a day 1 interview that he expected to get no wins in this tournament, Monty.
Yeah, it's definitely cool to see a player like Benton succeeding on the big stage, especially after going 8-0 on day 1. And you could see that he was almost committed to the bit on day 2. Cedric interviewed him after his second draft, and he said, yeah, this is an 0-3 deck, but he was very much able to salvage the day, turn it around, and top 8 after all, and suddenly winning his quarterfinal match. The success continues, and you can see why. He knows his deck very well. This Auras deck has looked incredibly powerful in his hands, where he knows how to pick and choose his spots of when to go for it, when to stay back, excuse me. And one of the coolest things we saw was he knows how to capitalize on minor edges and very fringe spots. There was an attack he made against Azorius Control back on day 1 where he attacked a Glades Cover Scout, only a Glade Cover Scout, not his Gigantha, into all open mana by the Azorius Control player, knowing that the Azorius Control player had a blocking land in play. And knowing to do that, knowing that if they take advantage of trying to get this trade, he has a window to resolve things, really let him capitalize on that situation and win that game by the closest margin. So he knows exactly what he is doing with this deck.
All right, well, we'll see if he knows what he's doing here in our semifinals. We're about to head to our second semifinals here. Let's take a look at our matchup. I'm excited for this one. Benton Madsen versus Takumi Matsuura. Celestia Auras versus Mono White Humans. Benton qualified for this tournament playing Arena on his phone. And here he is in the top 8. It is 2023, everybody. Here's a look at his road to the top 8 as well. He was our last undefeated player on day number 1 after expecting to get no wins. He got all of them. A little bit of a rocky start to day number 2, but did lock it up. There you can see he got a bye in the last round for having hit those 12 wins, which 12 was the magic number. Here's a look at Takumi Matsuura's road to the top 8 here, qualified via Japanese Regional Championship. Said he wanted to come here and battle a lot of really strong players, and he has gotten his Wish went 7-1 on day 2. Also got awarded a bye in the last round for locking up those 12 wins. But let's take a deeper look at these decks, Monty.
Yeah, starting with Benton's deck, of course, we have been talking about how impressive this Selesnya Aura's deck has looked. But taking a look at the deck list to see exactly why this deck has been so good this weekend, one of the cards I really want to highlight is the newest edition.
一张护豆，一张性命。
there, just being a 1-drop that allows you to both protect the creatures that don't have hexproof. Of course, Glade Cover Scout being the only creature in the deck with hexproof.
7张先攻在打生物退局是蛮有用的。
This deck has really shined time after time in the hands of Benton.
只要一回有两妖精，2回先攻皮贴出来，那人类就打不太过来了。
And cantrip off of them using a card like SRAM or Light Paws. So the deck can run into some trouble, and we saw this in the Swiss when Benton did face Takumi. When you're facing a card like Thalia, Garden of Thraben, Benton got smashed in that matchup between himself and Takumi later on in day 2, and it was really thanks to Takumi's ability to be aggressive at the same time while having Thalia to slow Benton down. So this matchup is definitely a bit of a tough one for the Auras deck, though of course if you're able to have the right draw and get onto the board early, get a Glade Cover Scout suited up, maybe get a Rune of Sustenance on it, it's pretty tough for mono white humans to overcome a large life-linking creature.
Put pants on the frog.
打到白绿皮的时候，难道要上红绿箭吗？
It's time for a second semifinal. Ailey and Corey have the call in the booth. Take it away, the two of you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Yes, indeedy. Corey, you and I are itching to get into the Magic. We have been sitting here just waiting to see how this match is going to play out and who is going to face the Duke himself.
The end boss.
The end boss, yeah. This is such an awesome moment for these players. Both of them relatively new to the Pro Tour, relatively new to this level of competitive Magic. So let's get the games underway. It is Takumi Matsura up against Benton Madsen.
Yeah, both relatively new as far as the professional scene, but both have been playing incredible Magic. And you did see the number 5 there on top of Takumi's deck there, indicating a mulligan to 5. We do see a low amount of cards, and that is the most important 1-drop here from Benton, is that Glade Cover Scout. Every other card, Takumi can have some pretty good answers for us. There's Ossifications, there's Brutal Cathar, 4 of each. This is the number 1 thing. If we see a lot of Glade Cover Scouts, we're probably going to see a lot more of Benton in the next matchup, and really, you know, vice versa if we see more Light Paws, SRAM, those kind of threats.
Yeah, for sure. Glade Cover Scout is going to be so crucial here with the Hexproof Takumi Matsura's removal that you mentioned. It can't do much about the Auras except try and slow them down with a Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. Will we see that here on turn 2 following the recruitment officer?
Or this is a really big turn for Ossification. You know, you'd attack first because you're fine with that Treg. You need to deal with Light Paws. Yeah, and there it is.
Okay.
Light Paws. That would just get out of hand here.
Oh, yeah. That's just like, you know. Everything's on sale. Go get your auras.
Pick whatever you want. Yeah, whenever you can cast just an aura and then go get ethereal armor, which is just the best one already, it ends up being quite good.
2点.
Super tricky to deal with the aura deck once that happens, but as things stand, we do have a follow-up SRAM Edificer on the battlefield, and when an aura is cast here, you'll be able to draw some extra cards. So.
Yep, so you just get to really keep the value going here, make sure you never run out of steam. And that's exactly what this deck needs to do up against Mono White, and especially Takumi. Every game that we have seen from Takumi, if you're running out of steam, Takumi's going to run you over.
Oh, yeah.
Because Takumi's been playing so tight. Now, of course, we did see the Multi 5, which does make things a lot trickier for any Mono White pilot.
Yeah, for sure. But the one advantage of the Mono White deck is, you know, everything is pretty cheap. So if you do have to multi 5, you want to make sure it's an effective 5. It's something that can be proactive as well as reactive in the ossification, that sort of thing, to be able to just deal with whatever it is that Benton's doing, as we see Adeline join the fray.
Yeah, so if you have recruitment officer, have an ossification for a more than light pause, plus a big 3-drop like Adeline, that's a perfectly fine hand and something that Takumi was probably prioritizing in the keep.
Glade Cover Scout has first strike now. Very handy indeed against the blockers. Needs a little bit of extra help though, so let's see what we can find here.
Now's the turn. If Benton goes 2, maybe 3 auras on this Glade Cover Scout, we're just done here. We're done here. You know, there's just nothing you can do when it has First Strike. There's no way you can get into combat with this card once it's aura'd up. Even already, you know, 4-power First Striker, not going to really be able to be taken down. And there's another Ethereal Armor.
Ooh, oh, man. Everything is coming up Benson right now, and he's diversifying his threats as well in the previous round as well. You know, just against Gavin, just making his threats uncounterable, unblockable, as it were.
And that's perfectly reasonable and something I would understand, but you don't have to diversify too much in this matchup when you have
you know,
Glade Cover Scout. You know, diversifying when you don't have the hexproof creature, definitely a thing, but...
Yeah. Mono White's nowhere near as scary on the defense as some of the creativity or control decks.
Exactly. It doesn't do the best of blocking. I just love the story here, Ailey, that Benton started off 8-0. Most amazing record at your first Pro Tour. The best thing you can ever do, something I've never done. I've played 10 years of Pro Tours. And then translated to a couple rough rounds, ended up 2-3 in the first 5 rounds. But kept his composure. You know, Cedric was telling us, maybe giving himself a little pep talk in the corner and just saying, you know what, I do deserve to be here. This isn't a fluke like he was telling himself at the start of the broadcast, thinking he was going to go 0-8 or 2-6 at best. And look at him now in the top 4. Really some inspirational and impressive stuff here.
Very much so. And just keeping this train rolling, he has got auras aplenty on these creatures. Now SRAM getting suited up with a Kaya's Ghost Form, protecting against an Ossification or the Brutal Cathar. And doing math again, because Ethereal Armor takes stock of every single aura on the battlefield. So
yeah. And this was what I was saying for this turn. If we can get 2, maybe 3 auras, it was going to be very bad news bears here for Takumi. There was 4 auras played this turn, so that is just the absolute train wreck scenario. And on the play, this is definitely going to favor really either player, but man, if this is any indication of how this is going to go, this is looking like a pretty decent matchup for Benton.
And it's quite funny how the 2 semifinals played out. You know, you have the more control-y combo decks you know, with the others. It's just
beat
2 freight trains swinging haymakers at each other. As Brutal Cathar is going to come on down and take care of the token, aura. So a little less power on the Glade Cover Scout, but still plenty to deal with here for Takumi Matsura.
So takes 3 there, that creature goes away. And there was a little bit of the problem with diversifying onto a token, especially where Brutal Cathar could deal with it. The Kaya's Ghost Form, though, on the SRAM is excellent, because even if it does get Brutal Cathar or Ossification, it just stays in play. You know, ends up being extremely powerful. So it's a little bit of a do-over for SRAM if it were to die.
He just hits reset and gets to play again. And here comes Light Paws number 2. And is there a aura follow-up?
Perfect draw right there.
Get out.
Couldn't resist. Couldn't resist. All right, there is an Audacity. So you do, when it comes into play, then you search up something else for equal mana value or less. So another 1-drop here, probably another Ethereal Armor. Goes with Hammerhand. Maybe are we just
gotta go fast.
If there's another aura, this is probably just game here. You get rid of 1 blocker. That's 5 power on the opposite creature. So if you can get an Ethereal Armor on either SRAM or Light Paws here, then it would be just GG. But here's the forced block already. And just like, yeah, all right, you can have it.
Takumi is well-versed in the aggro strategy, especially after this weekend with Mono White. He knows. He's like, okay, I'm not even going to do the math. I'm very much dead, so let's go. Game number 2 here. 1-0 so far for Benton Madsen.
Another mulligan there as we saw the dice on Takumi's deck, so a little unfortunate scenario to have to do that. But a pretty functional hand, and the most important thing is Takumi is now on the play, which is very important there. We saw Skrelv, Brutal Cathar, and 2 lands, I believe, with one of them being an Aganjo, so a little bit of utility there. Now here's the most important part of this game here. Is it Glade Cover Scout, or is it just a pass of the turn? Maybe a Generous Visitor or something like that, another 1-drop. But the Scout is the most important.
For sure. And, you know, knowing that that creature is so crucial and against the mono-white player, do you mulligan to find that?
I would mulligan like medium 7s to try to find it without it, and then I would keep basically any functional 6 is kind of where I would have.
哇，以为让要进，轻轻松松。
with the scout, and that is just exactly what you want there. Glade cover scout. Got to be the best green one drop here.
For sure.
For sure in this.
Sorry,
top eight.
Arboreal Grazer.
Yeah, Arboreal Grazer a close second. I mean, the green time walk, you got to love that. But Scout showing its chops here.
Oh, there's Grazer. You know, for being such a slow creature, he sure does show up quite often.
Absolutely.
And when summoned.
Absolutely.
Getting in here with the Hopeful Initiate, courtesy of the Thalia's Lieutenant, gets that extra point of damage in. And this is the game plan you have to go for. You can't be fussed about what Benton's doing now. He has to go. He's got to put foot and get Benton dead.
100%, and we're already at the stage where if we just see like double ethereal armor or something present a 5/5, it's already pretty scary. Generous Visitor with that Brutal Cathar in Takumi's hand, that is going to be able to be dealt with, or that Aganjo, so not the biggest deal there. But there's an ethereal armor, and that is already 3 power with First Strike to Glade Scout, and playing defense this time.
Fair enough. Recognizing that.
想要放2颗豆子们都没有。
Yeah, recognizing that Adeline would be pretty bad right now, and if Adeline hit, Dahlia's Lieutenant would go up to a 3/3 because Adeline would give it a trigger and then the 1/1.
Yeah.
And Glade Cover Scout, a perfect blocker to that. And Hopeful Initiate would be a 3/4, but you'd still just get to eat a Thalia's Lieutenant here. So that is a really smart no attack here from Benton. We know that Adeline is not going to be the play, so, you know, situationally, it isn't the correct play, but definitely agree with that play from Benton.
Excellent awareness, knowing what his opponent's game plan is.
Exactly.
Generous Visitor gets gobbled up there by the Brutal Cathar, that's not a word, Brutal Cathar, leaving just the Glade Cover Scout, which is proving to be quite the tricky pickle to get out of here for Takumi Matsura.
All right, I saw a couple of eyes, a couple of Sentinel's eyes in hand. Already, that's pretty solid value. It would have been much better with that Generous Visitor, where each one of those would be giving +3 essentially, with the counter plus the Ethereum armor boost that it would get. But Vigilance, First Strike, and a lot of power is dangerous against another aggressive deck. And that's without even saying the word Hexproof. You know?
Yeah. Hexproof, good keyword. And Sentinel's Eyes hits the Glade Cover Scout. Now, the one thing that, you know, Benton could fall to is the fact that he hasn't got any card draw at the moment. He's not finding the runes. He hasn't found SRAM. He hasn't found Light Paws. Has the Skrelv, which is a good way to protect some other stuff. But for now, I think the Glade Cover Scout's doing fine just on its own.
Absolutely. And it looks like 3 cards in hand there from Benton. And the one thing, we may not have a bunch of card draw, but we do clearly have 3 other spells. And there is a really important card here, being Thalia.
这一排就是全部都打不赢那只狼妖精。
He's got 2. 2 might not be enough here, as
这边只要右手一张
find a land just to unlock the hand
西
a
命
bit.
皮，游戏就结束了。
Even that one Sentinel Eyes, if that is gonna be played here, and it did look like Benton last turn missed a point of damage here, since Skrelv is an artifact creature, I believe, unless I'm misremembering that. Yeah. Oh, no, excuse me, forget that.
天哪，这个裁判到底，这个奖评到底在攻三小？他把空云凯跟那个2点的精灵皮搞错了。他们说是不是少打一点？没有，并没有。
Played yesterday in the draft, green-white, with 2 auras in the limited deck as well, so really stayed on brand with that draft as well.
可以拜托专业一点吗
Benton has made Maria so happy this weekend.
Yeah.
我开始怀念 LSB 上主播台的时候了。
Loves the Boggly Boys and Glade Cover Scout. Suited up with 2 auras right now. A formidable force indeed. And Benton doing his usual running through of, you know, am I dead if I do anything this turn?
So here's Skrelv. Anybody who has been playing for a long time, this is going to be a little bit of a Mother of Ruins type of comparison. And here's actually a situation where Skrelv is better. Because if it were to give protection from white in this scenario, the auras would fall off. So the fact that it doesn't do that is actually a benefit right now.
Yeah, protection and hexproof being
a little different. Yeah,
a little different in that regard. So, you know, luckily, Skrulv has the hexproof clause.
So I
but,
think
you
we
still
can
get the protection, so you're able to swing through for a bunch of damage.
So I think we can safely say something that will probably not make Twitch chat mad. Skrulv is definitely better than Mother of Ruin. I mean, in this factual situation.
We will say that. Light Paws doesn't get text, as it is a creature, so that's going to hit the battlefield. And let's see if Skrulv...
So here is, this is already 2 power, 3, 4, 5 first strike. So now it's just a decision of can Takumi block with everything and kill it. If he can, Skrulv will be activated. If he can't, it will just be here. And it does look like...
全部上去挡的死啦。
Yeah,
可是真的会这么做吗？
wouldn't have been possible. But close.
Yeah. Down to 10 goes to Takumi Matsura. And in the ideal world, Benton draws a couple of auras and is able to get this to a 10 power creature. But,
OK， 这样我也有5点先攻了。
Flips that. Getting the English text of Hopeful Initiate, and as Benton gets that, we'll remind you of it as well. You can remove 2 counters from one of your creatures to destroy an enchantment. Almost assuredly what Takumi is going to be going for here.
Oh yeah, Ethereal Armor looks to be the target that would be named, you know, just eliminating that massive buff from the Glade Cover Scout. But like you mentioned, Skrulv is able to just eliminate any blowout in a blocking situation.
But now it's a little different, though, really, because that Brutal Cathar flipped and it's now a red card. It does get a little trickier, but still able to attack as long as Benton is able to play at least 1 more aura. But yeah, this game is definitely not looking as great for Benton by any means. This is where Takumi is actually kind of playing the control role.
Yeah.
And instead of destroying creatures, because that's not really an option, I'll just destroy enchantments. But this is a light pause turn, which is going to always be scary news.
Oh, all that
And that is able to go get a 2-drop now. So, I mean, there's a lot of 2-drops that are available now. You can get Rune of Sustenance.
There's a Warbar Blessing in there, too.
You can get Alpha Authority. That's another option that I'm reading right now for the first time. Hexproof and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. That's an interesting target. You do already have Hexproof, but you could put it on Light Pause or something and give something else the power. Probably not what we'll see. You could get Griff's Boon to fly over these things.
Yeah.
That would be pretty nice.
Yeah, then who needs Skrulv?
Yeah.
I mean, it could still get blown up, and then there is a potential there for Takumi to interact with this creature before the damage is dealt. So.
One thing we've seen Benton get pretty aggressively with Light Pause, the pretty common sequence is play Light Pause, 1-drop, and then put Kaya's Ghost Form on Light Pause.
I apologize, you're correct. I'm sorry about that. Can I grab something else? Yes. You have to grab something else, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, having to grab something else there, you cannot get the same card.
Yes.
不能找同名的。
Right, Cartouche Solidarity is the
不能找场上同名的。
So that'll go in Light Pause, giving it a buff first strike and another friend.
Go to 14 white.
Naming white on the Glade Cover Scout. So only the Moonrage Brute can block this Glade Cover Scout as we move to combat.
Here comes a large attacker, and now you're able to blow up 1 of the enchantment. All that glitters is the one that gives the biggest buff right now.
Sure.
Because it does count the artifact, like I was misremembering from Ethereal Armor. Does give that extra 1 boost. But even this, that is 3 enchantments. Ethereal Armor boosted to 5, Sentinel 6.
6攻，6点先攻。
Striker.
6点先攻，对。
Still plenty of damage there to deal with the blocker. That would be the Moonrage Brute.
反白不能被白色挡。
Creatures can't block.
And I'm not sure. Looks like Skrulv was active. I assume giving.
It may have been red. I'm not sure if he used red instead.
Either white or red. I would assume probably white because if you put the 3/3 first striker in front of that, you're pretty happy to get your generous visitor back.
Yeah.
The one thing you don't really want is just Hopeful Initiate to block. So.
Yeah, he must have named red if we're looking at the white creatures here for
Yeah,
blockers.
it does look like Takumi is thinking about blocking with that Hopeful Initiate.
他居然是很红哦，居然不是很白哦，不是很白，然后 A 2拳把他打死吗？
See what the block is here. Now there is 5 first striking damage on the other side. with a 6 for striker here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 is my count.
没错，6点先攻警戒。
Interesting.
I mean, as it stands, we take out all the white creatures, correct?
Yeah, if Skrelv
can't block.
If Skrelv didn't, I think Skrelv was activated. I'm just not sure exactly what it got color to be named.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, there we go.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
That
Benson.
made it a lot
谢
easier.
喽。对嘛，我想说他应该是很白，不能被白的生物挡
That was
啊。
just a snap, take it then. Now it is still nighttime. That was only one spell, even though another aura was equipped. So you still have that red card. And now Takumi has to be very careful about flipping,
这边的话
playing 2
要
spells
赶
and
快
flipping
把
that back, because
把
then it is
那
just
个
all
亮
white
尾
creatures, and Skrelv can
杀掉
just
吧，
push the
不
creature
然
through.
But if
他
he
下
does
回合
flip
找
it
互
over
斗
again, he gets to steal another
就
creature.
死了
Very
呢
good。point. Can steal Skrelv then. Yep, absolutely.
I just cast the...
Come hang out over here with us.
Then it comes down to a really interesting
There we go.
play.
Ossification able to steal Skrelv.
Okay. But here,
though.
but here,
no.
if there's any aura, Ailey, all
处理掉成满了。
Benton has to do is play any aura, 1 mana, 2 mana, and just go get Griff Spoon, put it on
Fly.
Blade Cover Scout. There are no flying blockers here, and that would be all Benton needs.
Oh, and he can't even get a profitable attack because the Hopeful Initiate would just die. So no activation possible, no mana available. Does he find an aura?
都死了。
And Skrelv,
这个城满
yeah, Skrelv
是
can't
没有
target
那么
another
急着
creature. It's
解
only creatures you control. So
我
as
觉得
long
先
as there's
解
an aura,
亮
I
尾
don't
比
see a
较危
reason why
险。
that play cannot happen here.
狐狸比较危险吧？
Lightpaw's
狐狸
just
是
an
最危险
incredible
的。
card when you have like 4 or 5 different options that are one-ofs.
Incredibly good card. Love to see her being
There's
played
an
here. There's
aura.
another
飞起来。
aura that glitters. So let's go find another enchantment.
飞行皮，互斗皮
And
啊
flying
都
for
可
the
以。
win.
Griff Spoon's the one I
天
would be eyeing.
鹅
That's
冲
for
啊！
sure. To the skies.
Fly, little birdie, fly.
Okay,
And that's going to be
打北牌
game number 2 going to Benson Manson. This Auras deck has looked so
狐狸
damn
好
good
强
here.
哦！
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean that's the game. That's the game, and this is the game, especially with sideboard, that Takumi should be able to take down.
好，狐狸危险，好扯哦！有人在偷臭哎！
To Benton 0 here.
我说的是
And
狐狸
starting
很
with a
强
Mutavault and
啊！他怎么一
no
回下的是
white
那个异形
mana.
地窖
Okay,
啊
there is a white mana there. But no 1-drop, there's just ossification.
好，
And just remember
他
as
就
well,
是
the
想骗一下。
first two games, no sideboarding.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
so
错
this
啦
is the first time Takumi would be
一
able to
回
sideboard.
Exactly.
流量
Yep,
要
it
进
absolutely is. And
啊
there is
吐了
number 1 again, Glade Cover Scout
谢喽
on the
Card,
play.
MVP.
Absolutely. I mean,
Who-
that would be the MVP in the deck,
真的是
but not
吐了
every matchup is that the card that you want.
True.
You know, like Blue-White Control SRAM is more important. But in this matchup, it is by far Glade Cover Scout.
Yeah, any targeted
来
removal,
两个
you want to
皮
see
又是
this
结
little
束
one drop. And let me
Yeah.
tell you, I did not think that this weekend would be dictated
Con
as much as
Kai.
it has been by one drops.
Maria knew.
先攻
Maria
皮
always knows.
Oh, look at this
Oh,
start here.
ethereal armor.
1 2 3
Cartouche
4打4
solidarity. Oh, this is bad news bears for mono white fans. Takumi Matsura is on the back foot, and that is not where he wants to be.
And this is already Benton with a huge attack already for 4.
Jeez.
With Griffspoon in hand, with Skrelv, I believe, and Lightpaws, and a 3rd land. Benton's hand's amazing.
Oh, Adeline, you got some work to do, my girl. Here
冲
comes
啊！
Skrelv.
哎
Just hanging in there. We just got to try and get creatures on the board and go
那
faster
那
than this
那
is
你
a
是不是
racing
要挡一下？
situation. Takumi trying to keep his top
哎
8
呀，城
alive
门冲
here,
出
but
去啦！
Benson is looking poised
Yeah.
to join
笑
none
死
other than Hall of Famer
真的
Reed
是笑
Duke
死
in the finals.
And have a
真
chance
的
to
每把都一会
take
妖精。
down the man who just took down his teammate. This
True.
is a teammate, and there is only... It's a team of 2.
Yeah.
Excuse me, it is a team of 3, but the
Derek
3rd
Benton.
player is not playing in this Pro Tour. The other 2 people is
Just casually made the top 8.
made
huh?
the top 4
Top
together.
4, yeah, excuse me. Goodness me.
Benton will be looking for revenge from his fallen teammate.
We got to get through Takumi Matsura first, though, so let's see if there's any way.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. Griff's Boon.
更多
Griff's Boon. Big Boom.
4 5 6 7 8打8乘8，来下一回把我打死。
Dynamite there. Absolutely gigantic hit. That is 3, 4, plus 8. Wow. That is just a lethal attack next
Yeah.
turn, and there is
玩得
truly
不错
no way to interact with this.
None
There's
at
no
all.
flyers. I don't see a way.
来， 手伸出去。
Unbelievable stuff here from Benton Madsen, qualified, playing
8点
in an
季节
arena
先攻飞行。
qualifier. Didn't think he was going to do anything at this Pro Tour.
对
Top 8's day 1, gets through day 2. Excuse me, 8-0 on day 1. Oh,
Portable hole
赶快盖掉空灵凯。
Okay. Was needed.
多拖一回合。
Portable holes.
Okay, all right.
All right.
There's removal. We got some stuff going here.
So now, I believe I did see light pause. So
没事没事，我们压掉空灵凯了，活下来了。
Audacity?
Okay, yeah, this is a huge attack actually. If there is all that glitters or another ethereal armor, that's going to be GG.
只要不要有1点的空灵凯或者是2点的空灵凯，都活下来了。 吗
？Sentinel's Eyes perhaps would just be able to attack and block, but I think he's going to go for the win if he can.
Yeah, I wonder if you can't attack though if you don't have. Is that the only card? No, it's
无胜数，游戏结束了。啊
You can just you portable hole and put Ethereum back arm.
Put it back on, yeah.
Wait.
无胜数好强，无胜数来。 4加8加8等于20，游戏结束，好简单。为什么这个 meta game 跟我显示说他妈的胜率只有30%？
Congratulations to Benton taking it down 3-0 in the top 4 of his first Pro Tour, having to play the true end boss, Reed Duke, in the final to avenge his teammate. I mean, you can't write this.
You can't write it better than this. I mean, do you even think this was on his mind this morning as he got ready for this?
60%是沙利亚。
Yeah. Unreal. And, you know, we talk about Benton here, but Takumi has played phenomenal Magic. And honestly, after this match, I'm going to go try to find him and just say what an honor it's been to watch him play. Didn't see a single mistake. I watched a lot of his matchups.
那就是
just really was
白绿贴皮打 Red Duke 红蓝无畏创新。
To Takumi as well on making it this far.
Benton Madsen, an excellent run indeed. Let's go and hear from him. He's with Cedric now.
我觉得应该是
once again
无畏创新会赢啦。
Benton Madsen, Benton, another match you expected to lose, another opponent you have just destroyed.
但是有个小风险，就是 Red Duke 是后手，因为他的排名输了。
Brave, ironically, but it was totally right. I mean, the way that the two cards, despite the fact they don't look at, they fill very similar functions. I got very lucky. He had to mulligan to find his key cards. I didn't, and that, I think, played a really heavy role in how the match went.
So you're into the finals. One player, Reed Duke. Other player, Derek Davis. One of them you know rather well leading in this tournament since you tested together. Who would you rather play against, and why?
Well, I think it'd be hilarious if I played Derek, and so I have to say him. I was thrown into a Discord with him and Chase Masters, by Chase Masters, who I guess has an eye for talent, I suppose. I didn't think I belonged there, but yeah, we tested together, we talked a lot, we sort of respected each other's deck choices, but also felt very confident in our wheelhouse. I think it'd be hilarious if we met in the finals, sort of proving that neither one of us was wrong. Really good sign about the Pioneer metagame. It's so open. You can do so many different things. I mean, Fires and Green Auras are like completely different decks.
Well, Green Auras is working beautifully for you. Benton Madsen, 1 win away from being Pro Tour Phyrexia champion.
It's going to be Benton Madsen versus Reed Duke. We're going to set up our finals after this.
Huh. 不敢问就是不敢，一回不会出油让妖精，这打什么贴皮，对不对？
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia, and there is a look at the trophy, which awaits one of two players as we work our way towards our finals here in the building. One of those players walking away
最后一局，因为我们今天结束挺快的，搞不好4点之前就会结束了吗？4点之前结束有点难5点之前应该就结束了。
Because we are about to head to our finals, the most exciting moment of this tournament, and we've had a great top 8 so far today. So many exciting moments, and one more moment headed up. Finals, Reed Duke, Benton Madsen. What do you make of this finals, Monty?
It's an exciting one. It is the almost feels like a newcomer, Benton Madsen, playing his first Pro Tour versus Reed Duke, the veteran, Hall of Famer, one of everybody's favorite pros. And neither of these players have a title. Reed has never won a Pro Tour.
不过今天的8强是真的打得挺快的，你看有2个3比0。
Almost poetically, he lost that finals while playing a Bogles deck.
我好久没有听到小哈这个名字了，
White
都不知道他还有没有在玩游戏，
The
在玩
tables are a
魔
little
风了。
reversed here for Reed, and he's hoping he can get the job done this time, perhaps.
All right, that's our finals coming up. Everybody's so excited for that. If you're sitting at home and thinking, hey, I could do that, or at least I could try to do that. How do you qualify for something like this? Don't worry, we've got a bunch of ways you can play in a regional championship qualifier at your local game store. Those have been running since January 6th. The ones for this season run through April 9th. And those feed into the regional championships, Monty.
Yes, they do. The regional championships for this season run from May 20th to July 2nd, depending on your region. So make sure if you do qualify through one of those RCQs, you are aware of when and where your region's championship is happening before we head into Season 2.
Yeah, Season 2 RCQs are going to be
居然还有在写文章，可是因为我前几个礼拜、前几个月去找他推特，他推特已经完全没有在更新了。对，所以我才不知道他到底还有没有在玩画风会。
We're also qualifying players for the World Championship this weekend, and we already have been, in fact.
哦，所以 SCG 还有在写文章，
Let's find out which players are already qualified.
也不代表他有在玩魔法风云会就是了啦。心力有没有放在上面，其实也差蛮多的。说实在的。
These are the players who are already qualified. We qualified a bunch at the previous World Championship. The top 4 all made it. The Arena Championship sent 2 players, as well as 3 players from the Mox Showcase. But that's not all.
Yeah, absolutely. We did start qualifying players to the next World Championship pretty early this year because there are so many ways to make it there. And one of those ways, of course, are the regional championships. In many regions, the champion or even sometimes the runner-up are getting invites to the next World Championship. Taking a look at the list of just some of the names: Teo Murray, Anthony Lee, Christian Trudell, Matthew Sapoff, who were here this weekend and will be competing in that World Championships. And of course, for players that want to make it there, the path does start through those RCQs.
Absolutely, and we qualified people this weekend as well. Your top 8 all get qualifications to the World Championship this year. Nathan Storyer's name not on that list because guess what, everybody? He's already qualified. He'll be your returning champ back to defend his crown. All right, everybody, it's the moment you've been waiting for. It's finals time here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Let's set it up for you. I'm so excited for this matchup. Both of these players, wonderful in their individual ways. Reed Duke running Is It Creativity, and Benton Madsen on, you know, my baby, Celestia Auras. Reed Duke is a member of the Hall of Fame, but like Monty said, he has yet to get that title at a Pro Tour. Is this his moment? Let's take a look at the players' roads to the top 8 here. Here is Reed Duke. Played Benton in round 4 and won, Monty.
No, Maria, I believe Reed actually ended up losing that match pretty handily to Benton.
Oh, yeah.
Who took it with Auras.
You're right.
Yeah, pretty terrifying, actually, for Reed, having already gone through the matchup and knowing how tough it can be as the creativity player.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at Benton's road here. Benton was our last undefeated player in the whole tournament. After saying, of course, on camera, we have it reported that he wasn't going to win a single match, Monty.
Yeah, he wasn't too confident coming into the weekend, and at some point when it definitely looked like he has every reason to be confident, he stayed humble and also played the bit up a bit, just saying that, no, I'm not going to win any matches with this draft deck. Who knows how long it's going to go, etc., etc., etc.
All right, that's our finals. Those are the players. But what about the decks here? Let's talk about this matchup, Monty. How is this going to shake out?
Well, it's going to be an uphill battle. We're starting with Reed taking a look at his Is It Creativity deck that put 2 members of Team Channel Fireball into this top 8. Of course, the entire goal is to control the early elements of the game using removal spells and counter spells, leading up to making some tokens and then hitting them with an Indomitable Creativity to get that World Spine Worm Xenagos combo and 30 your opponent. Doesn't always work out exactly how you want, but the deck is extremely consistent at doing its thing. Now, Reed, as we mentioned, has lost this matchup before, and part of the reason is your cards just don't really line up very well against what Benton is doing. Taking a look at the Selesnya Auras deck. This deck is very fast, very aggressive to get on the ground. We saw in the matchup that we just watched for the semifinal, Benton is very good at getting on the ground early, resolving a Glades Cover Scout, and once you do, you can start putting these powerful auras on it. With the Hexproof creature, your opponent doesn't really have room for interaction. And looking at Reed's deck previously, there were removal spells and there were counter spells, but countering one of these very replaceable auras is not going to do much more than buy you time. And a lot of Reed's combo finish with the Xenagos and World Spine Worm is designed to do 30 damage. If this Auras deck gets a large Blade Cover Scout with a Rune of Sustenance on it, suddenly you can survive a hit for 30, no problem. So this is a problem matchup for sure. Benton should be feeling moderately confident, or as confident as he will allow himself to be, considering not only has he beat Reed in this tournament already, but he dispatched Gab Nassif, Reed's teammate, in the quarterfinals in the exact same matchup.
So what does Reed have to do to stop Benton?
Reed doesn't have too much interaction for what Benton is doing, so he'll need to get a little lucky in how the draws go, but it will also just really need to be making sure that he's mulliganing aggressively to getting his combo off as quickly as possible, because he does not have
All right, well, let's find out what happens. It's time to crown a champion here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Marshall and Paul are in the booth. Take it away.
Thanks, Maria. That's right. We are all set for our finals here.
他真的是把以前的那些东西合起来，天哪
！As we've got this green-white Auras deck in the hands of Benton Manson facing down Reed Duke, trying to finally get across the border and pick up a win at a Pro Tour level.
太多新卡了，我们晚点可以来看。
Championship as well, and he'd love to finally cross that threshold. I mean, this is something that he's been building up to for his whole life. Right.
Yeah, I mean, he's had so many great finishes, but has never been able to hoist a trophy.
Right. He's won a bunch of GPs, and
he's
those
won
are great.
GPs,
that's really hard, but this is different.
But this is the Pro Tour, right? This is the thing that you're dreaming of. This is the thing that you want to win. And interestingly,
我超喜欢他的，小选好，我超喜欢他的。
That World Championship with the Hexproof deck, the Boggles. And now he's going up against a deck with hexproof creatures. So.
Yeah, and the deck he's playing isn't super different, you know, from the deck that Shahar was playing as well. It's red-blue base. That one had a little bit of white in there too. But the tables are turned, and Reed's going to see if he can get the job done using a different type of deck this time. Now, when it does come down to the matchup here, though, Paul, you know, one of the cards that we looked at was Glade Cover Scout. As in Pioneer, you don't get access to Slippery Bogle, right? So you don't have as many of those 1-mana hexproof creatures. And when they played earlier today, or yesterday, I should say, or 2 days ago, actually, Benton won, and he won very quickly, and he had a turn 1 Glade Cover Scout both games, and he said that was absolutely critical in the matchup. Because remember, Reed does have removal, right? He's got cheap burn spells that he can use to take out those creatures before the auras can hit them, and he can, you know, control the board that way. But Glade Cover
Scout 要复刻了。
Yeah, I mean, you have to feel so great if you have the Glade Cover Scout. There's basically nothing that the blue-red deck can do. It doesn't have any options. It doesn't have any ways to get it off the battlefield. The only thing you can do is
猴子复刻，而且这个刻法应该是宝藏。
And the way that this match is going to play out, I mean, Benton doesn't really have any way to disrupt what Reed's trying to do as well. So it's really just kind of a race situation. Who's going to go first? And will Benton be able to put on enough pressure before Reed Duke can cast creativity for 2 and get the 30 damage on board necessary to win?
little bit of chit chat for our
太
players
神
before
啦
the lineup. It's
哦，太多牌了，
kind
太
of
多张
refreshing
牌了，
that,
天
you know,
哪
they！ seem actually pretty relaxed. I think I would be a ball of energy if I was sitting in one of those seats. Then again, people probably would be a ball of energy sitting in my seat, and I'm not, and I'm relaxed.
Yeah, I mean,
but I got Paul next to me, so
I think they're being friendly here, but
牌
I'm
神
sure
被玩
inside,
化了。
right, there's so many things going on in your head, particularly Reed, who's had many opportunities, right? Lots of top 8s under his belt, and this is the best shot that he's going to have.
Wait, you said you replaced it with Gigantus League, right?
Feels like he's due almost, right? He just
you don't get very many shots either, and Reed knows,
傻小
right? You know,
三黑黑绿叫18-6的通怪。
which did happen for Reed, by the way. You know, he changed Mox win into a GP and then into second place at Worlds like a year later. And that probably happened very quickly for him. And you look back and say, I haven't had another chance to win a top-level event since then. Right? Haven't been in the finals. So he knows how precious this opportunity is.
I would like to take play.
哇，各式各样的潮牌耶！
So, the first strategic decision.
That's crazy. It's very weird. I think you're like upstate New York, right?
I recently moved from upstate New York to Queens.
Oh, cool. What brought you down there?
Just kind of looking for a change of pace.
That's fair. How do you like having access? Oh, sorry. How do you like having access to public transportation?
It's great.
Yeah, it's
Wow, this interview.
拉塞拉起来。
Sizing up Reed here.
Yeah.
Where are you
金
from?
吉塔下。
Subway guy or a
哦，金吉塔下好强哦。
I mean, I don't know if you've played all in the local New York scene, but people would be like fucking thrilled to see you in like
Whoa!
game stories.
Easy there, Ben.
5点叫55瓦兔，然后还可以扫场。
I guess they are really relaxed.
We are live.
I guess when you're, I mean, Reed does have that effect on people that you're just like, I'm friends with them.
6点叫55，天生骑士。
Gamer's choice. Yeah, I think that's what's called. Yeah.
天生骑士 Kobe 太强了吧
？Feeling pretty good about this matchup. He's already defeated Reed Duke.
加2点残忍一胜，
And
加
1-15
这样
I mean, Reed mentioned this in the interview with Cedric, but the fact that
可以用
Benton
无
gets
瞬
to be
间
on the play does give him that little bit
检查
of an
打
edge. I
X
know it's
点
best of 5, but still, being on the play so big in this matchup.
7点的巫术，所有玩家磨10张，
Yeah.
Game story is alright.
然后为每个玩家选择一只生物跟旅法挖进来，
as is custom.
I've thought about it, yeah.
然后全部的生物变成菲瑞克西亚生物。
I don't know. I sort of like. I wonder about
Okay.
it sometimes. I do.
Yeah, so Glade Cover Scout, like you mentioned before, really, really
五色
powerful
洗牌
effect.
地
That's the first place we're going to be looking here on
Yeah.
the opening hands, right?
Absolutely.
Does Benton have a Glade cover? Because there's nothing like that
所
for,
有启动技能
for Reed.
不能启
Right.
动，
There's
然后会
no
全部
perfect
全部
opening
获得。
one card.
Skrelv
好像
also
普通
a
通
very powerful card. I mean, it
Moment of
basically
the
forces
truth.
Reed to have multiple removal spells. Now, Reed does have 4 copies of Fiery Impulse, 4 copies of Fire Prophecy to get the Skrelv. But this just means that Reed has an extra layer of things that he needs to
哇
get through
，Telling Time 的
before
进粉版本
being
诶
able to，
好
kill
强
some of the
哦！
payoff creatures that Benton has in his deck. Cards like Light Paws and SRAM.
Looks like Benton did not see any Glade cover
Okay,
scouts or
新卡
anything
看完
else
了
he wanted, so he's going to ship this hand back. He's going to go to 6.
Also mulligan.
And Reed is going to do the same, so
All right.
we're going to kind of ease into the finals here. A little bit of chit chat.
I'm satisfied with my choice.
Fair. Fair. Doesn't give away any information, I don't think.
Reed's answers are really good. I'm satisfied with my choice, he said.
Yeah? Okay. So the way you said that, I was just like...
That's a good one. That is actually a pretty apt comparison, Lucky. Definitely some Reeves vibes coming off of you. A compliment, to be sure.
Yeah, I take it that way.
I'm not the one guy in the world who hates Gunnar Reeves for some reason.
Okay. Now let's see if the players can
Let's see about
stem the bleeding here and stop at 6. You never know. Benton knows the matchup, and he knows exactly the tools that he needs.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's going to go down to 5. What
哇
about
哦
Reed, though?
调度2次了，
gentleman's
Duke 拿起
mulligan
来
or
拿起来拿起来
I see lands and spells, Paul.
Lands and spells, classic combination. Reed's Duke probably mulligans a little bit less.
Ooh, that's a lot of lands.
Doesn't
actually.
have a lot of interaction there and is on the draw.
He is going to keep, boy, that spike field hazard.
That is rough.
That has a lot of weight on it right now, but he is going to keep 6. Benton going down to 5. You know, we're starting to get into the danger zone. Even a deck like this that can still produce very powerful, very difficult to interact with draws on 5, it can start to get a little sketchy.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure he's
拿起
thinking
来
of
拿起来
the cards that he'd like to see. He's like, all right, Glade Cover Scout, 2 lands, 2 auras, let's go.
Right. The mulligan rules favoring this type of deck.
And how
Wow,
many lands are we
this
looking for?
好
So we do have the 2
强哦
lands. Oh, there's the Glade Cover Scout too. So this is going to be a very easy keep. Can't really afford to go down to 4, but this is kind of an ideal 5 on the play, right?
Ethereal Armor and all the glitters are the 2 fastest
没有错啦，遇到红蓝不要想着留那个狐狸。
So this is a really a great
狐
5
狸在这
here
个对局应该是不太行。
and he's on the play too.
Right. So as long as Benton can just find a couple of auras off the top of his deck to really make it so that the Ethereal Armor and all that glitters continues to grow.
Yeah, he doesn't need much. They work well with each other,
right?
And just anything, you know, at that point, I mean, not to be greedy, but you start thinking about the cantripping stuff, right? Just, it's an aura, but I get more cards.
来，一回妖精。
All right, looks like Benton is ready to begin.
Yeah, it was more of a to the table than him. You're good. Thank you. All right, start we all know and love. 18, Scout.
Do we all know and love this card?
I think most people, I don't know.
没有错啦，不会一回辟邪妖精到底是要怎么打
Back over to Reed Duke. He's going to be disappointed to see that Glade Cover Scout. The only reprieve he gets is that Benton is on 5. So how bad could it be? He's going to find out pretty quickly, I think. There's a Steam Vents tap now from Reed. He passes the turn back over to Benton, and let's let the fireworks begin.
Oh, Cartouche of Solidarity. So that's another aura. Now you can just go double 1-drop this turn if you want. That makes it so that you just do maximum damage, put an extra creature in play. Wow.
What a draw here from Benton.
What a mull to 5.
Cartouche of Solidarity.
Going to get in for 4 points of damage this turn.
And Reed's just like, wow.
Oh, I can't do anything. All right, 16.
16.
Okay, back over to Reed Duke.
Reed Duke 抽不抽得到康？
Yeah, Spikefield
真
Hazard
的
not
是一
going to
个
be doing a whole lot
后手
here.
看起来不会赢的对局
Just has
新手应该蛮有
Fable
机
of the
会的。
Mirror Breaker, pair of those in play. But I mean, Benton's got a lot of pressure here. Even if he doesn't draw any other auras, you cast that all that glitters, all of a sudden you're looking at 9 damage coming in this turn.
Wow.
钓到有妖精，对啊，钓到有妖精。
Benton has to consider the possibility of a counter spell here, though. Is that something that he has the luxury of playing around?
I don't think so. I mean, Reed does have 2 mana. Maybe, I mean, if he drew a 1 mana aura, but you just have to think about the clock. And then also consider Fable of the Mirror Breaker that Reed is very likely to play on turn 3, as this is the only thing he can do to put a permanent on the battlefield that gets in the way of these creatures.
Yeah, he is actually thinking about both Spell Pierce, which there's only 1 of, but also Make Disappear, which he's got the full 4. Benton's very vocal as he even works through his thought processes out loud
上了
sometimes.
啦，
He
2 点
tends
地
to
就
do
直
it
接
in
贴
spots
了，
by
有
giving that
disappear
away.
你也躲不
Kind of
掉，难道你
When
要
you're
等到10
playing
块地吗
a linear deck like the Celestia Auras deck, both players already kind of know what's up. So he can just clearly just state what type of cards Reed can have while he's thinking. And he is playing around a potential counter spell. Oh no, never mind.
没有，
Tap the 1.
He did. He kind of changed his
强
mind.
亮
All that glitters hit, and it in Reed Duke
1、2、
just has to
3、
say,
4、5、6、
okay.
7、8的8乘8。
And this is not where Reed Duke wants to be. Spikefield Hazard on the 1/1, making it 8 damage. Down to 8 he goes.
All right, and so Fable of the Mirror Breaker chump.
+1, 7, +1, 8, yes.
Yep.
So
Reed is on 1 turn clock here from the mold to 5, Glade Cover Scout in play. How can Reed even get out of this?
I don't think he can.
You just have to play a creature every single turn?
Right. And for his deck, that's extremely difficult. He has
先手还扛得住啦，后手看起来是凉了啦。
Would GG
2个皮，贴了。
Hammer, can't cast Hammer Hand.
哦，不止。
Warbriar Blessing.
He's got 2 copies of Sentinel's Eyes, it looks like, Paul.
Yeah, and 4 copies of Audacity.
2个直接皮贴。
Fantastic. But yeah, I mean,
5加5加4
chump. Reed has another Fable, and he can look 2 cards deeper with the Fable in play.
So take that to chapter
其实这个皮不用贴无所谓。
Continue finding blockers. Remember, Fable does go to
因为你没有
chapter 3 next turn. That's another 2/2.
You're right. You're right.
If Benton
然后你
can't
等下
find a
抽
way
到
to
那
give the
个
Glade Cover
狐
Scout
狸跟
flying
地
or
的时候，就可
trample,
以手力如
Reed
锤，
might
一
be
拳
able
破
to
天。
string together enough chump blockers, find a window for big score, and then go for creativity if he finds one.
My question is the Glade Cover Scout or the World Spine Worm going to be bigger by the time he does that?
That is fair.
I could be, I'm hearing whispers of madness in my mind. That would be appropriate for this set.
So Reed really doesn't have any other option here other than to play another Fable. That's another blocker. So that's a blocker for 2 turns that he has set up with the Fable in play.
Yeah.
Actually, 3 turns, given that he just played 1 too. So
it's a game plan.
Can Benton find a way?
He doesn't have much going on. He's got Secrets of the Fiery Impulse.
Reed's getting time, but he still needs to find. Oh,
there's a SRAM, but
有
that's a
机
nice
会了
target
吗？
for
这
Fiery
边
Impulse.
1点生，
And again,
1点生线
while
索，
he's
右手
had an
抽一
amazing
张
start, you have to
翻
give
过
up
来
something, and it's lands
30-30
on a mulligan to 5, and he doesn't have anything left over to maybe immediately trigger SRAM or to try to protect it.
And Reed also just considering whether or not he wants to fire off this this removal spell here, this Fiery Impulse, just because he's also thinking, well, do I need to try to get permanents into play for Indomitable Creativity off the top? Let's say if he casts Secrets of the Key this turn,
这边是那个
right?
探
He
查
can
一定
then
要探
flip
的
the
嘛。
Fable of the Mirror Breaker if he
然后
top decks
抽牌
Indomitable
下地
Creativity.
翻过来，两个神器。
He's going to take the
他去
slightly
杀
more
了这
conservative
个，
route here
为
and
什
use
么？
Fiery Impulse. He figures, okay, at least for the
这样你有
foreseeable
办法
future,
挡
I
下一
have
拳
this
吗？
Glade Cover Scout covered. One way this game could completely get away from me is if SRAM's still there.
Right.
He doesn't want to go for the narrow case scenario.
他又抽一张奇奇，哦好，还可以再喂一
Very
拳，
risky
笑死。
position here, no matter what.
Is that another Fable? Blockers for days.
And it's funny, they're just alternating.
Right. Well, keep in mind, too, if somehow Reed can find a way, it looks like Reed may have another Fable in hand. And if that's the case, then Reed doesn't have to chump block with the reflection. And then on the next turn, the reflection can start copying 2/2s to chump block, right? So then that puts the pressure on Benton to find a way to get Glade Cover Scout through. Put a way to put flying onto that thing, give it trample. That's the only way.
更多的无。
Reed knows he can't play this game forever, but this is a way that he can stay alive.
And he has a make disappear in hand, so now he's got to be feeling safe because a Griff Spoon off the top won't do it.
Wow. How is Reed even still alive at all?
现在还要活下来。奇奇一张可以挡2拳，笑死。
Pretty irrelevant here.
Yeah, he put one
不
on
是
a
啊，
few
可是
turns ago. It doesn't change the
可是
clock, though.
这
He
边如果
already
抽
had a
无畏
lethal
创新就
threat.
赢了哎。
I cannot believe that Reed is even still in this game.
I mean, you have 4 Fable of the Mirror Breaker, right? Just draw all of them, I guess.
Yeah.
Get in the way and just hope Benton doesn't find a way to.
I mean, no
force
evasion
damage
whatsoever.
through. Yeah.
It's a lot to ask, but so far Reed is still here.
他有没有机会把那个把那个妖精灌到超过30啊？
Still does need to find a creativity.
Reed's going to chump block once again with the Shaman, and Benton just passes the turn back.
活了，活了，活了！
Reed's still alive.
活了，人活了，奇奇要死了。
Definitely gonna want to keep that make disappear in hand.
He found Fire Prophecy. That's not going to do him any good.
Probably rummaging that one away. Don't care
我觉得
too
琪
much
琪要
about
进分牌
that.
啦，救命啊！
So
来
is he
弃
set up
掉
now for infinite
弃掉
chunk
骚，
He is.
没什么理由要留吧？
Pay one,
Pay
make
one,
a copy
make a
of
remember,
reflect a reflection.
Remember
没
what
错，
we
每
this
一
is what we
回
saw
合
Shota
生一
do,
只
right?
琪
You can
琪
go
打一打。
make a token, chump, end of turn, make 4 tokens, right? Attack
I
you.
forgot about that.
Make a token, chump, end of turn, make 4 tokens. That's the combo he can go with if Benton can't find a way out of this.
Yeah, usually when you say the combo for this deck, you're talking about something very different.
没有错啦，琪琪好强。
Looks like Reed traded a removal spell for a removal spell here with Fire Prophecy becoming a Fiery Impulse. He's going to pass the turn back again. And Benton's going to go to combat.
Here we go.
生一只
Make a 2/2.
block。
Get in the way.
He's still alive.
哎，啊你怎么没有再生一
There's a
只？
Skrelv.
That's just a target for Fiery Impulse.
He actually
hold,
found a
Yeah,
target.
you hold that make disappear.
嗯，这样你没有生一只，那你下回合
Oh, is Benton going to go for
下回会少打好多拳呢。
Maybe.
Wouldn't get him anywhere, but it also isn't really a disaster.
Yes.
Okay, he's just going to...
他想要做
And
反
it
照
looks。like
Okay.
Reed's going to be mana efficient here.
很
Right,
急
and
吗？
instead opting to just go for
Secrets of the Key.
the clue tokens here.
Yeah. This is a way that he can generate the cards that he needs to actually find pieces to win the game rather than continue to survive.
Now remember, Reed
Ooh,
definitely
Lila.
wants to cast this Fiery Impulse, although he found an Indomitable Creativity.
Whoa!
Now is that going to be that? I mean, he has to block, right?
算一下哈
Creativity
罗
for
大，
2, combo off, attack you for 30. That Glade Curver Scout is what?
Is it a 10-10?
It might be a 10-10. Benton's at 18. All right, so let's add this all up.
Yeah, let's see how big is it. He's got
4
Ethereal
加
Armor
5
plus
加
Velvet
2
Glitters,
So
and
there's
加
two
1
others.
So
that
4
give +1,
auras.
+1.
Yeah, so
13.
4 auras times 2, because he has 2 effects that amplify that, is +4/+4 each. Sentinel's Eyes and Cartouche is +1/+1, so it's an 11/11.
Okay.
而且它可以
And then he has
起
the
起
1/1
再生一
Skrelv.
只
So，that's 12.
会有45点伤害往脸上冲。
30 minus 12.
Looks perfect to
There you
me.
go.
Is there anything that Benton can have that would matter here?
I don't
Oh,
think so.
well,
I think that's what Reed
I think
thinks
this
too.
is just...
'Cause
Okay,
he's
X
tapping his
equals
mana.
2.
Tapping 5. Skrelv can't block, so it's actually one more than...
You're right,
是两
Skrelv
个线
can't
索。
block anyway. But it didn't matter.
Benton at this point...
Reed
Nice
ripped
set lah.
Indomitable Creativity,
Wow.
and that was so clutch because he just made the 2 clue tokens
Right.
off the top. And Benton Madsen, with the perfect start, even off of a mulligan to 5, has to sit here and stare
There it
Damn,
is.
as these 2 green permanents hit the
太神啦。
battlefield for Reed Duke. Is he going to
Jeez.
算一下
steal
血
this game back
4加
He
5嘛，
from
absolutely
Benton?
is.
对啊，9、10、11、12、12攻。
This is unbelievable.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker doing some work here.
全打就死了。
Which one?
Oh,
1,
right.
2, or 3?
I'm going to give a lot of credit to 1 and 2. Yeah.
And look at this. He even gets to get in with the other reflections, too.
Little extra damage.
And he's going to attack for lethal against Benton Madsen, who had the start. He had it.
This guy can't block, obviously. 4, 8, 9.
It's a lot, Benton. You're
it's-
not going to like it. It's
Sure.
going to be at
Lots of damage.
4.
Lots and lots of damage.
Wow, what a
Wow,
game 1 win for
扛
Reed
住
Duke.
了，
I
太
honestly
神啦！
cannot believe that he found a way to
琪
win
琪
that
活了，
game.
但琪琪要死
But
了，
he
我已经看到他接下来要出现在金卡表上了
up。1 game to 0 here in the finals.
太神啦，好看好看。
And remember, that was Benton on a mold of 5, and
Yeah.
was so close to taking that down.
I was so impressed by that start from Benton. And the
不过
fact that he was stuck on the 2 lands and
对，
just
不过是
never
调
found
度2，
anything
然后
other than auras to make the creature
你下一
kind
把
of arbitrarily
还是要再面对
large.
之后手。
Right.
meant that he couldn't quite get across the finish line. So even though he had that near perfect start from Mulligan to 5, he could not quite find what he needed. And Reed Duke was able to just chump block every turn for 4 turns in a row until turning the tables on Benton.
How many turns was that, right? Because I'm thinking Benton, regardless, win or lose, going to go back and go, how many turns did I whiff? I have 2 copies of Griffspoon, 4 copies of Audacity, and there were instances where even a Warbriar Blessing would have gotten it done, right?
Incredible.
And he just whiffed completely on all those cards.
Boy, you know, this is where I start to think about experience. Right?
3张奇奇姐姐太神啦
He was at the finals of the world championship.
而且对手也没有抽到践踏，也没有抽到飞行。
You saw how calmly, like when Benton had the perfect start off of Molda 5, you didn't see Reed like shaking his head or rolling his eyes or making comments or anything like that, right? And that's because he's been here before. He's a pro, right? For Benton, he doesn't have as much experience as Reed Duke does. Now, he's handled it extremely well. I have to say, he's been nice.
Yeah.
He's been chatty, right? So, like, he certainly hasn't stepped out. But, boy, look at his face.
Yeah.
He's got to be frustrated about having had that many turns to try to find an answer.
但如果刚刚把手上的那个警戒皮也贴上去，会不会死？
Maybe not a good matchup for Reed. It is about as straightforward as it can get. You know exactly what you need to do on every single turn to try to stay alive before you combo, right? So, and he did exactly what he needed to do there.
Yeah, Reed Duke's very much a game planner, right?
这手牌接
you
不
can
接
see him work out what the next couple of turns will look like in the moment. Now, you'll see that the players are quickly into game 2 here. That's because our first 2 games are pre-sideboarded games. And how does this look here for Reed?
I mean, it's a nice hand if
他有
Benton
辟邪
doesn't have
皮
a Glade Cover Scout, right?
是不是可以考虑接？
And
一回
Benton
出
does
那
not
个，二
have
回
a
出
Glade
那
Cover
个。
Scout.
And he's not going to keep it as a
wow.
result.
That
Even though
就是要调度到
it
有
was a
妖
functional
精
hand.。
That was turn 1 Skrelv, turn 2 SRAM.
Ram, yeah. So he is prioritizing that Glade Cover Scout. And you can see why. I mean, on game 1, he had to get kind of unlucky not to win that game, and that was on a Molda 5.
I mean, maybe this is why I don't win when I play those Boggles decks, because when I look at a hand like that, I'm snap keeping that thing, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Benton going deeper into this rabbit hole of mulligans, looking for the perfect opener, and by that I mean a Glade Cover Scout. And I mean, even though we didn't win that game in game 1, you can see why. Like, it was like Reed could do nothing against that except for chump block, and even then, Benton had to not hit any of his cards that would have prevented that.
Glade Cover Scout, did we find one?
He's back down to 5 again.
直接掉，就是要掉到有。
Now, we can't really, like, he could have kept that first hand and played a game of
this
Magic.
Isn't necessarily super unlucky. Benton made the choice to aggressively mulligan because he recognizes that there's a singular card that's so important that if he draws it, it skyrockets his win rate in this matchup, particularly in the pre-boarded games.
But once you start down this path, it does have a cost to it. Let's see if he can do it. You know, I assume that when you get to 5, you would keep kind of any functional hand.
Yeah.
Going to 4 is, I mean, you don't win those very often. His deck could. I mean, it really could. Like,
it could. Again, he almost won on that 5.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see if he can find a Glade Cover Scout this time, or a functional hand at 5.
Okay, Hammerhand.
Oh, this really needs a scout.
Land.
This needs a land.
Okay, I think you have to keep now, right? You're on 5.
That looks good to me.
Okay, Hammerhand to the bottom. And
it is a vulnerable hand, though.
Absolutely.
There's a fiery impulse.
And Reed has 2 fiery impulses.
Yeah.
Right.
This hand does not match up well against what Reed has because it doesn't have Glade Cover Scout in it.
Yeah.
就再掉啊。这手牌跟6张看起来没什么两样啊，然后生不死的就没得打了。手牌我觉得要调度了，比棋手的7张还烂。
Okay, Benton's gonna keep. So the hand goes down, and then.
要赌哦。
He's gonna think about it.
Can he even cast the hammer hand?
Wow.
Are there mana confluences? There are mana confluences.
He's thinking about what could I draw, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, We get a little
直接就把工程师也塞下去了。
哦，
对嘛？
哦
，jeez，
对啊，我觉得如果你7张的那个起手都不接，我觉得这个起手是肯定不接的。
He's right，
有几张皮都没有很重要，但是你起手有那个辟邪皮跟反射人嘛，就是你可以考虑。1回出虫，2回出一只生物，3回反射皮贴辟邪皮，然后接一个反射，是可以考虑的选项。但是如果这个选项你都不考虑，那就是掉入到有。
I don't think there was a chance he could have won with that hand.
I agree. I would have kept it in his seat because you got to give yourself a shot, but
Scout. No.
对，可是你看这个手牌
，right?
It is, but it's
now you're on 4. You have to keep, and you're just on what 2 lands, a Skrelv and a SRAM.
比第1回出还差。哇，早知道就接那个了，早知道就接第一次7张了。对。
Passes the turn back.
20开，对啊，20开。
But Reed has double 1 mana removal spells, so this is going to be bad times for Benton. On tap, Reed gonna kill this. Oh, just maybe waiting for an aura. And then using the fiery impulse here.
I suppose he does get
keep up
bigger
spells.
tempo advantage by doing so, but you don't want to give him.
But because he has the make disappear, you want to be able to counter, and then fiery impulse potentially.
I see. Options open here for Duke, and now.
And now you probably want to fire it off.
没什么选项。
He did, he says, and so no creatures on the board here, and a light pause in hand. Now. That is the type of card that you can get something rolling with.
Right? If Benton goes land,
if he
light
draws
pause,
land here,
and 邱真杰应该也没有在
untap
看那个轮抽，看他应该是没有在打，
light pause and it's going to get
应该是没有在打魔法风
It
柜
is definitely disappearing here. But now Benton's got some draws, right? He's now Reed is out of interactive spells.
Yes.
And he did draw the Xenagos, so needs to find a way to shuffle that one back in for the combo.
Okay.
Right?
He's got big score and a land, so that is what
还
Reed
要
wants
想
to
办
do
法
on this
处理
turn. He's hoping that Benton
处理
doesn't
手
find
上
a
的红绿
threat
神，
just
笑死。
because it makes it kind of easy mode for him.
Right. So he's got big score and the creativity and the mana to cast creativity. But again, because of that Xenagos, needs to find something like a Valakut's Awakening or a Fire Prophecy to shuffle it back in. Also, of course, we've seen this before. You can hardcast it.
Yes. Looks like he's found another copy of Light
防一下
Pause.
人间消失。
Okay. But
And
he
this
is
one's going to hit.
He is empty-handed.
Yes, he did have to play his land, his Temple Garden untapped there to play around another copy of Make Disappear, which wasn't there, but smart play there from Benton.
Yeah, you could remember also you can just creativity for 1 and just put a World Spine Worm into play.
True,
right?
That's true.
And then you can just cast the Xenagos on the following turn.
Oh, with
and attack for
treasure.
30.
哇，谢喽。这边 x 等于
15's not enough.
然后叫15，下回合正牌打30。可以吧？好像可以接受，好像可以接受。毕竟对手没手牌了。对，对手没手牌了。
Oh, Benton.
Check out the big brain on Benton.
Yeah, well,
正边没有能够解这一支的方法吧。
Again, they are very familiar with this strategy. They literally named their team name after this combo deck.
Yeah, this is one of those interesting spots where Benton probably has really deep knowledge about his opponent's deck, right? You usually know how the decks work and what the key cards are.
我就算不用走拍，我正拳打你，
he
打2回合也死了。
Oh, you must have it in your hand.
I know what you have.
Because you would not cast
好，进第3把。
this if you had the worm in your hand
right.
to get Xenagos.
And with the big score, you could have discarded the World Spine Worm and it would have gotten shuffled back in.
Really, I did play to that.
What do you find a SRAM? No.
Lamau, that's funny.
Benton's
No,
taking
man.
his bad beats well here, and we're going to see that treasure go away for Xenaghost, and 30. Yuri Duke is up 2-0 here in the finals of Pro Tour Phyrexia. Big, deep breath for Reed, and you see
来了背牌
Benton
局
still talking.
背牌局
I think he was saying that he loves the deck that Reed's playing.
Right. Yeah, I mean, again, probably one of the decks that they considered. They played this deck a ton, but thought that the metagame would look slightly differently and chose the decks that they did. Of course, just doing incredibly in this event, right? 2-person team, one making it to the finals, the other making it onto the top 4. 3-person team, excuse me.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And
I mean, they must look at each other and go, how did we do this, right? I mean, that's an incredible result. Getting 2 players into the top 8, even from one of the super teams, you know, that have 15 people that are all full-time Magic pros, etc. That's an accomplishment to get 2 in, and they got 2 out of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think you want to kind of look back on that mulligan, right? And I think Benton, likely correct. He's made it this far, of course. But I need Frank Karsten to maybe run some numbers for me on the chances to find that scout and how that affects your win rate, because that was game 1 again. Excuse me, that first hand looked completely playable, right? Completely playable. For sure, something that you could consider keeping. He shipped it back, waited for the Glade Cover Scout, and was just unfortunately unable to find it in what? 3 mulligans?
Yeah. That's a lot. He saw a lot of cards and couldn't find it. Ultimately, was not able to get the job done. Reed Duke picks up game number 2. We are going to take a short break here from our finals. When we come back, though, we'll actually be at Maria at the news desk with a special guest. Don't go anywhere.
Yuta Takahashi is going to the top 4. Unbelievable.
He's gonna P command real quick. Yeah, that's, oh my gosh.
Unbelievable stuff.
Oh my gosh.
And look what it means to Yuta Takahashi.
Yes, give me that emotion. You did something unbelievable.
He will not be interacting. It's going to be Dragon's Fire from 0-3 to 10-0. Yuta Takahashi is your world champion.
Oh my god.
He can't believe it. He's staring at his screen because he can't believe it. He won. He's the world champion. Yuta Takahashi from Japan. Incredible.
没有错啦，0-3开局，然后最后10-3是，然后最后10-3冠军，对，直接打了一个10连胜。
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Phyrexia. We are in the middle of our final match. And in just a couple of minutes, we're gonna have former world champ Yuta Takahashi here to reveal something pretty special. But first, a first look at March of the Machine.
新系列预览。虽然我刚刚在推特已经看了差不多的，但是，对，这是前导预告片。多元宇宙，等一下就会有蚁人跟黄蜂跳出来了。附带题，我明天要去看。
And that is a first look at March of the Machine. I have goosebumps. That looks awesome. Is anything going to be left? I guess we're going to find out. And now we welcome a very, very special guest to the news desk, Yuta Takahashi, your 2021 world champion. Hi, Yuta. How are you doing this weekend?
Yeah, Prusa will be back. I'm so excited.
Yes, Paper Magic is back, and we're so happy to have you back with us. And you're here for a very special reason, to reveal your preview card, to preview your card, your player card. Yes, your card that you got to design, help design, because you are our former world champion. When you were getting the chance to, when you won the world championship, what were you thinking when you thought, I might get to make my own card?
That means I will be part of the history of Magic. That is great honor to be a part of the game, what I love.
Yes, absolutely. You'll be part of the game that you love and designing an iconic card, no doubt. What kind of card did you want to design, Yuta?
Absolutely blue one, because I want to play Force of Will, Force of Nation. Yeah, I like to play Eternal format, Vintage and Legacy. So playable in Legacy and Vintage.
All right, playable, Legacy, and Vintage. You got it.
Low bar.
Yeah, low bar. I mean, shoot for the moon, right? Of course, you get your own card. Let's take a look, if we can, at that card right now for the first time. Yuta Takahashi's card. Check it out. Oh my gosh, that is incredible. Very mastermind. Oh, I love this card, and of course,
Flash,
flying. One in a blue for a 2-1.
Draw their second card each turn you draw a card, each player draw a card. 好，可以下去了。
Each player draws a card. Monty, what do you think of this card?
This card just looks awesome. It is everything that we come to expect from Yuta. Of course, being a fairy, iconic feature type, and just it is a cheap threat. It is a way to keep up on resources. I love this card.
Yuta, can you tell us a little bit about how this card came to be, the design process behind it?
At first, I designed creature size 1/3 because I want to block Saria and Ragama.
他说他原本想要设计成1-3，因为他想要拿来挡那个沙利亚跟那个猴子。
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, you know what you want. And this is, of course, the incredible full art version. We also have the normal version to show you, too, of this card, Fairy Mastermind. I can't believe we even got Fairy in the title. I mean, it's just too good. It's just too good, Monty.
It's fantastic.
This art, I love it. I mean, what did you think when you saw this?
That is also playable in Commander because everyone draws 2 cards. I also draw many cards.
真的有办法用吗？对手抽第2张的时候，你抽1。
It absolutely looks great to me. Just when you have formats that come down to resource battles, being able to have a cheap card that allows you to keep on that is excellent. The fact that it has some bonus value in one of the popular formats and allows you to be the nice guy, be the one.
Yeah.
没有了，就是 Legacy 仙灵有没有机会？
This card looks great, and I can't wait to play with it myself.
好吧，我觉得没有。
This card is wonderful, Utah. I'm sure
虽然
everybody
说
is
仙
going to
灵
be
蛮
a
是
huge
蛮缺，
fan of it, and having
对，其
yourself
实就是
immortalized on a card.
Legacy 仙
What
灵
an
蛮需要这
incredible
种
honor,
二
and of
回
course,
的
being our
二
world
回的闪现，
champion too.
对，
Really, really awesome stuff. Thank you so much
它
for
可以
sharing
拿
that
来
with us, Utah.
挡
Yeah, I
Brainstorm。
hope everyone play this card and lightning bolt to me, so the
然
Pro
后
to me.
Ponder 也可以，太烂
And
了。
shakes to me.
All right,
可是
all right. You already figured it
就
out.
是
You got
其实
it.
Legacy 仙灵，你为了要去符合那个2点跳的那个闪现一康的仙灵，其实你是需要一些前期的二回节奏。 但是在目前就只有苦涩花开，然后苦涩花开又相对的，毕竟它是个结界，然后又慢，那这个东西它比较火。说真的，搞不好真的有用。对，虽然可能套牌很限定，就是纯仙灵套，对，你可以补足之前那些，就是你二回没事做只能闪现那个1，然后没有东西扛就很白痴，然后你又要去增加它的数量，对，然后你有时候又不想要在二回正拍苦涩花开的这些时候，你就可以二回队友会结束前跳，或者队友Brainstorm 回应跳，对，哦，来了一回，他这次一样调度3吗？
Number 3, we are playing best 3 out of 5 games. That means that if Reed wins this one, the next one, or the next one, he will be your Pro Tour for X.
他怎么手牌只有2张
Yeah, and looks like another.
他怎么手牌只有2张？哇哦，抽到了。
Yeah, it looks like he peeled that land off
So he
the
mulled a
top.
4 or something like that with Glade Cover Scout mulled.
抽到了。先驱有机会，先驱反而没有吧？
Has another ethereal armor. Was that a mold of 4?
It might have been, and this is a very quick clock if he's got double ethereal armor plus the Glade Cover Scout. I mean, he knows his game plan, and this is what he's going
for.
手牌
That's insane. All right, get you for 5.
有没有消失？没有消失，打5。
Benton says, try it, 5U.
Oh my.
And Reed Duke needs to find a blocker and quickly, and even then,
他剩下手牌是什么？应该不是 D， 因为如果是 D 的话，至少也要下地躲一下消失。
tokens here. You can see the Fable and multiple Shark Typhoons.
He's going to cycle Shark Typhoon just
对啊，
to get the
因为
card.
他不是
And
精
then
灵
Benton
啊，
also
他是
predicts
仙
that
灵
Reed has，
所
another
以
one in his hand.
我觉得先驱应该没有。
And he's correct.
Reed,
没
might
错
as well just play face up.
又是我。
Yeah, I mean, Ben is just kind of calling it. We might not be needed here, Paul. So the question is, at what point does Reed begin to block?
Right. Does he block now, or does he want the treasure? Because he does have the creativity.
Yeah, I think
right?
he's going to take it here. You know, he has to think about the window in which he gets to block, but...
right, but you have to think about Griff's Boon.
Right.
What happens then?
It's lethal.
Right. Okay, so...
So he is actually going to cash it in. Great point, Paul.
是什么？亮尾吗？
If he top decks Griff Spoon, it would be over.
Okay.
Okay, there's Skrell.
There is Skrell. Now, Reed has to do a little bit of digging, but he does have the Fire Prophecy for the Skrell if he wants. He's at 13.
As well as the...
And he's got the pieces, right? We're looking at the Indomitable Creativity. Oh, but he drew a World Spine Worm. But he can shuffle that in with the Fable.
He's got to, tick his Fable up to Chapter 2.
Oh, Reed also has a Spikefield Hazard if he wants to kill the Skrell.
Okay, so I'm going to finish resolving this.
Draw 2 and then you shuffle, yep.
Correct? Is that correct?
7抽2，
You can tell
然后
that
洗
Benton
回
has
去
played。that deck a lot.
When your opponent plays your deck for you.
Yeah.
对。
Reed, of course, doing what he's
对手兵抬手，
supposed
笑
to do
死。
as well, but Benton
没有啦，
very
应该
well
也是
acquainted
那个啦，就
with
只
the
是缺
format
double check 一
and
下
the
而
deck,
已。
even in Reed's hands.
这个
Yeah,
老
I
牌
mean,
了。
Benton's really not playing a deck where you can hide any information anyway. So
Yeah.
I just see what you're doing here.
Yeah.
I'm obviously not representing anything. You know I have no instant speed way to interact with what you're doing. So let's just talk through what you have.
Yep.
Yeah, I know exactly.
啊，他抽到 make disappear 了，所以等下见他 P 也不会马上死了。
Spikefield doesn't hurt.
Exile Scruff. And look at this. Does this remind you of anything?
And now he's got that creativity here, so he can just.
那这边我需要一张飞行或是践踏。
He's not going to block this time.
He's not going to block. He's going to take it, flip the Fable. If he has a land, he does have a land. Creativity 4-2. As long as he doesn't draw Xenagos or the World Spine Worm, Reed should be able to win.
Wow, Reed Duke is setting up the victory here. This could be over very quickly.
恭喜 Red Duke 30 GG， 然后这边把15抽起来吐了。
Does he draw a combo piece or no? That's really the only thing he needs to dodge.
快点，抽什么？
Reed would love that.
And you don't want to draw extra cards here, right? If you don't have a combo piece, he doesn't have a combo piece. You don't want to draw any extra cards.
There's the untapped land, and he's going for it right now. Indomitable creativity goes on the stack. Both creatures go into the graveyard, and he's going to reveal cards until he finds the combination. This is a journey that started when Reed Duke was 5 years old, and it is going to culminate in a Pro Tour victory off of this combo deck as he attacks for the full amount. A block from Benton, and Reed Duke is your Pro Tour for
太神啦
30U.
Unbelievable 3-0 performance for Reed Duke. He has dedicated his life to Magic the Gathering. He has played since before he knew how to read.
抽得太差了。
And now he's a PT
每把都
champion.
是
You
调
can
度
see
2、
it
调度
settling
3
in for Reed right now. I can't believe, I would have no idea what's going through his mind right now. The hours, the years.
没错，4点前收工，想不到。没错，琪琪看起来，对，琪琪看起来要走了呢。
Incredible from him. It's a big moment.
Yeah.
Incredible to see somebody who's poured every bit of themselves, his career, into this game. Everything he's ever done in his life has led up to this moment when it comes to Magic the Gathering, and Reed Duke just got the job done. He's a Pro Tour champion.
Incredible to see.
It's
incredible.
Unbelievable.
To see. I mean, he's had such a storied career, Hall of Famer, basically every accolade that you can toss on him, and finally he gets it done here. Pro Tour champion. I'm sure he had no shortage of fans coming into this top 8, and I mean,
unbelievable.
What a return to tabletop, right?
Yeah, and you know, you think back to 10 years ago, he's up 2-0 in the finals of the World Championship, mulligans to 4-5, and it all falls apart for him. It's redemption now for Reed Duke, and Reed is with Cedric Phillips right now.
I am here with our Pro Tour Phyrexia champion, Reed Duke.
Ooh.
So, it feels like this is almost kind of a long time coming in the making. You've won at every level. I've known you for a long time. I've covered you, and this is my first time covering a Pro Tour, technically. Plenty of SCG events, and you know, we've run in the same circles for a while. It always felt like this was gonna happen. Did you think it was gonna happen?
Oh man, it's such a tough question. It's like there's sort of like your dreams and your fairy tales, and then like the reality of what has actually happened and can actually happen, and sometimes those two things don't match up. So I always sort of like pictured this moment, you know, my whole life playing Magic, leading up to having an opportunity to be here, but you know, it never was real until now. I'm not even sure it's real yet.
I'm gonna pinch you. It's real. It's real. You're standing here. You are the champion here this weekend. So let's talk about deck selection. I talked to you a little earlier in the tournament over the course of the week, and we ran into each other, and you said, you know, I'm playing as a creativity. It's not what I would have played. I wasn't what I was thinking of playing, but I trusted my team. You have a fantastic team, of course, with Team Channel Fireball, Nassif playing the same deck, and a lot of guys, I know you guys came together, testing house. You know, you guys kind of did it old school, for lack of a better term. Of course, you're thrilled with your deck choice now, but what were the other options? What made you move all the way this way? Was it entirely the team? Did you play enough games and thinking, you know what, this is good enough for me? Because we know you love to cast Thoughtseize. You know you're kind of a base black mid-range kind of guy. This is a little bit different for what you normally do.
Yeah, good question. I'll take, you know, one part of that question at a time. The other options, I'd say, I played Spirits the last few times I played Pioneer. I like that deck a lot. I love Rakdos. As you said, it kind of plays to my natural tendencies. And then I also worked a lot on Lotus Field and was considering playing that up till the last day before the tournament. But one thing about Pioneer is I think it's really balanced and you can sort of succeed with any archetype. The reason I liked this one is, well, the biggest reason, of course, is having the huge support network from the team, like so many people working so hard on it. And I can't describe like how helpful it was for me to be able to finish a match and go talk to 5 or 6 great players about like, hey, how should I sideboard? I've never played against Enigmatic Incarnation. What should I do? So that's all part of it. But, you know, big picture, I like playing a deck like this at the Pro Tour. Because you have the control elements, you can kind of interact and take the game where you want it to go. But then also, every once in a while, you just get to attack them for 30 trample, and those, you know, those sort of easy wins or that way to flip the switch, that adds up over the course of a long event like this.
Well, it has been a long event, and of course, you prepared with a lot of people. So any shout-outs, any thank yous? You've finally done it. You are a Pro Tour champion. I'm sure there are a lot of people that you're going to want to thank for the journey along the way.
Yeah, man, Cedric, it's a lifetime of thank yous, really. I mean, going back many years to like learning the game with my brother Ian, my cousin Logan, and more recently the team and sort of being there neck and neck with Nassif, getting to the top 8 with the deck, and Mike Sigris specifically for being the champion of the creativity deck. But I'm just blessed to have like a great support network, both in my Magic life and outside my Magic life, and it really came through. I'm so grateful.
Well, we are grateful to get the opportunity to watch you play, and we can finally say that Reed Duke is a Pro Tour champion. Marshall, back to you in the booth.
Wow, incredible stuff there from Reed Duke. Paul, what's sticking out to you in the aftermath of this victory for Reed?
Well, first, it took me a little bit to just put myself together, just because we've really followed Reed's journey and a lot of these other pros, but just, it just felt like it was about time. We see him get it done, and especially with the return to tabletop. I mean, for me, it's just, we're back, right? We are back. This is the first event, but it's the first of many.
That's
and I can't wait for
这么多年来，
也
不是说这么多年来，经过了这疫情的这2年，然后又回到了实体的专业赛，终于不用再面对冷冰冰的电脑，然后一直忘记按 Ctrl， 然后去在位置做事，什么有的没有的，对，然后还看到 Red Duke 打了冠军。没错，这3天的熬夜值了。
A lot of reason to skulk around or to maybe complain about your luck. And what did he do? He took out a notepad and wrote down all the things that he was going to work on. That was in 2011. That was a long time ago, and he was a workhorse then, and he's never
Manguzi 这次没打，而且他还在跟那个聊天室人吵架。我昨天有看他推特，他就说早知道就不看，他违背了自己的纪律，跑去看了聊天室，然后跟聊天室快被聊天室气到中风。对。
Thank you so much, Marshall, and congratulations to Reed Duke, Pro Tour Phyrexia champion. Hey, that sounds pretty good. Mani, you've watched Reed through his career as well. What must this mean to him right now?
It's absolutely incredible for any player who has been playing this long, dedicating himself this much to the game to finally earn the first title. Just feels great, especially when you've been to the finals, when you've been that close. And Reed is really a player that always gives it his all. And I've had the absolute honor of watching some of that during the past few years of getting to do coverage. I've watched a lot of the testing for the Channel Fireball team, and Reed is always putting in the time, always being active within the testing discords and contributing to what the team is playing, giving his thoughts on card choices, and just making sure that he is doing his part to contribute. And it all adds up to just one of the best to ever play the game and one of the nicest to ever play the game, getting the job done here. And it's just wonderful to watch.
And let's talk about that testing that went into it, Monty, since you had a backstage look at all of that, landing here on Is It Creativity, even in what we thought was a pretty bad matchup, managing to get it done this weekend.
Yeah, part of it is card draw for sure. We saw Benton mulligan a lot, and that had a card to play, but that's because he had some very good cards in the matchup, and those were what was going to get the job done. But for Reed, they put a lot of time into this creativity deck. You heard him say Mike Sigris was the champion of this, but there are a lot of people on that team who put a lot of work into tuning this list. There was talks about the matchups, how to play the different ones. We heard Reed give credit to Eli Cassis earlier for figuring out his matchup against Nathan on the Lotus Field deck, and then Enigmatic Fires coming board there. So having that team, having that support, putting in the work to your preparation, and even in this stage of the tournament,
有没有人要推荐标准套牌的
just means so much.
All right, everybody, congrats once again to Reed Duke, your champion. It's time for the trophy presentation ceremony.
颁奖仪式
It is time for our trophy presentation here at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Our champion from the United States, Reed Duke. Once again, your champion, Reed Duke.
And that is your champion, Reed Duke, for Pro Tour Phyrexia. Congratulations to him. At the start of the weekend, we had 218 players enter the building. Back to Pro Tour Paper Play for the first time since November of 2019. We worked our way through 15 rounds of Swiss and Phyrexia, all will be one draft, and Pioneer, which shone in its Pro Tour debut. The metagame was wide open with no single deck dominating, and instead an array of different archetypes from combo to control to auras, all with their moments in the spotlight. In the end, much like Phyrexia,
我知道我今天打线开的时候输给一个亚翠夏，他正教，然后拿了个红绿剑给我看。
claiming a Pro Tour Championship title, a title that had eluded him for all of his illustrious career until now. Thank you all for being back with us as we return to the gathering once again. As Reed said himself in an interview earlier this weekend, it's good to be home. And so it is. Next up is Pro Tour Minneapolis. We'll see you then, friends.
对，接下来就是什么明尼什么挖科地方的，反正也是在美国，5月吧。对，然后打的是标准。 不要再叫 Red Duke 局了，人老了，早点放下来啦。哦，明尼苏达州，对，我只知道在美国，对。没事，先打好 MIT 再说，真的。 首先要有资格啊！好，5月5号到5月7号，首先要有资格，又不是资格那个有人拿到资格了又不去，对，好啦，哪天遇到你再问你发生什么状况啦。好啦，那今天就这样咯，4点收工啊，比想象中提早2个小时，太好了。 对，好臭没有哦，我们光明正大的臭，好啦，今天就这样啦，各位拜拜，感谢这3天的陪伴，